Welcome back to day 3 of the world's first Hex conference, Hexchange.live. I'm your host, Maddie Allen, a mental health and programmable money advocate. Hex is a high interest time deposit cryptocurrency, and it pays more interest the longer you lock your coins. Hex currently pays between 30 and 60% interest per year. Hex was invented by Richard Hart and is a Nobel Prize worthy breakthrough in economics due to its game theoretical advantages over other financial products, the ability to pay trustless interest, protecting investors from their own impulsivity or short-term thinking. Hex is also special because it is incentivizing saving in the real world, where negative interest rates have become a trend and the cost of living is rising too fast. Mr. Hart will keynote on the 4th and final day of this conference. Hex was designed better than Bitcoin, which has gone up 4 million X, and Hex went up 352X from its deepest discount in 2020. Hex performed better in 2020 than Bitcoin and every other financial product. Another way to measure the outstanding appreciation of Hex is by comparing how well you would have done if you invested your stimulus money in Hex. Your $1,200 of stimulus money is now worth over $27,000 if you had invested it in Hex. One credit card company used to have an ad campaign, "What's in your wallet?" A better question for you to ask yourself today is, who is in your coin? In Hex, you will find the most brilliant minds in crypto, and we migrated from Bitcoin about a year ago now. This conference not only aims to make you the type of person who understands how Hex can help you save for your future, but also introduce you to the quality people who are also in your coin. In just the first 2 days of this conference, we've heard from beloved content creators in our community, a PhD grandma, a mental health therapist, a crypto tribalism journalist, veterans, programmers, successful business operators, as well as people who didn't expect to be able to retire so soon, and other life-changing testimonials. In the second half of this conference, you'll be even more amazed at who is in your coin, Hex. Although the online format of this conference minimizes costs, I'm still welcoming your donations to cover CGI and other expenses. Our Hex productions deserve to be the best and will continue to get even better over time. I even took the care to sort through over 2 million possible addresses to pick the one that starts with 0xFEED, feed. So that it's easy to recognize, and it'll be a reminder that it will help feed the costs of the conference and other Hex content. You can find the donation address in the YouTube descriptions and pinned at hexchange.live. We have a busy schedule for you, but we'll start with 2 videos explaining Hex. We want newcomers to understand the context of our deeper discussions tonight.
What is this Hex, you might ask? Hex is a cryptocurrency, albeit a very different type of cryptocurrency. You see, instead of simply spending or trading this cryptocurrency, Hex lets you lock up your money and gain interest on it. We already do this through our banks. It is what the banking industry calls CDs, or certificates of deposit. Customers lock up their wealth for a certain time, and in turn, they grow their wealth by earning interest. But the old school currencies that we lock up in our banks suffer from inflation, which means that while you are gaining interest over time, your money is also losing some of its value. This is where Hex shines, because Hex is the first high interest paying cryptocurrency. Hex takes the profit out of banks and government money printing and gives it to Hex holders. Hex is actually designed to increase in value. In fact, the value of a single Hex token has multiplied by more than 80 times within the first handful of months it was launched. Which means the Hex holders not only gained interest, but they also multiplied their existing investment exponentially. and it's only just getting started. What makes Hex even more reliable is the fact that Hex is a trustless peer-to-peer system, which means that there is no central power that controls the system. Everything is powered by the users without any counterparty risk. It's pretty, interesting. To get started, head to Hex.com. Links below. Farewell.
The secret to gaining the highest ROI in Hex lies in a little-known mechanism called shares. When you stake your Hex, you receive shares. It's kind of like a guarantee. Your shares guarantee you back your principal, plus a percentage of interest and bonuses over time. The key to achieving the highest ROI in Hex is acquiring as many shares as you possibly can by staking early and staking long. The earlier you stake and the longer you stake, the higher your ROI will be. The brilliance of the share design is this. Every time a stake is ended anywhere in the world, those shares are effectively burned. They cease to exist. This means that every single day, less and less shares to be had. This also means that every moment you wait to get in stake Hex, the share pool is dwindling. Now, why does that matter? Hex is programmed to pay out the highest interest and rewards to those who own the most shares. That's why it matters. Staking early is key, but it's not everything. How do you get the most shares? You stake longer than everyone else. The maximum length you can stake is 5,555 days, or 15.2 years. If you want to get into Hex early and become a whale, how do you do it? You stake today, right now, this very moment, and you stake for 5,555 days. As everyone else's stakes expire, you end up holding the largest bag of shares in the network. This guarantees you receive the largest percentage of interest and bonuses. Don't want to wait 15 years to realize your profit? The beauty of Hex is that it's designed to pay out perpetual passive income to its holders, just like a traditional banking CD. This is done by creating what we call a stake ladder. Imagine if you had 1 million Hex, and you broke it up into 65,000 Hex stakes from year 1 to 15, setting a stake every year for 15 years. This is called a stake ladder, and there are many ways to design them to work best for you. Some Hexers create a staking ladder that pays them every 2 years, some every quarter, and some every month. The idea is that on a semi-regular basis, you'll have fully mature stakes that you can cash out for the next 15 years, or even indefinitely. The smartest Hexers have plans to only cash out the interest each period and restake their principal out for 15 more years. This allows them to earn passive income indefinitely from Hex. Hex is a vastly superior product to that of traditional banking time deposit accounts, and it's the purest form of decentralized finance. There is no company, no middlemen, and no gatekeepers in Hex. It's a triple audited autonomous product built on the blockchain that has 100% uptime. Welcome to the future.
Hi, man.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great.
I'm so excited to have you as a speaker at the conference. This, everybody, is Bit Finesse.
Hello.
Welcome.
Been a lot of good topics being spoken about lately. I have a different one for you. More aggressive one, of course.
I'm super excited to hear it, and I know that you're still working and traveling the country, and so it's a pleasure that you're able to join us, even though you don't have a green screen there. And so welcome. We've got we've got the best audience in all of crypto here, ready to hear what you have to say.
Thanks, Matty. Appreciate it. I'm Bitfinesse. I've been in crypto for a few years, long enough to know that it's very dangerous and volatile. When the craziness around us that we're still in began, I decided to put all my things into storage and live out of my tanker truck and just keep on moving forward. I've been following Hex since before it was launched. Richard Hart is a true genius. I'm very lucky that I found him, as we all are. So everyone who's in crypto, if you're watching this video, you're already a cryptocurrency person. You can bounce. This message is not for you. If you have a job, if you're a mother, brother, sister, father, or a child, I'm speaking to you. What are we doing? What is all of this? What is this crypto business? Why are we here? What are we doing? Well, your life, your value, your time, your health, it's all the same thing, right? And you spend it at your job and you receive money, depending on what country you're in, you receive fiat currency. And that fiat currency is being devalued. The rulers, your governments, the treasuries are all printing this fiat currency at an insane rate. So that means that your value, your money, is now going down at an insane rate. So that's really what we're all doing here. We're all here to protect that. We're all here to protect our lives, to continue moving forward and stop this perpetual cycle of your value being diminished. There's a fight to be had here. And no one can fight it for you. Only you can take the steps necessary to protect yourself. Maybe you should eat more vegetables, right? Maybe you should find better places to put your money. So if you take your money and you put it in the bank, you don't receive any interest anymore on that money that's just sitting there. Not only that, but it's being diluted. Your purchasing power over time gets diminished as more fiat currency is printed. That's really saying that your value, your life, is not worth to other people. It's not worth to whatever bodies are responsible for that money printing as much as your life is worth to you. So there's really no one else who can step in and help you here. No one can hold your hand and give you the time back that you spent earning your fiat currency. No one can stop the money printer. And if you're sitting right next to the money printer, you're sitting pretty. But if you're not, then you're in the situation we're all in. And this is what brings us all here. Now, there's a lot of places to put your money. The bank's not an option because they're not paying you interest. You can put your money in the stock market, but the middlemen there know your trades. They can see everything. They do take the opposite sides of your trades. The exchanges have rolled back trades. The oracles have been wrong, quoted prices incorrectly. So you're noticing a pattern here. Every place you can put your money where you can't control it, every place where there's a middleman, you lose. Put it in the bank, you lose. Put it in the S&P 500, most traders lose all their money. Even still, the exchanges control the entire game. You lose. A lot of people put their money in a 401k. You don't have control of that money that's in there. They say they're doing some magical stuff with that money, but it's pretty clear that that money is just being traded. And in 2008, we saw that the money from people like us who were in the 401ks, that money was used to try and cover up the mistakes that the big banks made. So when you give up possession of your money, the person or entity you give it to, they have full control. And why wouldn't they do irresponsible things with it? Why wouldn't they lie to you about it, right? Blockchain's a very special place because you can see the transactions as they take place. It's a transparent system. If you go to a financial advisor, they're going to tell you maybe you should do this or do that or do this, but they're not going to tell you or show you their holdings. Kareem, Hex holder, great guy, he has streamed live his dream account, and he's not even a financial advisor. So what does that tell you? We live in this perpetually dishonest world, right? The world breaks your heart, and then it breaks your back, right? This is just the way of the world. The people who ran to cryptocurrency found the same middlemen, the same problem from which they ran away. Exchanges, scam wicks, more leverage than you can imagine, more ways to wreck yourself, and to give your money to another person. If you want to trade in cryptocurrency, you have to give your coins to another person. You don't have control anymore. 2017, we saw the ICO craze. We saw projects, founders giving out all these promises. They made a lot of money. Turns out in crypto, if you make promises, you're headed straight to the top. So what? So what can we do? What's the next step? The name of the game in life has always been to survive and manage risk. I bet before you went on that run this morning, if it were raining fire from the sky, I bet you wouldn't have gone outside, right? Risk management doesn't go away because some entity is here and tells you that they're going to manage risk for you. Risk is still here. A meteor could hit the earth tomorrow, we could all be gone. And that's that. You have to manage your own risk. You have to save yourself. The Hexicans are so great. We have no losers in our community. If any one of my fellow Hexicans were in a 2-on-1 or a 1-on-1 or a 3-on-1, and I was anywhere nearby, I'd jump in a heartbeat. But reality is a bit more difficult than that, isn't it? You can call the police, but they may or may not show up, right? You are your best risk management tool. Only you can decide what you eat for breakfast, right? I can't make you eat vegetables. I can't do it. I would love to. I can't make you put your money in a place where it can grow, where no middlemen have access to it, right? Risk management is you. You are your only risk management tool, regardless of how the world works. So, thanks to Richard Hart, now we have Hex. It's a wild thing. It is so good that it's offensive. It's so good if you tell people about it. If you just tell them what it does, they won't believe you. So thank you to Maddie for putting this conference together, because this is really an attempt for all of us to let all of you see all of us, so you can actually maybe understand that this is a real thing, right? So in Hex, there's no promises, right? There's no promises of profit from the work, from the expectation of work from others. There's no promises here. It's code, and it runs. You actually run the code. Only you can mint your own coins, mint your own rewards. So now what? I'm in a good mood tonight. because last night I helped my brother finally get through this process. My brother finally got in. So here it is. If you're someone who's just in the world, you are the best shot at saving yourself. Here's what you can do. You can open a MetaMask wallet at metamask.io. Real simple. Don't lose your seed words. From right in there, you can obtain Ethereum, or you can use one of the many exchanges wherever you are. Once you have Ethereum, you can put it in your MetaMask wallet, and you can go to ETHHEX, ETHHEX.com. That's just a smart contract. There's no people on the other side of that thing. And you can swap your Ethereum for Hex. Once your Hex is in your MetaMask wallet, you can go to go.hex.com. And you can stake your Hex. And you should stake your Hex because it's the only place in the world where you can earn interest without a bank or a company or a middleman having access to your funds. And the longer you stake, the better. The more rewards you'll get, the more T-shares you'll get. T-shares decide later on how many Hex you obtain after your stake ends. And the price of a T-share only goes up. It only goes up forever. So the earlier you get this done, the better off you'll be. Most of my stakes are for 15 years. I'm in this thing. I'm living out of my tanker. I'm managing my risk. I protect myself. I try to eat the best I can. Not perfect. But I'm in this thing to prevent my money from being devalued and maybe have a chance at retirement one day. Well, in Hex, no doubt. Long-term Hex stakers will be able to retire. Don't rely on your 401k. Don't rely on the NYSE. Don't rely on your governments, obviously. Don't rely on your banks. These things fail whenever they fail. There's no apologies for the people they take out, as we've seen time and time again. So, fight for yourself. Whether you're man, woman, black, white, tall, short, fat, skinny, whatever you are, you should fight yourself because you are worth it. Your life has value. It should have the most value to you. And you're no help to the people around you if you're wrecked, if you're destitute. You have to do this yourself. No one can do it for you. So, I'll leave you with this. I pledge my allegiance to my stakes that are locked inside the Hex smart contract. Earning interest and mad gains with locked code that's had 3 audits with no banks or middlemen at all. Get in the fight. You're worth it. I'll turn it back over to Maddie. We have some amazing speakers for you tonight.
Very well put. And thank you so much for that amazing talk. And people can find more of your content that's already out there, and there will be more to come. And we're all looking forward to it. So thank you so much. And we'll move on with our program now since we've got so much content to share. Thank you, Bifanas. And next up, we have Silver the Antidote will be presenting. It's the middle of the night for him. He'll be in a panel later on today. And but we have this recorded talk to share with you now.
Hello, everybody. First of all, wishing everybody a very happy new year, 2021. Remember that this will not be 2021 for everybody. There's going to be a lot of people that will come back to watch this in the future. So I will put a special hello to anybody out there in 2036, ending when the first batch of 5555 stakes will be coming out. I want to thank Matty for giving me the invitation to come on here and to say a few words on Hex's first ever conference. I'm never really one to condense my words or my views, but I've been allowed 20 minutes to see what I can share with you guys. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Silver the Antidote, obviously not my legal title. And I've been putting out a lot of content on Hex throughout 2020. I've been invested in Hex since 2019 at the beginning, but only started to make public videos later on in 2020. I currently have a Twitter account, Silver_Antidote, and also have a YouTube channel, Silver the Antidote. So currently I seem to have got myself into a position inside of the community where I'm the guy who goes through the accounts, the account keeper, or the Sherlock Holmes of Hex. And hopefully I bring a lot of transparency to what a lot of people class as a scam. One of the most amazing things about the blockchain and Ethereum and Uniswap is the transparency that is created inside of this ecosystem, outside of centralized exchanges that hide all the data behind their walls. Inside of this DeFi revolution that Hex initiated, I'm a guy who tries to paint a picture of what is actually taking place on the blockchain, what type of accounts, their activities, their behaviors, their personalities, how large of investments they are doing, what other things they may be connected to. I'm the guy who sort of connects it all together a little bit more. It's a very time consuming job and it takes a lot of investment for you guys just to even watch my videos, let alone try to build out your own versions of data. But what's beautiful is it is all viewable, unlike the older systems inside of cryptocurrencies. So a little bit later on, I will be joining the game theory panel at, I think it's 9 p.m. Central Time, and that'll be shortly after this video today. So the concept of what I'm really going to outline inside of today's short window of time is really just to do an overview of my experiences in the last year of Hex and to share that with everybody else. One of the things about doing the data work and nose deep inside of spreadsheets, logging it all down, I actually have a completely wider ability to analyze things just naturally in life. And those people are generally classed as conspiracy theorists. So the beautiful thing about the work that I've already produced inside of Hex is it doesn't require conspiracy because everything is fact. And anybody can challenge you, can just repeat narratives of their closed mindset without actually even understanding that, well, you can prove a lot inside of this space, which should actually remove any concern of risk. The more data you can prove, the more you can discredit anybody saying negative things about it with zero research. And that's the problem inside of this space. Most people don't do any research, they just repeat what other people say about certain things. So, what I really try to do inside of my channel, inside of my work, is use a little thing called critical thinking. Now, what is critical thinking? It's the ability to conceptualize and apply analysis process with experience and observation to effectively conclude a summary, not just hearsay, not just speculation, but evidence backed up through analyzing and my experience being inside of blockchain for several years to help give my views and opinions to those who may want to listen. But what most people also lack is discernment, the ability to judge something. So, with those two skill sets, critical thinking and discernment, most people will be able to actually rationalize and understand the value and the power that Hex actually has. Anybody that discredits it, that does not wish to even spend time to learn about something, they fall into the trap of being misguided by others. And that's unfortunate. So, our objectives inside of the content creators, the people who are actively creating videos almost religiously daily to try to increase awareness, Cryptocurrencies are all about awareness because a lot of this stuff is complicated. And we have people inside of Hex who are trying to simplify the process in order to be able to buy and hold a position as effortlessly as possible with the least amount of friction. Now it comes down to everybody else to actually go out into the world and show this to the world. In today's age where everything is closing down, all those fences are being put up, all those barricades are being created, all those licenses and permits and restrictions are becoming ever harder to overcome. And now with the potential travel bans that are occurring all over the world, how much are we actually going to be able to spread as a people as this control continues to tighten down on everybody? Now, believe it or not, this all kind of ties in to game theory, or at least I'm trying to move it into that direction. So at least this ties into the conversations that hopefully we'll be having later on today. So let me talk a little bit about the first year that I saw inside of Hex. At the beginning, Hex was hated upon. It was seen as a complete scam. It was a nasty place. The world is a nasty place where there's a lot of negative people out there. And the problem that actually occurred was a lot of the people that did zero research, that have zero cognitive abilities, zero discernment, zero critical thinking, were influencing everybody else and swaying the consensus of everybody inside of the cryptocurrency ecosystem, saying that Hex is a complete scam. And unfortunately, 1 year later, today, it's shown that it has been anything other than that, the complete opposite. In fact, if you were to have bought at any time and just held it and staked it, as of today, as of me making this, there is literally no one who would have lost money. And what is money? An exchange of economic energy. It can be any form of anything. Humans only perceive value, money, as a piece of paper, as a Federal Reserve note, as a British pound. Some people believe only precious metals, hence my name, silver. I was very fond of silver at one point, still am, but in the technical age, in the decentralized age, and in the age of trying to obtain freedom of travel and movement as a human right inside of this planet, it's a very cumbersome thing to lug around with you, not to mention extremely risky. And that would then revert you back to, okay, maybe only gold is real money. The age old gold is for kings and queens, and silver are for gentlemen. And that is the tool of barter. Well, introducing this digital age that we're in now, value, money can come in any single form that adopts consensus, that adopts mass usage. And how do you get mass usage? Well, you have to have early people that come into a space, that understand that space, and then go out to build that space. And then many more people come in and share that space to many other people, because it takes time to trickle it down to become usable. Bitcoin started in 2009. It took a long time for that ecosystem to build out, to be the first movers in that space, to create all the infrastructure that has got us to where we are today. It doesn't mean that it is always going to be a number one coin, a number one value, a number one used item of exchange, or store of wealth for that matter. But one of the main differences that we can achieve inside of the Hex community is the ability that it can create freedoms. Many people were turned off from investing into Hex early on because of the people they were listening to. Stop listening to those people. They have lost you opportunity. Opportunity is still available in many forms, but only if you have those three key elements that I've already highlighted. And the good news is that is why you're here. So we're going to be moving into year 2 of Hex. Incredible. It's been a very jam-packed year. And there is no signs of anything slowing down. To the contrary, this thing is speeding up. This thing is like a bullet train moving through time and space. It doesn't stop for anybody, and it can't stop for anybody. The way it's been designed is it's unstoppable. Anybody who thinks these things can be shut down, can be killed, need to look into that a little bit further. Now, with success, with great success, comes even more hate. People are jealous. People are bitter that they've missed out. My words today, it's actually never too late for Hex, because Hex is always self executing its contract into the future. Year one rewards are now finished and over. And to be honest, very few people are actually inside of that space. So with time and with some of the larger players in year two exiting some of their positions, they will be having a couple of very hard choices to make. Do I take significant near time gains over long term wealth, over creating a store of wealth into the future that pays back to you interest, trustless interest, that you don't have to rely on anybody or anything to operate, because this whole system just works like time. Time never stops. Tick, tick, tick. Noise can come, hate can come, anger can come, threats can come, but time keeps on ticking. And everybody only has so much finite time in their experience here on Earth that the most valuable thing you have is that time. Hex gives you the ability to take your time back, to buy your time. Anybody who is looking at this Hex for the first time into 2021 or 2022 or 2000, whatever, and you're listening to this, there are very few places that will offer the compound interest mechanism inside of what Hex is contracted to do without the interference of any other entity. You directly interact with a contract, doing everything that you're doing inside of it. And hopefully, this quarter, 2021, January, February, the Staker app will hopefully streamline all of this process, which will only create significant upflow inside of the adoption phase of year two, year three, year four, as it becomes so much easier just to go up to people and say, hey, download this. This is what you do. It has an automated function for you to stake out, and you don't have to worry about looking at the charts, doing any of those trader type mentalities, which I've only lightly hinted on here, because the general trend inside of Hex is the price will have a continued increase due to the mathematical nature of how the contract works, how the staking process works, irrelevant of traders, irrelevant of large sell orders, and especially with large market corrections. And the thing about large market corrections is that is your opportunity to get in for those significant discounts. To buy at the natural time when people and their emotions are highest is when the market is moving in a very strong bullish trend. And one of the few things that is actually taught inside of the Hex community is corrections are normal, very, very common, up to 80% in most coins. But what's beautiful in the design is over time, tick, tick, you're always earning interest. So with enough time, you ride out those volatilities, because crypto is violently volatile, horrendously volatile, normally for the upside. But when it's in a downtrend, it feels like it's never going to end. It's just getting worse and worse, and your portfolios are depleting into oblivion. And it can lead to depression. You know, there's a lot of people during 2017 highs that they suddenly got very disenchanted by crypto in its entirety and have cashed out and have left the markets, all because they have been taken advantage of due to how the existing higher echelons of the exchanges, the exchange owners, the leverage platforms, all those places that are designed to destroy the average person, to take their wealth and put it into their pockets. This is the complete opposite function. This is designed to put it into your pockets, to remove trading, to remove leverage, and to just give you back your time, tick, tick, into doing your daily life routines, to focus on your family, to focus on your future, to actually save and position investments to your future, not for the short term quick flip. I need the money now. I want to make 100% this week, and then I'm going to cash it out and I'm going to go look for my next investment. This is how people waste away their life, waste away their time, waste away their opportunity. Moving into year two, the volatilities will probably become a lot more violent as it creates more trust in the ecosystem, because the risk of Hex going to zero after year one significantly reduces every single year that goes by. That is why there's huge risk to reward ratios for the early stages. But remember, that was when there was the maximum fear. Even myself, I was scared to put money into this risky product because we are all unsure about the future. We don't know. And because of 2018 being such a brutal bear market for a lot of investors, a lot of people, our positions were significantly damaged. Those that held, obviously, as per the old narrative of hodl, right? That was a narrative pushed by the exchanges that wanted to just rinse you, bleed you out, be the holder of last resort, as per Trace Myers saying. But you're holding something that is generally not creating anything. It's not offering you anything back. Every single day, Hex is offering you back. And with its very first design of locking up coins into the future, which are irreversible to remove without destroying the entire balance, that's a powerful mechanism. Enforce the good behavior of those actions that you have interacted with the contract, saying, I promise to stake for this period of time. And I understand the risks if I want to change that into the future. I'm a man. This is and a woman. This is a big boys cryptocurrency, not for little girls, not for little boys that don't understand what real wealth generation is all about. Because there has to be severe penalties in place to enforce good behavior. But this is like one of the most lightest things of the actual product. Because for me, it's not about the risks that come with wanting to change my mind like a adolescent, but what this does to me, bearing in mind what I learned through 2016, 17, 18, 19, and the emotional roller coasters that I went through personally by making significant amounts of paper gains, feeling on top of the world, and the next day feeling like you're underneath a bus. Hex helps you remove the psychology aspect of the uncertainty of what to do, always looking for a next trade, always trying to be one step ahead of all the other traders, trying to look at the charts, trying to understand all these different patterns that, you know, the next man is trying to sell you a program on. It eliminates that, and it brings back like an inner peace back into your well-being, your sanity. You wake up and you can actually start to do things differently once you've got your initial positions in place and you understand all the risks that you have assigned to your positions, and you start to see the price appreciation as well as the compound effect slowly start to take place. And it's never too late. Time always goes by. The stakes can only operate for a maximum of 5,555 days. So anybody that has a significant advantage now, one day those stakes, those positions will end and they go back to the beginning of having to initiate a new share rate. And remember, hardly anybody is in this space at the moment because of the negative social media that took effect in the very early stages, discouraging everybody to be involved with this. You know, today there's still threats being thrown around. Everyone that creates media inside of their platforms receives an abundance of it on a daily basis. Don't focus on the negativity of other people. Ignore the negativity. Focus on the positivity, how you can change your life, how you can position yourself for your family's future. If only you give yourself some time to study this, to research this, to share this. But I find Hex is such a healthier way to go through life. And if only it came out in 2017, when the market was a lot more confident and willing just to invest into lots of different tokens and coins and promises and this and that, I think we would have had a massive push of investment into this. But like I say, many of them have been swallowed alive by the traders and the exchanges. But guess what? There are hundreds of millions of other people out there who are unable to understand this currently. But every day that goes by is another person that is investing time into trying to better their future, better their horizons, better their life, better their health, better their families. I'm not someone who went super heavy in the early stages of Hex. I started with a dollar cost average approach, but life got in the way for me, and I ended up missing a lot of the rise that took place in the early days. And I figured, oh, I guess I'm too late as well, right? I've obviously missed the boat here again. But contrary to my thoughts, I I put emotion to the side, and I did a lot of research into the stakes, who the people are, what they are actually doing, right? To actually do your critical thinking research before you part with a lot of money. And I found out what with a lot of negative information out in the space, the data does not lie. There is a decent amount of adoption. That's the other one we'll get to shortly, the community. So I ended up being fully convinced that I see tremendous potential to outperform everything else in the cryptocurrency ecospace. And that takes a lot of backbone to publicly come out and say that and to speak about it and to put in hours and days and weeks of work into trying to share what I have found with everybody else. The beautiful thing about having your time, which I've been fortunate enough because of my previous investments, I have been able to maintain a lifestyle, not to the level I wish, but sufficient enough to own my time. And with that time, to share it with you guys who are listening today and those who come to my channel and listen to my other views or research. Now, there's a lot of people out there that I know personally who actually have money problems, not because they don't have any money, but because they have too much money and they don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to position it inside of the current world. You have banking problems, holding cash, paying nothing. You have house restrictions. If you want to become a landlord in certain countries, there are penalties for having multiple homes. And then you have all the hassles of, are you actually going to be paid rent? What if the tenants don't actually pay? What if they trash the place? And then you have a huge repair bill. You know, there's all these risks associated with everything else inside of the space. Hence Biggie saying, Biggie Smalls, by the way, more money, more problems. So with that peace of mind that those people will definitely be coming into this space, once the word starts to spread into 2022, 2023, and the app makes these things a lot more streamlined for them, and people can see the history data points in the price charts, and they can also see endless amounts of new content being released all over the internet. It's only a matter of time before it garners more and more trust. And as it starts to gain more trust, prices could potentially start to slow down. But the difference is the metric of how the pricing systems work inside of Uniswap. And because there is so much capital inside of the world that is just sloshing around, there are billions and billions of dollars that can effectively funnel in to Hex. And that's not even too much of an overstatement. A lot of the big institutions, a lot of the hedge funds, they're all looking for yield. A lot of the yield performing platforms are looking for yield. We have a very tight supply inside of Hex. And of course, we have a lot of big accounts still remaining. But at which point do those hands become unable to hold large positions purely because the numbers that they are going to be returning for cashing out are going to be insane? And anyone in their right minds would not be able to ignore that. The amount of economic energy that that will give you to position yourself inside of the world with the securities that people like, homes, businesses, toys. But after that, what else can you do with it? How much money do you actually need? How much things do you actually need? And believe it, like the richest people in the world don't actually own their homes, they still rent them because it's far more beneficial to have those funds invested in things that generate higher yields that will pay off those relatively insignificant rental prices. Now, let me just expand on one last topic as I try to conclude this. Hex has always been a community driven product. Nobody is paid from the foundation team. Nobody gets payment directly from the founder. Nobody has inside information other than those that are physically going out and doing work to find out information, a bit like myself. But the beauty is everybody is pretty much sharing their information for free, and everybody pretty much has a face. And the community power is growing exponentially daily also. You can tell that by how many people are actually coming out and talking about this now. 2022 is going to be exponential on every single level for Hex. It's not too late. You have not missed the boat. I've been Silver the Antidote. Thank you so much.
What an outstanding talk by Silver the Antidote. And, I'm just blown away. And if you're like me, you're going to want to hear it again and again, and we'll have it posted as well. I want to make sure that everybody knows that Silver has a Patreon. And so we're going to go ahead and link that as well, because we want to support him as much as possible. And he'll be back here live to do the game theory panel here in a little bit. And it looks like we're running a little bit behind, but we're going to make sure all the panels get their full hour. And without any further ado, I'm going to set up the video here so that we will be able to hear from one of the people that wrote the code for Hex, Dev Kyle. And he has also been able to pre-record something that will premiere for the first time ever here at Hex Changes 2021. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Kyle, and I have been a community member of the Hex community since early 2019. I'm a software engineer by trade, formerly of Netflix, and currently with another large tech company. I wanted to talk today a little bit about my involvement in the Hex project and a couple of its features in some depth in hopes to people not only understand it, but feel like they can totally trust how the system works and feel confident in telling their friends about it. So my role in the project grew kind of over time. I started as just an active community member. I made a point to kind of learn the ins and outs of the system, how all of the marketing points were fulfilled by the contract, wrote a lot of the documentation that you'll find linked either through the Telegram channels or through the website, and ultimately helped design and validate some of the underlying systems that power the Hex contract, and also help the auditing teams understand the contract and the properties that we wanted them to certify, and some of the verbiage uh, of the contract and the business rules that weren't super clear to them and what the point was. It was a great process. I was very happy to have been able to work with Richard and some other very, very sharp people in coming up with these things. I didn't know Richard from videos or even as a persona within the crypto space before this. And he's really been the genuine article. He's exactly in private with me as he has been in public with others. Really a delight to work with. So to give an outline of sort of what I plan to talk about, I want to talk about a couple of the guiding principles of the Hex project, a couple of the details of the marketing points and how they are fulfilled by the contract, a little bit of the process to how those were implemented, and a bit about the audit process to verify those things. My hope is that you'll come away from this with a little bit deeper understanding and appreciation for the effort that went into crafting the system, and full trust that the code can live on the blockchain indefinitely and will always perform as intended. In that way, you'll feel empowered and totally confident in pitching it to friends, family, confidants, anybody you meet. So to start with, Hex has a core principle that more people should want to buy it than want to sell it at any given time, and that this should make an upwards price pressure, thus increasing the value of all the Hex in existence, making it a good store of value product. You put value in, more people come after you, want to buy it than want to sell it, price goes up, and your value is protected. If you participate in the restriction of supply, meaning you promise not to sell your coins, then you should be rewarded with more coins. That function within the Hex contract is called staking. So you stake or you commit your coins for a period of time, which is the blockchain equivalent of promising not to sell them in a way that is trustless, meaning it's data that's written to the blockchain and nobody has to take your word for it. You pick a period of time and you are rewarded a share of the inflation during that window of time for your commitment. The fewer people that make those commitments, the fewer ways that inflation is split, and therefore your effective interest rate is higher. As more people commit, the effective interest rate is lower. Those particular points aren't what I want to talk about. I think specifically what I want to talk about is the promise in the original marketing material that longer commitments should always earn more Hex through the contract than shorter commitments. So this was summed up as longer pays better. I think Richard put some numbers on it, even from at the very beginning, that from 1 day to 10 years, you should earn more and more and more interest, up to a maximum of 3 times whatever the instantaneous interest rate is for a 1 day person. And oh boy, did that get complicated. So for folks that didn't get this far in arithmetic and mathematics, there is an effect called compounding interest. Now, this should be fairly common nomenclature, but a lot of people don't really understand what it means. So compounding interest is earning interest on your interest. The effect is applied in all sorts of contexts. Viral spread is one of the things that this models. So all it means is whatever your growth rate is, say it's 5%, is applied to all the previous 5% that you've already accumulated. So if you accumulate 5% every year, then at the end of the first year, you'll have 105%. At the end of the second year, you'll have 111% because you're earning 5% on the 105, not 5% on the 100. Simple interest is 5% on the 100. So you don't earn interest on interest. The way that this was applied in Hex, and this was discovered, I think, before my time in the community, but it was around my time that we actually convinced the developers that this was a problem. The original way that Hex issued you your share of inflation for the period that you were committed is that it just converted your committed coins to shares, which was just an internal accounting label. So they weren't coins, you couldn't trade shares. They were just bound to your stake or to your commitment. Excuse me. So if I commit 1,000 coins, I get 1,000 shares. And if you commit 1,000 coins on the same day and someone else does and someone else does, then I have 1/4 of all the shares, and therefore I get 1/4 of all the inflation. If your friend commits for 10 years and gets triple the shares, so he has 3,000, and then I have 1,000, you have 1,000, and the other friend has 1,000, then I get 1/6 of the interest, and the 10-year friend gets half because he has 3,000 out of 6,000. I have 1,000 out of 6,000. And the compounding problem that was discovered is that if I then pull my coins back out after one day and say my share was merely 1 coin, and now I have 1,001 coins, I can recommit them and get 1,001 shares. And then I get them back out and say I only get 1 more coin, and I have 1,002. And I recommit 1,002. It doesn't sound like much, but because of the nature of compounding, accumulating these little share advantages very quickly ramp up to where I'm getting way more for my series of short commitments than even the 10-year person is getting for their very, very long commitment. And frankly, this just breaks the pitch. The pitch is you commit for a long time, you've taken your coins off the market, you have made a commitment that is written to the blockchain. So you should be able to forget about this and go live your life and then come back in 10 years and collect some enormous pile of coins. And you should have confidence that your commitment really meant something. If you do that, and then 5 days later, somebody discovers this compounding trick, and then they blow away your earnings, and you find out about that, it completely undermines faith in the project. This was a complete showstopper once it was discovered and believed to be a problem, because it literally makes the coin no better than any of the ICO pitches that yeah, just give us your money and forget about it, and somebody comes along and essentially hacks the system just by exploiting this behavior. So a huge amount of effort went into figuring out how to overcome this problem. I don't want to go into too much detail because my time is somewhat limited. So what I'll say is we came up with a pricing system such that instead of exchanging coins to shares 1-to-1, there was a price put on the shares. And the price, if the price moves in this compounding way, so you compound price rather than compound coins, you can get the same effect as compounding coins for the person who has committed earliest. It's kind of complicated, but the visualization that you can probably use is that if I have 1,000 shares for 1,000 coins, and then in a year, some new person comes in with their 1,000 coins and they only get 500 shares, they're earning half the interest that I am. And we have the same number of coins as input. So if they're earning half the inflation that I am, or half the share of inflation that I am, it's the same as if my coins had compounded and doubled. So as if I had 2,000 shares to their 1,000 shares. As long as that ratio is maintained, then it's the equivalent. And it's very low touch. I don't have to think about it because the system automatically compounds the price on future people so that I am earning as if I am compounding. So the question came up in late 2020 is whether Hex is a simple interest system or a compounding interest system, because this mechanism of compounding is somewhat hidden. And actually, it's sort of both. And I think this is among the amazing properties and discoveries of Hex, and goes to one of the other core principles of the project, which is nobody should feel like they missed the boat. There should always be, as Richard liked to say often during the design phase, there should always be meat on the bone for the next guy who comes along. So the behavior that we were worried about was that somebody would pull their coins out and put them back in, and pull them out and put them back in. So the price compounding actually only has to happen when coins come out, because that's the behavior that you want to curtail. You want people to know that pulling their coins out ratchets the price for them and everyone else, but for them, because you can have multiple addresses and it has to be a global price for a lot of reasons. But specifically, if you think of people who are trying to do this, like cycle their hex through very short stakes, even across a whole array of addresses, as long as the price keeps moving up to match, they can never gain ground on longer commitments. And by doing it on demand, and the fact that everyone ought to know that it's on demand, removes the pressure to try and do that. So there's nothing to be gained by doing that. You can truly believe that the system will always compensate to make sure that your longer commitment out earns a shorter commitment. I'm going to jump ahead to the audit piece, and then I'll come back. The auditors that were tapped to do this, one of the things that won them the contract is that they had a math PhD who agreed to analyze the business rules and write this up as a formal math proof that no two sequential stakes could out earn a single stake of the same combined length. So that's the core principle or property that we needed the system to have to guarantee that the marketing point that longer always pays better is true. Longer always pays better. So we had to explain this to them over a lot of conversations because it is fairly complex. The system is so complex, it's hard to tease out this single property as being one of the critical things to verify. But we did get there. It is in the economics audit, and we proved it to ourselves long before we ever presented it to them. But it is formally documented that, in fact, longer stakes will always out earn any sequence of shorter stakes. So you can feel secure in that. Jumping back, there was this idea of compounding the price. You only compound on demand so that there's always meat on the bone. So all pressure should be removed. People know that the contract will always pay longer stakes, a larger share of inflation than shorter stakes. So So ladders or staggering your stakes or having sort of a mix of lengths is entirely an individual decision. It's actually quite liberating to know that the contract only increases the price on newcomers as required. So if everybody agreed to do long stakes, newcomers could get in every day at the same price that was today's price. It gives a true smooth on ramp. So as adoption ramps up and as people come to understand the system better, then we'll hit this kind of nice equilibrium where everyone is making longish or longer time horizon decisions because there's no incentive to go shorter. There's no, other than, sort of degenerate gamblers or traders who want to be earning a little micro interest here and there and then be sort of playing the trading game. There's very little use case in Hex for that. There's very little to be gained unless you think you're really good at market timing. In part because the contract guarantees that that's not a winning strategy, and in part because so many other people have committed for the long haul that you've diluted the earnings of short stakers. So we ended up kind of accidentally achieving a few goals with one very elegant solution for pricing. Everybody can interact with the contract with full faith that it will pay proportional to the length of your commitment. So you are free to make long commitments with no concern that you're going to get outplayed or outcompeted by people doing sequences of short stakes. You are free to interact with the contract now and for forever because it's trustless, because there are no admin keys, it can't be changed, it doesn't reference any external sources or contracts. This was actually a bit of a sticking point with the auditors, but oh well. We eschewed some standard techniques and libraries just to have no dependencies on external systems. So it will always work and no one can change it. It's on the blockchain kind of eternally. The state can all be sort of read, lifted, airdropped, put on its own chain, whatever it needs to do. It's fully encapsulated and self-sufficient. And because of this, people are free to use this as a nest egg or as a long-term income strategy. And you end up washing out the day trader types or the sort of short commitment people, which is fine. If they have reasons to want to do that, they are also free to do that. But the system we designed doesn't encourage it. And the incentives aligned, the system only ratchets the price when it needs to, so that new people can always get in at the best price. But then once they do, they tell their friends are better hurry, because the best price you're going to get is always today's price. And you don't know how long it's going to last. So getting to sort of the rest of the audit process, there was this math part that was very important. There was quite a bit that went into security analysis and to make sure some of the other properties held. But ultimately, the thing that I was most proud of was the math part. The fact that we came up with a system that elegantly solved the compounding problem, where one could not gain advantage by compounding, and that by doing that, you remove the pressure to even try. That seemed so. It was really a eureka moment for me, and over this last year, as other people have that aha, that it's always going to work, that it serves these dual purposes of freeing you to think longer term and preserving the meat on the bone for the next person. Because by not turning over commitments regularly, you're not moving the price very much day to day. You're still earning quite a bit of interest for your enhanced shares versus new people that come in, both because they pay more for the coins and also because you've earned interest from the inflation that they weren't present for. And they still get a good price and can still tell their friends, and their friends can still get in at a good price. So I don't really know how to wrap this up other than let that sink in. The system that we've put out there is really a thing of beauty, and it solves a few problems in incredibly novel ways that I don't know why they don't exist elsewhere, but sometimes it's good to be first. It's a little scary because it's sort of untested ground, but I think we've proven to ourselves, and we've gotten some outside parties to prove that what we've done is really something special. And the only other thing that I want to relate this to, sort of a closing thought, recently there's been a little bit more attention on something called the marshmallow test. So this was an experiment done by some psychologists at Stanford 30 or 40 years ago, in which they present kids with a candy or marshmallow and say, you can eat this marshmallow, or you can wait 15 minutes and then I'll come back, I'll give you 2 marshmallows. And it was supposed to be a test of willpower and ability to delay gratification for a better reward. They did the experiment, then they followed these kids through their high school years and found that the ones best able to delay gratification had the best outcomes. And there was this sort of celebration of, oh, hey, look, there's this great quality that even 4-year-old kids can have of delaying gratification, and good things happen. Good things come to those who wait. There was some doubt about the genuineness of those results. And so the experiment was repeated a couple of more times. One of the criticisms was the economic background of these kids. If you can imagine being very, very poor and not having a lot of food security, a marshmallow now is better than maybe 2 later. Do you really believe that you're going to get 2 later, or do you just need the calories now, or you're so habituated to taking food when it's available that you just take it now? Or do you just not trust, future rewards because things haven't worked out for your family? The other aspect, which even the original experimenters knew, was how much do the kids trust the adults? Do they believe that the adult will give them 2? Because if they don't believe the adult will give them 2, why wait? Have 1. And the follow-up experiments also followed these kids. And when they controlled for economic background of their families, they found about half the effect of the delayed gratification ability could be chalked up just to their economic situation. So maybe it's not a totally intrinsic trait. Maybe it does have something to do with life experience. But then the third experiment, where they test for trustworthiness of adults, what they found was, if the experimenter lies to the kids right before giving them the test, or the experimenter makes a promise and fulfills it right before giving them the test, unrelated to the marshmallow part, just to establish a single event where you can say this person is not trustworthy or this person is at least a little bit trustworthy. Rather than half the effect, they found that the kids who got the trustworthy experimenter were able to wait 4 times longer than the control group, than the kids who weren't given an experimenter. And the kids with the untrustworthy adults basically all just ate the marshmallow right away. So what does this tell you? That inherent trait of the kids a little bit, economic background a little bit, but the ability to trust that future reward is vastly superior. If you have a reason to believe that the reward that's coming in the future will really come, anybody can go to much greater lengths to delay gratification. And that has really played out in the stories that people have shared about how Hex has changed their lives, how they're able to plan for the future and make big life impacting change, pay off debts, buy houses for their folks, pay off cars, free themselves, plan for the future. And it's because they believe. It's because they believe those future rewards are coming. And I'm getting a little misty, to be honest, because this is a beautiful thing. The thing that we can provide other people is the ability to trust us. And any other points aside about this idea of delayed gratification, if you can give the world or give other people anything, you can give them the ability to trust you, show them that you're trustworthy, then they're empowered to rely on you and to delay gratification and to, not demand things now from you, but be able to wait until later because they know that you're going to deliver. And what we came up with in the Hex contract, we proved to ourselves, and we got an external party to prove, is that the contract and the system can absolutely be trusted to do what it says it will do. It removes the need to trust because you don't have to trust it, it's proven. We proved it will do that. And we're seeing that bear out in how the community shares its stories about what they've done with this project and with their lives as a result of it. So keep sharing stories, broadcast it as widely as you can. I think we have some really touching ones. We have some people who've been empowered in a way that maybe they never had been before in their life. It's been a real pleasure and honor to be part of the community and to be trusted with such a significant part of the design. I love continuing to engage with folks as I've been able to. Really hit me up with anything you need. I'm in Telegram pretty much all the time, though I am quite busy. I might not get back to you immediately. Just ask around for Kyle or hit me up at Rapid Prototype, and hopefully see you on the other side.
Wow. So we have hundreds of more viewers now, and everybody is getting the chance to really learn so much more about Hex. And to have just heard from one of the people who wrote the code is really amazing because you can tell the quality of people that we have in Hex. And I know that we're going to continue along with our program tonight. We're going to make sure that all the panels get their full hour. So let me go ahead and bring on our panel for staking.
What's up, everybody?
Hey,
hello.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
So I wanted to take just a second to introduce all of you, and then I'm sure you can introduce yourselves. So we have a really awesome panel here today. Firebun developed the Staker app, which people use and will continue to use more and more. Kareem is the creator of his dream account and the face of the Staker class and the Super Sharks. Big Kurkowski switched from making money with Bitcoin miners to making money with Hex T-shares, and look into crypto, understands T-shares in a very advanced way and can speak on that. And so you all have different angles when it comes to the staking concepts in Hex. And so I'm really looking forward to what you guys have to say.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you.
Me too.
So that was an awesome lead-in from Dev Kyle. That was that was super inspiring and super thoughtful, man. I'm really brought misty-eyed as well. It's a responsibility, man, that is pretty weighty to think about, but also at the same time freeing to know that there's that you can trust the code.
Absolutely. And I think what we should be able to kick this up with is one of the last things he said towards the end, which is really the wisdom to me as far as what staking is all about. When he was mentioning the marshmallow experiment, is really understanding like the long-term value of what the staking can do for you. And what we say, don't trade stakes. And it relates to how I even personally onboard people, and the same way I did with myself. And the essence of the dream account, literally the first stake you should do, in my humble opinion, because this is not financial advice, is looking at how further along can you go? Because as that share rate constantly goes up, how long do you want to be able to hold those T shares, get the bonus, and really allow yourself to what I call, your future self will thank you. And I think that's a lot of wisdom. And it's not just about making money, it's about building wealth and understanding that the future can provide something that you could have possibly never thought about that you could do. And that's the beauty of crypto. So
yeah, I would agree. I would agree with you there. It's kind of like the staker's mindset, right? You kind of have to shift your perspective of how you see crypto to one from like immediate gratification and capturing immediate gains to something where you're looking longer into the future and you're planning out your future basically. And how much stress that like relieves you of not having to worry about like how to handle these bags. Oh, I should have sold that last night before I went to sleep, or like I went to sleep and didn't sell the top. Yeah, it's so nice to not have to worry about those things, and you're just constantly gaining interest.
Yep.
Yeah,
that is the truth.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
Sorry.
And that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys off earlier.
No worries, no
But
worries.
yeah, one thing that really resonates, at least with the discussion that Dev Kyle offered to the audience, is he made a very good point as far as the long-term approach versus the short-term mindset. So in reality, when you have, let's say, the short-term mindset, it's a lot of guessing and basically speculating. I mean, a lot of these expansion and contraction cycles in cryptocurrency, it's really a guess. Like a lot of people are just basically guessing like when you may have a cycle top, blah, blah, blah. So the idea, at least with like the long-term mindset, is you basically take that out of the equation, and you're basically looking at it from like a long-term growth perspective. And in terms of the dilution, the long-term stakers, so those that are staking, from years 10 to 15, are getting 3 times as many shares versus somebody that's, let's say, staked for 1 year at a time. So you do get basically a much higher payout in the end, and it's all in relation to like your total network share rate, which we've seen like over time. The cost, let's say, for a certain bracket level within Hex has generally basically been increasing over time. And there's actually a lot of data that shows that. It actually looks very similar to the price chart, but it's at a certain point, it is mathematically actually going to start to grow faster, just by design. So, for anybody that's new to Hex specifically, if you are, let's say, planning your long-term strategy, it is important to understand, let's say, what the trade-offs are for staking short-term versus long-term. So for example, if you have a 10-year stake, you are committed at a minimum for 5 years, because those that try to basically pull too early, there's a certain penalty depending on the length of time that's committed. So there is definitely that long-term planning that I think is very advantageous for those that want to basically avoid like the noise that you have like with trading and such, and basically look at this from like a 15, 20 year. I mean, the power of the T shares is truly something you can potentially hand off to like your next legacy, basically, that basically keeps moving on. I mean, that's the power with a lot of this. So that's something that I've personally been thinking about in terms of my planning personally, family, things like that.
Yeah. It'd be cool to expand on that a little further, I think. So there might be new people that aren't in Hex right now. How do you guys go about onboarding somebody new to Hex and kind of like walking them through what kind of staking ladder they should put together? Have you guys like gone through that process?
Oh, I've done it a whole bunch. And like Kareem said, one of my first things I like to convince somebody to do is to, even if it's just, 10,000 or something small, like let's just start out by learning the system with a quick 5,555 stake. Just like it doesn't have to be a ton. It doesn't, but it's like my first, lead in for them to like get a good understanding. I'm like, it's nothing, no big deal. Maybe it'll be something, maybe not, but that's a good way to anchor them to like, you start a point, there's your anchor, your shelling point 15 years in the future. Now you've got all the space to fill up, if you'd like to fill it up, fine. But it's surprising at how many people that, when I start there, they are like, okay, well, the rest of them go at what, like 10, 5, and 3, it sounds good to me, done. They don't have to, they don't want to think about it any further, and they're happy with that. And I mean, like, I think that this in general is something that people have been looking for a while. I mean, we've all laughed about the pitiful returns that banks offer for whatever their products are, as far as interest goes, for, probably 20 years now, 25 years, maybe like the late 80s was the last time you were getting reasonable interest rates on your your savings accounts and stuff. So the market has been stifled in need of this, so it's awesome that. So Kareem, though, I don't know, how do you go about onboarding?
Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the first things to put in realization here, there's a lot of wisdom in between what everybody has said so far. Is just about putting things into perspective, right? I've been blessed to be in sales for a long time, but what I always do is I like to keep things simple. The beauty about the 555, even if one of my friends, because I've had many that I've onboarded, used to actually be a trader. And the way I presented the 555 is this is one of the ultimate dollar cost average move. Because number one, people are underestimating how valuable the T-shares are. And they're becoming more and more expensive. And that's what that chart is there. So when you're able to stack up 3 times bonus T-shares for free for the same stats just because of 555, you're actually able to start that really good dollar cost average move where every day it's going to start to accrue. You're getting zero inflation because, again, you're gaining from the system because you stake longer than average. And like Big K just said, you have that nice void in between that you can fill up. And then number 2, as some of my friend, again, trader, the trend is your friend. We have done one of the most amazing things. We're in the right asset class, the fastest appreciating assets in the history of the world. Everybody knows and I've seen Bitcoin's going to do what Bitcoin does. Ethereum will follow. And the blessing is Hex is based on Ethereum blockchain. So we will benefit from that. So once he understood that some people, sometimes even when the market goes up, lose money because of over trading and blowing up the account, you're parking the bus, you're building something over time, you're getting your free T-shares, and you know that in that distant point in the future, it's going to be more valuable than what it is worth today. So getting extra units is really going to be the key, and not having to lose your lifespan looking at a screen all the time. Because even the expert traders, if you ask them, they will tell you it's not fun to look at a screen all the time. So he didn't have to worry about that anymore. I presented the 555 to him with the bonus share, understanding that you're getting more than what you actually paid for, but also you're having that long-term horizon for money that you don't need right now. That's the key, is always ask, what's the percentage of your portfolio that you absolutely don't need right now? Or in my case, back in the day before COVID, was just going out spending money. So that money would have just been gone. So it promotes the right behavior. It gives you the right wisdom. It promotes longevity, like Maddie's been talking about. So my friend can actually enjoy his wealth and not blow up his account. And ultimately, even in the mechanics of the game theory, like everybody has been saying earlier, the T-share getting more and more expensive, so therefore getting any additional one for free is really, really what's awesome. And I'll add one more caveat, which I did with my friend, is I've showed them what I've done. I've showed them my dream account. This is something that, I was raised with and how I do business, right? Never just believe somebody that tells you to do something that is not doing himself, right? Action talk louder than words. So show me, this is me. This is the long-term plan. I'm in there. Right? It solves the, hey, is this a scam? No, I'm here, 15 years. Look at my staking ladder. I'm telling you to do something that I'm already doing. You don't have to do as much as I do, but at least understand the logic behind it, where the value belongs. And then from there, you can build whatever ladder you want. That's another powerful thing Hex has. You can do one day or all the way to 555, but at least secure the long-term play. That should be the first stake you do. Anybody that's listening right now, brand new to Hex, first time when you buy Hex, the first stake you should do should be the longest, because that share rate you're getting most likely tomorrow will be different.
Well, you get addicted to those T-shares, man. So like, you're right. Once you have a solid, like you see, like, you know, you get 3 times as much from that one. You're like, oh man, you're going to put in some other stakes. You're going to fill up that ladder. But then once you fill it up and you start thinking to yourself, like, man, where else do I put these ones? You're going to think, man, the longer is better, because that's where, you know, once you play around with the calculator on there, you're like, no, if I can, I want to go longer. You know,
that's what my friend ended up doing. He did the 555, and then he played with the calculator when you lower.
You know, and I've had some folks that are on the other way too, that have had a hard time, like we're in early. You know, I convinced them to buy some early, but they had a hard time staking, and they just did a couple. You know, like maybe 20% of their stack staked, and by I'd say August of last year, you know, that they were like. Thought that was when they thought they were going to cash out, but by then, nope, too bad. They're too hooked on the system, and they're like now almost all their hacks, they're like 80-something% staked, you know, in there. You know, but that's the power of the stickiness, you know, in it. And you know,
absolutely. And another piece of wisdom I want to remind everybody to put in perspective is, if you ever been into a place where, you know, normal working person has something called, you know, 401k or whatever it's called in your country, where kind of like a retirement account, is that I would say, conservatively, maybe the average age in Hex is about, you know, 30, 35, so to speak. But if you put it into perspective, because I'm 30 years old, right? This is how I did it. Like, for me to touch some of my quote unquote 401k retirement money, which is, you know, 65 and could possibly be pushed longer, I will have to do 2 minimum 15-year stake, not 1, 2. So just let that sink in, put into perspective. Some, 15 years is a long time. No, time flies. Hex is already over a year old, and he went like this. We're already in January. By the time you blink, we'll be in June. And by the time we'll be in 2022. So do not underestimate how fast times can go. And when that day turns over, you don't get it back. And that's the beauty of staking. I told my friend, like, stake right away before 8 p.m. Do not even lose a single day, because that can make the difference. Because especially, let's say, a year or 2 years from now, when the inevitable bear market shows up, whatever, you're going to remember that early stake that you did that's giving you thousands of X every day. That's when you're going to be so proud, and you're not going to be stressed out. And better yet, because you have more time to do more productive things, you're not staring at a screen every day. You have more time to be more productive, do more content, make more money, do your work, whatever you're passionate into. And when the bear market comes, heck, you can even start adding to your position and don't have it. And that's the key that staking brings, that peace of mind and that perspective. You're already doing it every day. Anybody that has a retirement account that's 35 or below, or even 50 or 60, doesn't matter. You're already doing it. It's nothing new. Like Richard said, you just put it on the blockchain, and we don't get those pitiful return like BK said. It's just 40%.
I'd like to add one thing to that, and that is, there is still responsibility associated with staking. And the responsibility comes in a few different forms. One is securing your private key, right? Secure your private key. Make sure you have a backup of your private key, or have it stored securely. Maybe a steel, like engraving it in steel, perhaps. And the third thing is to make sure you end your stakes on time. Yes. Like, you might send one 15 years out, but if you forget about it and it starts, and maybe you come to it like 6 weeks late, you've already lost approximately 3% of your stack. So these are things to keep in mind. And particularly on the security front, that's something you want to do as early as possible, because once you stake, you cannot transfer it between addresses. So if you have a wallet that you're planning to use and you don't feel very secure about it, then that might be something where you get a ledger or a Trezor, and you load up some stakes on that and move from that.
That is for sure true. I mean, that's something that Gary's talked about a whole bunch too. That, like, you know, the best time to plan for, for those to appreciate to a high value is right now. That's the only time to plan for it. You know.
Yeah, and there is actually one more thing I'll tag along to what Firebond was suggesting is what I often see a lot of people complaining about, and this is also true last cycle as well. So there's a lot of new people in the market that are beginning to complain about, let's say, fees on Ethereum. And this is always, I see this happen. I saw this actually a lot in 2017, except in 2017, it was mostly with Bitcoin. So what a lot of people don't realize is the chains that have the most economic mass are just by nature going to cost more to transact because there's a higher demand for the block space. Exactly. That's just, in a sense, like that is a huge measure of adoption. If you compare, let's say, Ethereum to, let's say, some other competing chains, there's literally nothing going on competing chains. So there's basically no market there. So the market itself that exists on Ethereum does have, there is a demand for that block space. So when you're planning out your long-term stakes, just keep in mind basically for gas fees later on when you do get to the point where when you finish your stake and then you can finally claim your or mint your hex. So and there is ways to minimize on gas fees. Like, for example, you don't have to do like monthly stakes. For example, you could do quarterly or yearly to prune down on the potential gas costs, and basically just optimize around that. Because at the end of the day, if you are, let's say, you have like a long-term focus on this, it's not really going to matter in the grand scheme of things if you're doing yearly stake versus like a monthly stake over the course of like 15 years. And it does help really prune down the cost for gas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll even go so far as to say I stopped recommending people doing it. Like, I mean, out the gate, I did some monthly stakes and like now highly don't recommend that. I don't want to have to like get a hold of my keys every month, you know. I mean, you can get a count, you know, from afar, but like it's still, you know, you have to get there somehow at some point in time, and that's, you know, not exactly ideal, you know, whether it be gas fees or logistics or whatever your issue is, you know. I'm not like, you know, you want to do that, that's fine, but you almost will make a whole, you think you're going to free yourself and then you're going to make a whole nother job for yourself. Just you know.
Absolutely. And I think the key there too is, this is why I always tell people, like, think long term and do a certain amount that you don't end up, you know, sadly giving away the profit of your stake reward to the gas fee. You see what I'm saying? And there's a highly probability that years down the road, as Ethereum continue to scale, hopefully, that, you know, they will remedy that. So if you're banking on that future valuation of what the potential fee will be, is going to be something that is going to be less than what it is today, so you can maximize that earning. That's number one. And then number two, related to the security aspect, like BK has said, and especially Firebond, is that the less you have to touch those keys or access directly, the more secure it's going to be, period, full stop. This is why everybody that knows me in the community, the first thing I said out of my 8 rules, number one, create a dream account, right? I have multiple accounts, but the dream account is the one where you already know it's to me, it's minimum 10 years all the way to 15. There's no point for me to see this key anytime soon, until 2031. So it's just like I will remember the date, Fireball, but I'll start worried about it 8 years from now. You know what I mean? But, and you literally just put it away. You don't have to look at it. It's safe. The less likely you interact with it, the more secure it will be. And that was the first thing I did with my friends. Before we even put any money into the account, when we created the wallet and it was away, I made sure, you know, seed phrase, everything, security, put it away, hide it, blah, blah, blah. And when that was done, and then we created a password, then that's when we started to put money. Don't rush into it, because what can happen is somebody's careless, start doing stakes, and then by the time you feel like the account is compromised, too late, you already stake. If you're unstake, you're going to nuke yourself. So it's very important that we take security very, very seriously, just like Hex did by getting their audits, right? We need to be good stewards and propagate that same behavior. Security first, create a dream account, I say it again, so that you can also protect from yourself, so you don't get tempted to emergency end state, because maybe as the price continues to go up, you see crazy numbers, you get tempted to press that button. It's like selling Bitcoin at $100 when you hold it for $1, but then it goes to 40K, right? It's just, this is the long-term view. So that's my humble recommendation. So it's for safety and also protecting from yourself for long-term value. Again, it's about building wealth.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, it's right. Every time you access that stuff, it is a vector. You know, you have to be careful. That's for sure. Yeah. I mean, I have a couple topics of like some mining stuff that I was going to go over. Just
let's go over that. Let's talk quick maths.
yeah. I could do some quick maths on it too. Just some little quick things. But so I used to do a lot. Like my background is that I started in 2016 mining Monero. I mined Monero, my graphic card, in between playing video games and stuff, and was like, this is incredible. You know, mined a whole bunch at like $2-3, and then sold it at like $30. First wrecked mistake, you know, because then it went up to like 360, and I was like, son of a bitch, you know, it's awful. But like in the process, I started to really, you know, gain, like before I knew it, I had 3 computers in my room running around, and then I had a little office that we've put together. Here, let me see if I can share it right here. Here's one of our first places that let me see if it'll. So yeah, here's one of our first locations that I had set up, full of all sorts of rigs and stuff, and just graphics cards galore, wires like madness. Every one of those fans spitting out about the hottest air you could possibly imagine. Which then we eventually upgraded to like this is one of the walls of rooms. I had several of these these graphics card racks here. But again, imagine the hottest, most brutal temperature. In fact, I'll give everybody just a quick taste of what my life existed, what it existed like for a long time. It was so loud in there that you would have to wear headphones all the time for this kind of noise going on 24/7, 365.
Share the sound. We can't hear.
Oh yeah, so it's not coming through.
Oh no.
Oh,
well, I've watched some video for mining farm. Yeah.
Yes, you don't need to hear it. It's just loud screeching. 24/7. And I mean, don't get me wrong. It was fun in the sense that like I thought that it was great, but like the money that you would make it at the end of the day was painfully low. You know, if you really were, it was not one job, it was several jobs. Here, I'll stop my screen share.
Absolutely. No, honestly,
jobs. You had to be able to mine and then you all like and understand command line, prompt, whether you're using Linux or whatever. You had to be able to be willing to, download random software from all sorts of different projects that like you don't know if you're going to get hacked or not. You have to have a strong understanding of computers as on the software and hardware side, as well as have a reasonable ability to trade too. Otherwise, you're going to make one wrong move and watch months of your mining profits just like disappear into thin air. Like that. It's a brutal game where like you think that there's some similarities to hex versus staking versus Bitcoin mining, and we talk about them a lot. And like the biggest one that I think that people can understand is a true one, and it's not is the initial investment. Both sides, there is an initial investment, that you have to buy equipment or you have to buy your T-shares. That is the most important thing that you can't. Both of them share that quality, and both of them are, are a game to compete for inflation. You're competing for the inflation on whatever network you're on. But then the third biggest thing that people think mining and gaining T-shares have in similarities is passive income. And that is what people are craving. It's such a craving that it's a keyword that when you try and advertise on YouTube or on Facebook or anywhere like that, if you even use that term in it, they will flag it immediately. It doesn't matter if it's legitimate or not. They find that's because most people that get pulled into scams, are looking for that sort of income. And let me tell you what mining is not. It is not in any way, shape, or form passive income. You are very busy all the time. Your machines break down regularly. You find that there's things that overheat all the time. You're buying a fan for something that, for a graphics card, whatever it is, it's constant. It's a constant fight of every one of those machines potentially having downtime because they're running at 200 degrees, and like as hot as like they're not like because computer piece hardware is not barely supposed to run at the temperatures that all that stuff does, so like you're in a very difficult situation trying to maintain what is a furnace, of heat and electricity. And it's not only dangerous, you can lose your hearing can be destroyed. I did a research paper for my minor in college that was about ear damage destruction, and being in mining rig rooms is one of the most damaging places you can be for your hearing over the long term, like working mining. It's worse than standing next to a full stack at a concert and just like head banging to heavy metal music, like as a roadie, way worse. So in general, it's just not, there is no passive income that's going on there whatsoever. The constant monitoring and upkeep really is just there's no like comparison in the sense that now, like since I've turned off all my mining machines, I mean, I've had time to do streaming content. I've had time to work on a lot of other projects. I'm able to move to Puerto Rico. Like I wouldn't have had there wouldn't have even been an option in my mind if I was still mining cryptocurrency, whether it be for the electricity rates or the fact that you have to be in direct control of your equipment at all times. I mean, we one time had a $5 go off, and it was like the most terrifying, life threatening thing in my existence. Like there was awful feeling. Don't think that you're
anything but passive, huh?
Anything but passive income. I highly recommend that you just stake some hex, and then the only fire alarms you have to worry about alerts going off.
Yes, I said to my friend, thank God for staking. I think this is literally the key for everything you just said. You don't have to deal with any of those overhead, and you can participate in the network. And I think this is really what's going to be the game changer. You free time back, essentially. Network, you help support. Also, you're getting your. All you have to do is just stake, unstake, secure your key privately, and to go. I want us to talk from maybe some a little quick math, moon math.
Here's some quick math before we leave the mining thing. That whole wall of all those mining machines at their peak never made more than what about 20,300 T-shares make daily. So like they never were, and that was like at peak in 2017. So that's
a scam where it's like, no offense, but the place in China where they were sending the miner, they were testing it, right? Using it and then sending it.
Half of those already mined on. Like you could clearly tell. I got them off of a pallet that they were already used. I know they know that they were, and they were purchasing half of them. So yeah, I mean, there's just one way you're getting screwed one way or another. That's what I learned in my first few years in crypto mining, was that like I was one painful, mistake after another.
And in your experience with that, did it make sense how Hex kind of promoted the narrative of like staking helps keep the price up, where mining kind of just pushes the price down? Is that kind of what it was like in your experience there?
For sure. I mean, I can remember. So some of the only profitable coins that I've the only times that if you do the actual math, that it might make sense to mine. There is a couple times, and just briefly is that like if you have a hot hit on a brand new coin that's brand new out, because Richard has said it. He's 100% right that if you can just buy the coin, would rather just buy the coin every time. You will make way more of just buying the coin. But what happens if the coin isn't in existence yet? You possibly want to mine the Genesis blocks. In those situations, if you're speculating very carefully, and pick out the right ones, then you might pick a gem. But the problem is if they are, there's several ones that I've been in on that it's been really a rush to the exit early on. I mean, Zcash is one that I can say succinctly. I was in mining the Genesis block on Zcash, and the most expensive it ever was when we were first mining it, and we all were dumping it as fast. I couldn't mine it fast enough to dump it because like when it came out, it was worth like 3 Bitcoin per Zcash. It was just like insane because there was just none on the market. So as soon as you get a tenth of a Bitcoin or a Zcash, you're like, dump that shit. As soon as the mining reward, you were dumping it.
It was probably at the highest price you could get it. Yeah, like a launch. Okay.
To this day, it's still the highest price of Bitcoin that it ever was. It's never come back. Ever come back to that. So
yeah, that's a great point actually. If you compare, because the reality is, if you look at a lot of mining coins in the market today, basically every coin that uses like a proof of work algorithm that's not Bitcoin is literally bleeding out relative to Bitcoin on the macro scale. Like you do get these relief rallies, but that's really all it is. It's basically a relief rally, and then it goes further and further down because it has all that selling pressure. Like in the case for Zcash, for example, there's I don't know if this is true, at least at the time of this video, but I do know like earlier on there was like there was basically like a developer tax, so they have to pay their employees
20% founders
20%.
tax.
Yeah, and that just leads to basically constant selling pressure. So that's at least one of the amazing things I've seen, at least with the staking ladders that Hex allows users to set up, because there's really no other. There is actually, I should say, there is no other staking coin in the market today that has basically thought out the game theory and the lockups to incentivize the long-term holders. So, for example, if you look at let's just use a competing chain to Ethereum for like as an example, like Tezos or something like that. Literally, your coins are always liquid, so there's not really basically any kind of added incentives there for somebody to lock up, let's say, their coins for 1 year versus 5 years. So what's happening is you get this constant inflation into the system that the stakers can easily just dump into the market, whereas like the added mechanics, like with the T shares and the lockup periods, like that adds basically more room for the asset to reach. It basically allows it to grow much faster. Like as you see, like you can literally look at the charts for these proof of work coins versus Bitcoin, and it's basically just a wedge of death that keeps going lower and lower over time.
Yep, oscillating wedge of death, and you'll see like you said, relief rally. And if you're not, I mean, like whether you're in whatever it is, Doge or this or that, they make these huge relief rallies. You're right, and if you're not selling that, like if you don't have your finger on the button, like that, you missed your shot. You missed your shot. You know, and I just can't I cannot live my life like that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember in 2017, like stories from the past. There was a coin that went up so many thousands of X, and like I saw it in my Blockfolio like go up so much that I was like staggered from I think 10 cents to about $20 a coin. And before I could even log in to like an exchange to I was like, I gotta get rid of these as fast as I can. It's already all the way back down to like $1. You're just like, oh. I mean, then later on you learn about volume and you learn about all these other pieces of the puzzle that are used to that are super important.
Yeah, and that's and then what usually happens, at least on the trading side with these coins, is you have people literally guessing, like they'll guess this must be like the bottom basically, and then they end up getting, so you basically get these people that enter the market, and you have like 100 people basically get wrecked because the price basically keeps going lower than they expected. And then you have maybe there's always somebody that gets lucky and like happens to get in before a relief rally. But in the grand scheme of things, you still have like a lower high. And then if they didn't sell, then it just keeps trending lower and lower. So it just turns into like, it turns into a nasty game, because then you also have you're also up against like the exchanges. Like exchanges have like algo bots that are just totally wrecking like the order books on this kind of stuff. So there's a lot of whales on these centralized exchanges that are going to take, like they are going to take your money trading. They have things basically programmatically set up so that it takes out like the human emotion part from their perspective, and then it just basically ends up cleaning out. And it's usually just the exchanges that end up making basically the bulk of the money on those rallies. And then you just get like, it just keeps churning through like more and more bag holders. So and
it's worse for the system in general. It's worse for crypto overall, because like these people get wrecked, and then they leave. They leave upset, and they leave. They don't like whatever mind blowing like next level technology that there is doesn't matter to them, because they're hurt, and I can't blame them. You can't feel bad for like I fully understand. I mean, and like if it wasn't for like my tenacity and like my no, I have to figure this shit out. Like I'm really into this. Like I mean, I've been as far down as you can possibly be in crypto, before I like was able to figure out what a reasonable product that, you know, like Hex. And I mean, that it takes a lot. Like, most people won't go through that. Most people will not go through that. They will give up way before I did. You know? And like, I can't blame them. You know, you really can't. And that's the truth, man. It's the truth. I have a couple things as far as that I didn't cover first for mining, just the things that people think that like is true that aren't true, you know, like similarities between them that are not exactly true. Like the trustless nature of it is the first one, that they're kind of the same, you know, like Bitcoin is kind of trustless. You can mine it kind of trustlessly. You used to be able to, but now you can't unless you're in a pool. You know, that's one of the biggest things that, like, I feel like is this level of centralization that people don't really often, you know, talk about until you're into the weeds of Bitcoin mining. And that's something that it's also like the peer-to-peer thing. It's not really peer-to-peer either, you know, because you have to mine it in a pool. Even though I had all those miners, I had a whole wall of miners there, and like I would have never, ever, ever mined a block myself, ever. You know, I would have needed, you know, 10 times that at least, if not way more than that, to ever even consider mining a block myself. So by the time I got in, so like because of that, like it's still not. It's like I'm a miner, but I'm not really even a miner. It's still miner to peer. It's these 40 different actual pools that exist that are paying out all the other miners out there in the world. You know, you're mostly just the bitch of somebody else. You know, if you're not running your own node and mining on your own node. You know, so it's, you're like 40 people mining. That's really all there. It really is. You know, and I mean it's just not. It's not what people think it is. You know, it's very. very
that's what I like the most with you. It's like, seriously, thanks for the feedback, because you're saving time, energy, and money for potentially thousands of people, you know, going to a dead end, so to speak. And if everybody watching right now, if you like the content, please don't forget to smash the likes, right? Show some good love for Maddie, because, you know, we're showing some great content here, especially thanks to Big K. But yeah, it's very, very important. And this is one of the reasons why staking is still, to me, so underrated, because it's so valuable, because literally everybody can do it. A little kid or older person, it's way less complicated. You get way more reward. And more importantly, you'll get your time back. That's, to me, is the most important thing. So, you know, I'm so glad, you know, we get to shine some lights on that so people can understand why it may not be the best idea and why staking wins overall, pretty much. You know what I mean? I would like to share the screen on the, you know, just showing the T-share chart, and then kind of go more into that math, if you guys don't mind, because we got to be mindful of that too. Just see what's coming next. Let's see. Share screen.
Yeah. Look into crypto, man. You're totally right on that fact that there's just nothing else out there that really actually offers the time value of money properly. You know, there's other staking systems that have come out, you know, but none have the, you know, the lockup periods like we do and the penalties that we do. And I mean, there's a few that have tried to, you know, that now we see, you know, copies coming along that have tried, but they still don't fully appreciate the importance of the penalties and keeping people's interest until the end. I mean, all that stuff's so important. Right. I mean,
Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. My favorite chart I always like to start with. So again, we're chugging along pretty well here about, you know, the unstaking chart. I mean, it's going to be looking very, very awesome by the end of the month and next month. But more importantly, this is the chart right here that I wanted everybody to see. Again, share price constantly to chug along. Just compared to yesterday, again, it went up almost like 20 points. So this is the argument to what I was saying earlier. For those of you who are new, when you first get into Hex, why your first stake should be the longest stake, because this number right here constantly goes up. Regardless of what the Hex price is in USD, this number here constantly goes up. So you want to make sure you get the maximum amount of T-share possible based on the amount of Hex you buy. And again, the value of staking for the maximum amount of T-share bonus gives you that free T-share that you'll be able to get as T-share gets more and more expensive. So those gets more and more valuable. And why holding it up to 15 years, the 5555 instead of 10 years, is because you get to hold that T-share for 5 extra years, which will really increase that compounding value over time. So, and another thing that I pointed out, you know, a couple of weeks back when I was with Maddie and also the Crypto Germany, I literally called this out. Like when this was over here, that little nice, scoop formation here, which literally mimicked this. I was telling people this is the fractal and it's doing it. And now we're just getting ready here, no financial advice, but this looks like here. We know what comes next. So just get ready for that. Very, very, very exciting. And also why T-shares are getting more and more scarce is, as you guys can see here, the total amount of T-share, which is what dictates what you get paid per T-share in the pool, we still, since the big day when we did the max out around big payday, we still haven't cracked 7 million. And this goes to show how T-shares are getting more and more scarce and more expensive and valuable, because as the early people earn stake and take their profit and the new people comes in, they are staking at a different T-share rate. And this is starting to go, from grinding to soon to be deflationary. And the reason why it's important is because this is how we start to get in the higher 5 and close to 6. So just keeping an eye on that. It's pretty cool to see. And also the day payout continue to chug along, rising over time, irrespective of whether or not we get a lot of unstaking like this day, or if we just barely have any, we're just chugging along compared to, again, what it used to be. Look way back here. Trending this year, I think by the end of the year, we could easily crack the 100 million mark. They pay out per T-share. And if we were to do that and T-share just gravitates around here or trend towards the 10 million, we could easily be seeing sometime this year, you heard it here first, sometime here this year, by the end of the year, we could be getting very, very close to, 10 hex per T-share. So, which is really, really awesome. And also remind you how valuable those T-shares are, because the reward that you're getting is not static. It constantly trend over time, upward direction. And the proof to that is, if I go back here, this is the dream account here, is in the early days, I was only getting about, 30,000 hex per day. And now it's as high as, 46,000 plus, because when you go back here, early days, we were only getting back in May, we're getting like 3 to 4 hex per T-share. And as you can see, this trends upwards. So when you do your calculation, when you do your staking, not only you have to look at the bonus T-share you possibly get, not only you have to see about how expensive the T-share becomes over time, which makes them more valuable. But I want to add another caveat to people to you have to think long-term how much one payout per T-share could be. This is why they're the more scarce things, because today, one T-share might be paying you 5 to 6, but you have to think about it. What is it going to pay me a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? That's really the value of those bonus shares, because you get them for free. You don't have to pay for them, because as the price get more and more expensive, it gets difficult to get the T-share because share price goes up. But also think about the reward value that it could do. Like, I'm a firm believer 10, 15 years from now, I wouldn't be shocked if we get, anywhere between 50, 80, or 100 per T-share, because over time, as the value continue to rise and, total T-share continue to be deflationary. So very, very excited to see that. And to do a little bit of moon math, what is some of you guys, prediction in terms of my favorite chart, which is this guy here. I want to have some fun. Where do you guys think we're going to be by the end of the year in terms of T-share in USD? Knowing that, a year ago it was like 60 cents.
Well, I'd said because of the rate of T-shares, I was a little wrong early, like months ago when I was talking about this, that I'd said that it could mirror Bitcoin price, in the set, like it's about as rare. I mean, there's 10 million right now, but I don't know if we're ever going to see 21 million T-shares. We saw it briefly during Big Payday, but I don't know if we'll ever see that again, and if we don't, I mean, it would be, I don't know. So at the market top, we could see $20,000 a T-share. I like that.
It's definitely.
I'm going with 1 T-share equals 1 E.
Hey,
Yeah,
man, you read my mind.
There
What
is
about you?
actually a so I actually think that the T-share to ETH is I am also gonna I'm also gonna say T-share 1 ETH per T-share, and there's a I'm trying to see if I can pull up there's a chart that there we go. All right, I'm gonna set up a share screen here.
Yeah, go
Because
ahead. Let me
this
up my screen.
That works. That works because I was figuring that by the market top we'd have $15,000 to $20,000
Yeah.
Ethereum anyway. So that works
Right,
perfect.
Exactly.
I like it.
Exactly.
And for me, it's funny, but again, going a little quick math here, it follows the similar fractal, which I think is going to blow people's mind. It's kind of like ETH is mimicking Bitcoin, and I think Hex is mimicking ETH. Meaning, I got to find it on Twitter, but again, that's what I was saying when I was in the green room. I think Raul Paul pointed that out, where ETH is mimicking the super cycle that Bitcoin did 4 years ago in 2016, when it went for where it is now about $1,000 and then ran to 20K, because they also look at the wallet adoption that Bitcoin has over time. And not only ETH is mimicking that plus the price, but it's actually doing it faster. So you might be able to get there even faster. And again, Hex mimicking ETH chart and potentially doing even faster. And funny enough, it coincidentally matches towards that, 10,000 Hex in 2.5 years, because it literally followed that linear progression, because as the ETH price rise, the Hex price rise. So my prediction this year is that we could easily see on the lower end, I said that in the green room, anywhere between a $3,500 to a $6,000 Ethereum. That would give us somewhere around a 10 cents Hex this year. And if that were to happen, just simple math based on what the T-share rate is right now, a quick 10x, you're looking at, again, close to $2,000, which will be roughly where the ETH.
Yeah, and if that share price keeps going up, then yeah, it could be pretty close to that. Yep.
Not only is doing it, but it's mimicking the super cycle of the predecessors, and they're doing it faster, right? What took Bitcoin 10 years could take Ethereum 7 years, and Hex 5 years.
It does make sense that would be the course of things too, in the sense that the first time that this all this sort of price appreciation with Bitcoin happened, it was relatively new. I mean, entirely. No one had ever seen that kind of appreciation or the kind of community and everything else that developed. Whereas we're kind of some elements of it we're doing for the third time. The community building aspect of it, and so there a lot of the elements of what should happen in a well-working system can be prescribed. You can look at it, you can transpose those and be like, oh, this is what should happen. So you'd imagine that we would all be expecting them to happen, and it would compress the time scale of that all actually happening. I like that.
And the funniest thing is it's matching all of my prediction too, because I looked at the previous bull market at the highest of the market. Ethereum was about 15% off of Bitcoin, and he always did it start rally crazy after Bitcoin top. So, and I predicted this year, possibly by end of January, February, to Bitcoin to be between 45K to 60K. So it has a little bit of room. We're already at 41, so we're right around the corner. So when that happened, if you have let's say $60,000 Bitcoin and then top there, and then ETH start to rally, right? 15% of that, right? So if we do the quick math, 10% will be $6,000 and 15% will be $9,000 Ethereum. So conservatively, same thing. If Bitcoin top at 45,000 before catching a breather, you're looking at that again, really nice 6,000 Ethereum on that super cycle. So just based on that, gives us the $4,000 to $6,000 Ethereum, which will give us the 10 cent Hex, which will bring Hex to the previous super cycle Ethereum did from the $100 with a 1,200.
Yeah, and that's not even assuming that Hex. I mean, honestly, those numbers don't even really assume that Hex makes much ground on Ethereum. And I mean, and if it does, then that's great. Great.
Yeah, and if you look at, let's say, because there's really two different ways you can analyze Hex, at least in relation to Ethereum. You first you have Hex to Ethereum, which is one thing you can take a look at. But then the other what I found interesting is if you actually look at how much T-share per ETH and see what that expansion looks like over, let's say, the first year since Hex launched. So for example, like what we have here is a chart for the T-share to ETH ratio. And if you look back at when the first chart first began, roughly right towards the tail end of December of 2019, you can see that the ratio was about 0.01, representing 1% of an Ethereum. So so over the course of 2020, you can see this was kind of what I'm suspecting this may have been the first impulsive wave for Hex. And you can see that the ratio went from 0.01, that being the 1%, up to 10% of an Ethereum, where there was some consolidation over the course of basically over, I'd say, at least 6 months now. So this chart here, this chart here actually ends towards the end of December of 2020. So there is actually additional price history that's not shown, but it's kind of suggesting that at least for the first impulsive wave, there was an increase of 10x. So 0.1 to 0.01, that's a 10x increase on the T-share to ETH ratio. And given kind of the deflationary nature of the T-shares, it's very possible you basically see another impulsive wave that could actually take the T-share up to, let's say, 1, representing 100% of an Ethereum sometime this cycle. It kind of in line with like the estimates from Kareem as far as like kind of what he's projecting, at least for a possible future ETH value. So I think so far the growth has been pretty incredible over the first year, and I'm looking forward to see what happens during 2021.
And what's even more amazing, it's doing it faster and faster, because thanks to the community and the education, we're getting more and more people understanding the value of the T-share staking long term. So that average stake length is getting higher and higher, which is actually easier for price impulse, because people thinking long term, not selling, understanding the value. It's about building wealth, not making money. So we might even getting to our goal faster. The only thing I was worried about, and I said that before, is that if Bitcoin doesn't do what I'm expecting to do, because Bitcoin pull ETH and then ETH pull us, right? So we needed that inflow of capital coming in, and it's happening, and it's doing. Who knows when it's going to top, but it's literally within the range already, which was I needed to be above 40,000 on the minimum, ideally, 45 to 60K, because then when the pullback comes in, the little breather, and the alco season kicks in, oh my God, we're going to see some fireworks. It's going to be insane. And that's why I told all my friends, don't look at the price chart today. Lock it in. Get the T-shirt. Because you're gonna be that guy like in the video, why I saw my Hex, or you're gonna be like, oh my God, T-shirts are pretty. I'm loving those live streams. I'm loving those videos. Like I told Maddie in the previous video, it's all recorded. So years from now, when people say, oh, nobody was there to tell us, and no, we were here. We told you over and over and over. We told you, build a dream account. Understand this, because it's mathematically probable that it's going to happen very soon. So
I was just about to say, I wanted to say my thanks to Maddie there. I've been having such a good time on this panel, man. This has been fantastic. I really appreciate you bringing us all together. This is
you guys are doing so great. I've loved your panel, and all of you bring a different perspective that's super valuable. So thank you.
By the way, look into crypto. Great chart. I love it. And then we love the gradient you used. That was awesome.
Yeah. Thanks.
You can just type on Twitter for that one. I would like to, say something on that too. And
I'd like to say thanks to Maddie for putting all this together. Thanks for the viewers. Happy to have you guys watching. Hit the like button, and also Staker.app. Staker app in the app. That's all.
Yes, and you can find us on the Telegram if you have any question, and Hex Crypto and all Hex related. We're always there. My tag is just Kareem, or you can find me on Twitter as well at Your Magic, or thanks to Maddie, you just type stakerclass.com and literally it brings you to my Twitter. So many thanks to Maddie for that one too. And
absolutely,
we'll be there watching.
Yeah, thanks guys. Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to what's next. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Absolutely. So let me introduce this next panel here. This is the game theory panel. And we've got Steph, who created not only the Staker app, but also the league system that helps everybody understand how important T-shares are. We have Silver, the antidote, who is always looking into the psychology of these big players in Hex. We'll be able to speak to the game theory of why the origin address and other big players are incentivized to help Hex and not to hurt the price. And Crypto Kool-Aid made the background here and is a video game architect. And he'll be able to speak to how Hex will further be able to gamify the system of people saving for the future. And Randy Hilarski is here, and he is an expert on the game theory of making things go viral, especially in crypto. So I'm very honored that you're all here, and I'm super excited to hear the different perspectives that you will all take as you define and discuss game theory.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. It's really great to be here with a bunch of fantastic people within the industry. Looking at game theory, I think the biggest thing is, as a game designer and a level architect in the gaming industry, you have two options or vectors of attack. You benefit and you push someone to do the right decision or move the right way, and then you punish them for doing the wrong thing. And we live in an ecosystem where people buy a car and right off the bat, they drive it off and it depreciates immediately. So people in our current ecosystem are incentivized to buy something that immediately depreciates. But on the other hand, we're not trained to buy something that will appreciate till the FOMO happens. And so when that FOMO happens, that they're like, oh, now it's at a particular price, now I'm going to invest. The game theory is lost. And that's how the house is bet against you. And again, game theory. And we can kind of tie that into many different factors or vectors on that. So yeah, just kind of want to open up the panel to some great people who understand this kind of concept in life.
Silver, why don't you go next?
Thanks. So yeah, generally price action is what creates a lot of interest into any particular new product in the ecosystems. But one of the things that actually adds a different dynamic, I think, which is tremendously value, is actually the Staker app, which has these little images for, depending on how much rank you actually have inside of the Hex share system. And I think the game theory that was behind that, and I don't know whether it was even fully intentional that Steph would particularly know the dynamic range, that would actually have a psychological aspect in people's behavior, I think, going out into the years that will be coming. Because one of the achievements that people want to unlock, because at the core aspect, people are still very much childlike in their mindsets. They like to play games. So when you identify their ability to increase their rank, increase their position inside of Hex, that actually adds a huge financial element that people will want to invest real capital, because at their heart, we are still little children, effectively.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can just jump onto what you just said. When I first put in place this league system, that was back in March, I was building Hex.live, and I knew for a fact, because I worked in the tech industry for a while, that people don't read, they're bad with numbers, and they want simple images or artifacts that they can relate to. And so in the crypto world, there's this meme of the big orders being whales. So I just reuse the theme of the sea animals and just derived it down to the shells. I just did a bit of research to say, hey, what are the emojis that are easily be reusable by anyone, and just put that together. So yeah, that comes from the realization that it's simplifying the story. So instead of talking about shares or T-shares or which percentage of the pie do you have, now you have some sort of like discrete steps or milestones or rank that you can achieve or look up to. So this is where it's coming, and I knew that obviously that was intentional. I knew the impact it would have for people, but I did not anticipate how much people would just enjoy it to the point that you often see people in their pseudonym just having little emojis of being a dolphin or turtle, and they are just sharing with each other that they want to go to the next step, or that they gain a couple of ranks every week. So that was intentional. What I knew also is that I did not want to maintain such a system, that there should not be any intervention in the spirit of being decentralized. I should kind of set up like the theme of the meme, and then it should just auto adjust by itself. So everything is relative, and basically, if you're a squid or a dolphin, what could happen if everybody above you that have more share than you, so sharks and whales, end up and staking over time, even people below you, over time, you just might gain more shares of the pie, and end up becoming yourself a shark or a whale. So this is a very interesting system, because without doing anything, you can actually climb just because you're more patient, you're more dedicated. I've seen the nice keynote from Exo last night, and this game that is X is about dedication, commitment, patience, delayed gratification, and I've just basically added a bit of like fun and storytelling behind this concept of shares.
Yeah. What I absolutely love is that like you basically gamify the concept of your wallet as a character. And so like if we look at like BTC or looking at like Satoshi values, it gets very confusing with the decimal numbers. And you even like wrote that down to like the share volume on how you can just quantify yourself to a particular character, an ideal, a level, if you will, that you want to achieve and move forward. And let's talk like again with like Randy for a moment, just like on how media works, on how that pushes forth that media or character of your wallet, and staking it out longer does you better. You can see it tactively in your hand, whether you're a squid, a shark, a whale, a clam, whatever it is. You can see how you can move forward, and that gives you intrinsic value to do better.
Yeah, I was saying when we were backstage, I was saying how pissed I get when people pass me. You know, I'm a dolphin, but when I see people go over me, I'm like, dude. So that I go and buy a little bit more hex because I want to maintain my level, or hopefully I can, when my early stakes start coming out, because I didn't really understand the system at first. It took me at least 6 months to understand the system. Now I understand how important those longer stakes are, that I'm going to take those stakes and I'm going to put them out past 10 years. And then it's definitely going to help me rise up the rankings.
Yeah, it's definitely a big incentive that's now going forward, because people really understand that you have to push it out. If you push it out, you can climb that ladder. And that is the power element of it. And I think because we're lucky enough to have two great people here, one that actually creates visuals for the eyes, and Steph, it's not only just the eyes, it's also for the mind that you've created. So we're blending like these two feasts for the mind and the eyes, just with you two guys in here right now. So I wonder what in the future, Crypto Kool-Aid, you might be able to add as well to create more visuals to stimulate the minds and the eyes of every hexagon out there.
Sure. It's not even that. So like I deal with 3D visual storytelling, and ideally it's UI UX is what you want to do. But like, again, the tangible factor that you can look onto your phone, you can see the chart and the graph. You can see what ETH is in the pool and how much hex is in there. You can look at your graphing ability to see where you are within a share pool on a very simplified metric of ecosystems of levels. But more importantly, you can also see where your shares are, when you're going to need to unstake, when these factors or vectors are available to you. And because of that, you have that immediate handoff that it becomes one-to-one. Like if you're making your breakfast, do you check this very, very simple metric, and does it give you motivation to do more, right? And the more that you do, again, if you look at your wallet as a character that you're leveling up, you have the choice. Again, if we look at like the dynamics of proper game theory, a game artist in a video game will entice you to do one thing and they will reward you. and they may entice you to do something else that you're not supposed to do, and they'll hit you with a stick, and that inherently pays the staker class. So if you don't do what you're not going, or that you shouldn't do, which pays the staker class, the people that play the game correctly are rewarded with intrinsic value. And again, this is your bag, Steph. So definitely speak to that.
Yeah, and so imagine I'm just bouncing on your ideas about just the the stick and the carrot aspect of the game theory. Imagine you're in the app, and soon we are gonna update with a release that will allow you just to stake and unstake within the app. That just before unstaking, let's say you want just to break your commitment and the price rose to 10x, you want to just cash, remove one of your stake, cash out a little bit, and you see how much you would lose in interest or even attacking your principal on a specific stake. But on top of seeing the price, how much you lose, we also display below how you also would lose, I don't know, 100 ranks, or you would be demoted to a league below. This is how much emotional, how powerful that could be emotionally for users. Hey, I need to think twice about not only losing money, but also losing status, right? So that's where we're going with the app. So rewarding positive behaviors, long-term thinking, and obviously just eventually just try to create a little sticks for people that are just either leaving the ecosystems or behaving a bit differently. I think the vision when I first pitched that to Fireburn, and he joined the venture back in May last year. I was just envisioning in the app, even you arrive to it, and there's two kind of users, right? The traders on one hand, and then the stakers on one hand. And the goal there, and because we have on-chain data, we can aggregate values and say, hey, on average, 90% of traders, and because we have the data to back it up on-chain, they tend to be losing. So you have almost, one realm where you could go that's maybe a bit tempting, but dangerous. And on the other side, you have something a bit more safe and predictable, which is staking. And we'll be able just to present these two worlds and say, hey, here is the data. Now you're informed about which path you want to take, right? And this is what I think we're lacking with all of the different platforms right now in crypto, is leveraging all this transparent data to inform the user to be the best investors and having strong performance. We can even go a step beyond. I was just discussing that in the back room, where now we can present to anyone who are the best performers, who are the people that are either doing good trades or having a positive behaviors and keep stacking up. And this is the people you want to emulate, right? If there's someone that is a great artist, a great sport person, you want to look into what kind of training do they have? What do they eat? What is their sleep pattern? And try to emulate that. Say, hey, maybe they know something I don't know. We have this power, at our disposal thanks to the blockchain, and so we need to leverage it just to make everyone better investors.
Well, I think that it comes down to the paradigm of like the forbidden fruit. And the more that you don't know about the forbidden fruit, the more forbidden it is. But when things are actually transparent, then you actually understand what your intrinsic value is and the time value cost of money and knowledge. Let's be real. The most important thing is actually knowledge, not money, because with knowledge, you actually can make better choices on your money. And knowledge is intrinsically invaluable everywhere. The more that you know, the better you do. And that's the beauty of the ecosystem that we have.
I think this brings it to Silver because he is the boogeyman of Hex.
I think one of the things that is going to be highly valuable is that information that you can display. I presume, Steph, through the actual staker app, you're going to have like a rank system, or say the top 100 potentially traders, the top 100 stakers, do a comparison between the two. And that will give you all the information that you need to see that basically you cannot outperform the staker.
Yeah, that's going to be, the data is going to speak for itself. We're going to have distributions. We're going to have like, maybe there's a few good traders, but if you just look at the historical data about trading, and most of the trading platforms are even not ashamed about publishing them, is that most of their customers are losing money when trading on their platform. So now I think it's something that we can just display side by side with people that have a longer term mindset. And I think that relates to all kinds of games we are playing in lives. I think since we are very little, there's always this tension about short term addictive and impulsive behaviors versus being patient and rewarded because of your commitment, because of your grit, because of you just come every day at the the training on the training track to perform and just be better. And so I think what we are doing now, what we can do is just presenting the data in front of users and just let them decide for themselves. It's really easy to say, hey, are you tempted about just burning yourself when you see like that most people are just burning on one side, and on the other side you see people making gain, and this is the place you want to go, right? So I think at some point in the app we'll see, in terms of the way the design evolves, but we may just even present this kind of like hell or heaven paradigm where it's like people are gonna be tempted to go one side or the other. So
I think that's great. I want to jump to Randy here for a second, but actually it's really interesting that if you put a cross analysis between like a cross trader that maybe makes some gains, but also loses a bunch, but then you take it and cross analyze it towards a profile that staked it out 15 years and doesn't care. And what is the value that they get? Randy, because you are the social media guru when it comes to like how people expose themselves. What are your thoughts on all this?
All right, so I'm taking this a different approach. I'm not technologically literate, right? So I do social media for a living, and I'm a former psych nurse. I did that. I was an institutional psych nurse, forensics. So I worked with very, very sick people, and psychology is I loved it. Right, I had a blast doing that. But obviously, I found crypto, and crypto changed my life. So what I thought about is how Richard built a community that is based on game theory. Our community is a perfect example of game theory. All right, I'm going to go through a couple bullet points here. The community lifts up those who commit to Hex. If you commit to Hex, we will pull you up. So someone like me, before my account got banned on Twitter, I had 28,000 followers, and I would retweet you guys' stuff all the time. I would like your stuff, and I would lift you up, and you'll get new followers because I was retweeting you. That's an example how, like, Hexologist, he'll shout out an account who is talking about Hex, and look what we're doing with our DLive channels and our YouTube channels. We're growing super fast. If somebody didn't have the community to help them, it'd be 10 times harder. The community ostracizes those who wish to take advantage of the community. We saw that back in April. I'm not going to say names, but there was somebody who was fudding, talking bad about Hex, and saying, boom, gone. They're out of the community. The community supports each other. And I mean, as you've seen, Ski Cat's been so generous to the community. Obviously, there's a bunch of other donations that are going out. Like Grandma last night, she got some Hex from the community. Today, Maddie put up his ETH address. So if you want to donate to Maddie for putting on this event, his address is up in the comments. The community, unlike other cryptos, has built up an online force of content creators. These creators shield Hex and Richard as well as each other. I think this is so important. If someone comes to you, and we know that, like Silver had an institute I think it was about a month ago, and people were saying some things. Well, the community came in, and we put a bat to their kneecaps, right? That's kind of how we did it, right? So our community reminds me of my time in the Navy. I was in the Navy, and we each have our ranks, and we know our roles, and we always have the capability or the ability to move up in rank. We can become more involved, and we can start creating more content, and we can help each other out. And there's lots of different ways you could do that. Like, I was a nurse, right? So I'm the guy in the field hospital that's putting you back together after you went out and you just did some really difficult work. So that's my idea behind the community that we built. And RG3 always says that Richard got the community he deserves, maybe not the one he wanted. So, I think that we're putting on this event shows that we are taking a step towards the professionalism, and so the game theory is happening. We're getting better. We're improving, and I think that's going to attract a lot of people to our community.
Not only that, go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, and I think just very quickly, I think that's a side effect of what Hex is, right? When you have like a bunch, let's say 10,000, 20,000 people that are committing in time just to be around, once you're stacked and you have a bit of your money out there, you're just asking yourself, okay, what now? And I think the community aspect is just a side effect of us all being committed in time, as if we were in a relationship or a marriage with X, but also because we're all in a relationship with X, we have this kind of like family bound that just naturally just emerges from the project, and even goes deeper than that. The very reason why we're here tonight, and many of us here are starting just building businesses out of X, because now you know that you have a bunch of people around you. You will have incentives just to stay in the ecosystem, even just solidifying the ecosystem, and that's why some people are trying out conference, right? Thank you, Maddie, or myself and Faban. We said, okay, let's just build a business out of that. We registered a company, and if you had told me when I first invested in X, it was at the beginning of 2020, that I was just now quitting my job at Google just to build a business. That's how powerful is the game theory of X. It's changing people's life, behaviors, trajectory in a very meaningful manner.
Okay, let me add something to that. So we can look at this game aspect that's taken place, and it all starts with just an initial idea. So Richard executed that idea. He had a dream, he had a vision of what he wanted to create, okay? Which is much like what crypto takes care of when he's building a game, when he's building a set. He has to start off with just the very first pixel on the screen. What's it going to be? What color is it going to be? Where's it going to be? And then build it out from there. And once it's created, once this construct has been designed and is live, other businesses, and this is another game aspect, businesses then start to identify and notice, hey, there's this space that's being created. I can find a niche inside of that marketplace, and I can develop something fantastic that adds value into that space. Introduce Steph. And there's going to be more and more businesses that will identify value inside of this ecosystem that they can develop something new. And one of the things that is so valuable is the passage of time it takes for community to come up around this, to develop with this, to understand more of what is taking place as the businesses are being built at the same time. It's not something that can be replicated overnight. So anybody that genuinely moves in with a mover advantage over anything else, you have time on your side through the development phase that your community has already created.
And the beauty of that is also the time cost value of money. So when I got in and I saw the stake wrap, I really fully realized that the community was both developing, and then when there were developers developing the community. And there enhances the double down factor, is when the community is building itself and you know that they're staked 5, 10, 15 years. It's the precipice of what's going to become. And we know that that value, again, look at Gary with building VC funding on this. Look at what Steph is doing about being a one-click solution to understand yourself. Look at what Randy's and Silver are doing about both understanding where things are and where they go versus social media and what you see. There is so much value that the community builds to build upon itself. And again, inherent game theory of leveling up your wallet, your character, and your community.
Yeah, a perfect example. I'm gonna. This is perfect for me. Look at Abi and look at Hexo. These guys, when they started, Abi with his memes, and Hexo with his stream, they both have come so far from when they first started. So far, it's amazing. And I've learned a lot too. I've never done streaming before. And now I'm learning, and I'm about to go start doing a lot of it. So, we are all leveling up. I cannot believe I'm actually looking at doing this kind of stuff. I was always a writer, right? I just write blog posts, and I was content with that. But Hex changed that for me. Now I want to start creating more video content. I got a check mark. Google gave me a check mark back in the Google Plus days, and because I had so many followers. I need to leverage that. I don't know how much it helps me on YouTube. Steph might know better, but that checkmark is validation, and so I need to start using it. I was thinking about, where do I stream? Do I stream on DLive? I'm like, what the fuck, man? Just use your. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to swear. Why don't I use the YouTube channel? So I'm going to, and use it for Hex.
In terms of go into game again, how many other people out there, other communities, actually proactively display themselves? Obviously, myself excluded, but maybe one day that changes. But there are so many people who are actually willing to come out because they believe in the future of what this is, and they are tying themselves, their identities, their futures to create them because they feel so passionately about something. And it's just a self-fulfilling that they now have a drive to go into the future, build that wealth, create that future for everybody inside of their homes, their families, and even our new friends. People have created so many new friends right now. So are people going to be likely to cash out and remove themselves from this ecosystem?
No, that's the whole thing. Is so like the game dev industry is super small levels of Kevin Bacon, right? So like it's like 2 degrees of separation from someone that I know from the creator of Fallout, Skyrim, Diablo, all the rest of that. And the people that are here at this ecosystem not only are taking advantage of all the market moving of a token price, they're taking the advantage of a community that is building literally rapidly upon itself. And they incentivize themselves to commit, stake, and build that community. You're literally building an ark that will sail, and all tide rises all ships. And because these people are locked in 5, 10, 15-year stakes, they're showing their faces, they're getting involved, and their stories have merit value. I mean, look at Grandma. Look at I can't remember the guy that paid off his student loans off the top of my head, but like look at all these people. Yeah, exactly. Look at all these people. Their stories are written in the history of Hex and the history of where do they evolve. And the best part is, just like an arc being built, we've barely gotten started. And that's the beauty of game theory, is realizing that the proverbial ball, the snowball of the little ball that rolls down to an avalanche, has barely gotten started. I mean, we look at like looking into crypto with like T-share versus ETH value, or any moon math that we want to do, or Kareem's Dream account. That arc has barely gotten started. You need to look at the game theory on what you have, and that's what you get with Staker app. That's what you get with all the ecosystems building upon each other, showing their face, being here on this convention. Again, thank you, Maddie, and I forget who it was in the chat that was saying, like, hit the like button, definitely support everything, because every hexagon has so much value and that they show, and the more that we show, we overrun all the rest of the uncertainty, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I want to speak to Silver. I want to speak to the persona versus the meme, or whatever you want to call it, on your profiles. Those of you who are willing to do it, to put your name out there and put your face out there, it's going to help us so much. I can't tell you. I've been in crypto a long time, and people don't do this. This is the validation. Like people like my mom. My mom's, I'm not going to say her exact age, but she comes in and she's got stakes and Hex, and she is absolutely in love with our community, just watching us through our live streams, watching Hex, Richard, and seeing all these things that we're doing, and seeing how the real faces, instead of going on Twitter and you got all these people. I'm not going to call out anybody, but you got all these people who are tweeting it, dogs, cats, whatever. That's over with. I think transparency is where we're moving to. And if you want to get wealthy, put your face out there. Really,
it's an interesting point, because the rest of the communities are going to have to up their game.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to match what we're actually doing here in Hex?
Absolutely.
But I think they cannot. It's just part of the system. I mean, unless there's competing protocols where people as well needs to commit in time. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to replicate this kind of dynamic. So, I mean, it's almost like we are a decentralized organization, right? I could go tomorrow. Richard could go tomorrow. There's enough energy and people engaged that they'll find means. They'll just be innovative, find ways just to recreate, or just take on the baton and move on. So, I mean, I don't see any any way down from now on. It just can only go up just because of what all of us are building. And I got a little surprised to like pre-announce as we are getting close to release the next version of Staker. We obviously, part of it is going to be to add a referral scheme inside the app. And we were just going back and forth with Fireburn about how do we structure that referral, right? The goal of a referral scheme really is to do some marketing, the word of mouth marketing. You just have like super boost word of mouth just because you're rewarding people just to share your service, your product, your application. And we look at like different schemes. I reviewed maybe 50 different schemes across a consumer product, business to business product, a lot of different ideas, understanding a bit like the range of rewards that were offered to referrers. And I realized that even not only with the technological innovation that we're bringing within Staker, on the business side, we could also do better. That what if we were thinking more long term, and instead of like extracting value from users by taking a fees and the referrals, we just pay them $10 just once for everybody's on board, like you see on Coinbase and other programs. We just told ourselves, like, if someone is bringing in a user to Staker or to Hex via Staker, they should be rewarded for as much as that person just is staying in the community and being engaged with the community. So our approach is that still to be finalized, but people referring users will be getting 20% more or less of the revenue they helped to contribute, right? So if you bring 100 people and these people are staking or trading, and as a staker, as a company, we take a small fee, then you get 20% of that. It goes even further than that, right? We are talking about game theory here. So how do you incentivize people to stake longer? How do you incentivize referrers to invite the people they refer to stake longer? Well, we told ourselves, like, okay, 20% of shared revenue is already for perpetually is already above what most business would do. Imagine now that if someone were to stake, someone you refer were to stake, for every year that you stake, you get 2% more for every year. So your revenue would be getting from 20% to 50% shared with us, right? And so we are we would be valuing very heavily people that are marketing and messaging and pitching Hex the right way via Staker. So that's roughly where we're going with it. The details needs to be finalized, but it's not about us making a lot of profit. It's about bringing more people on board, sharing the opportunity with everybody, including the people that are making the hard work of pitching the product.
Okay, so I'm out. I'm going to start making my plans for making some money with Staker.
So if I can speak to what you're talking about, I want to roll back just a little bit, Steph, that you can't clone magic when it happens. So like my job is I create shots for a living. Mm-hmm. It takes a lot of iterations to get like, that's the one. But once you get that and you have that forward momentum, it can't be copied or cloned because you don't have the community drive. And you weren't there with the magnifying glass to hit that so hard that the light shone through, and then it can set something on fire and it actually build the momentum forward. And speaking of what you're talking about now, the best incentive to teach people about things is to incentivize them to level up themselves. And you can't copycat that. And that is inherently the best beauty of the ecosystem that we're in, is that again, the snowball effect into an avalanche. The more that we all build back into that, the better it all is. And that's why we've just barely gotten started, barely scratched the surface. And we look at like looking into cryptos comparison on Hex versus ETH, or all the crazy moon math. But the moon math has that I actually have it up on the other screen with a great gradient and all the rest of that. We can see the volume and the volatility in our community. So if you can see how many hexagons are being online, how many people are being involved, how many people are getting great content, how many people are learning new tools, that's a velocity versus anything else that even Grayscale has, because Grayscale has rich people putting money into things that they know work. These are modern people putting their time into stuff. And what's the most valuable thing? Time, not money. And if you put time in, you will get the value of money. So yeah, exactly.
Let me take this. So I'm going to take it right back to what you're just saying, Steph, because I think we will just highlight the actual value of what this actually means. So I'll probably ask you a couple of things. But first of all, Steph's highlighting that we may be looking at something in the range of a 20% referral. Now, why is that actually important? Because most of the business models around the world actually use referral bonuses inside of their business models, which is an important incentive to those who actually spread this information, create awareness, create educational tools of how to actually position themselves in this particular Hex ecosystem, how to actually lay out stakes. So there's a lot of work that goes in between all the people that are creating support for Hex right now, be it anybody that even just helps out in a chat, anybody that just participates, anybody that creates videos, anyone that's backstage, all these different people. Some of them are wealthy, some of them are not. Some like to have an element of compensation along their way for their time spent. Again, there we go with time again. So there's always that incentive now going forward, because before it was only ever the referral bonus inside of the first year, just under a year, while Hex was being initiated in its year one launch phase. But that went away, and this is the new replacement system, which is why, you know, we will focus a lot on what actually Steph is doing, because this will bring back more financial reward to those who develop their skills, because believe it or not, this thing is not easy to learn. And for those people to spend tremendous amounts of time in every single aspect of skill set that they have to offer to the Hex community to reach new people. So what Steph is doing, a lot of people kind of, I don't know, it's a bit like that taboo topic, isn't it? That referral bonus. It's like, I don't know, I'm always reluctant to kind of want to use it as well. It's like, I never really did push it at the beginning, because I'm like, oh, I run a Patreon account, you know, I like crypto donations. I'm like, it's that taboo thing. Oh, you're pushing a referral link into the community, and that's kind of seen as bad, but it's not. That's something that needs to be addressed, and that's something that we need to go out and proactively enforce and say, no, this is a good thing, that people should be rewarded for their time. Because if people want to save that 20% referral bonus, they can go out and learn it all on themselves without the help of those people that have spent their time to get them on board. So they actually deserve those referral bonuses. And not only that, they're more likely to actually understand the system more and put those stakes out longer with that referral bonus. They're probably not likely to actually cash out of it straight away, because they understand the value of those T-shirts.
And it doesn't even need to be, you know, in your face, or it could be way more subtle. It's just about creativity. I'm gonna just give an example. Imagine that within the feed, we now provide some sort of like shareable link that you can link into your Twitter on other social media platform, like a small snippet, and it comes with like a preview of the activity that's been happening in the feed. Imagine that we do that, and by sharing, you know, with your broader audience on different social media, people can now see some sort of activity. Maybe they know X, maybe they don't know X. They click on it, and then if they download the app and start engaging with it, then you get referred to, right? So it's not you sharing the app or the product by itself. It's creating content that could be exciting, engaging, and then you got the link back to the app. So I think it's all about being creative. And I've seen many emerging businesses in the past like 5 years in crypto, and I think there's a lot of room and a lot of opportunities just to do much better than what's currently out there.
Well, I think there's also a difference between shilling and building, right? And so, like, if we look at like the value of a system that has referral bonuses, you're also building a system that lowers the gas fee for people, like what the Chi token is doing. So you're actually building like a cohesive ecosystem that is better to use this, refer this, learn from this, and take part in this tribalism and this nature that we are looking to build. And so it's there is that wholesale retail type thing between a referral bonus, but actually building is the most important part. And by referring people into something and they get the benefit, not just like you get the referral bonus, but they get lower gas fees, they get the community. There's so many more things that will be tied to not just the Staker app, but the ecosystem, because the Staker app is the extension of our ecosystem. You guys have built, all the different platforms for transparent understanding of knowledge. And again, the most important thing besides time is knowledge. And because you build those tools, we have access to them and we are incentivized to use them.
Let's quickly think about this, right? Because a lot of us inside of here don't have huge followings by social media standards, right? If you think about the people that have 100,000 followers, 500,000 followers, 2 million followers. Now, how important is a referral system to those types of people and moving forward into creating more adoption into Hex? So one of the things that I think is going to be extremely interesting is once these accounts, once these personalities, these influencers find a quick, short, snappy way of sending this message out through a 30-second TikTok, and here's Staker app, for example, this is what you do, and this is how I support my lifestyle. Bang, 30 seconds, done, 2 million eyeballs. Think about the conversions.
Huge.
And think about, the commission that they make at 20%.
I'm thinking about the rise in value.
Well, just it's the whole thing. But no, you also need to sell it, obviously, first of all, to the influencer.
Right.
Okay. So don't worry about the price rise. Think about how much you're going to make from the referrals. But, just the whole uniqueness, the scope of where this actually leads to in this next year. Once this whole thing is done, the hard bit was already really done last year, right?
Right.
So think about where we're going now.
Well, I think the best.
I think we built the foundation, and the first floor is done, right? And now we have to go to the second floor, and then we'll build our skyscraper from there.
Well, I think that's also the good actors that we're actually presenting. And that's inherently the different value. I'm not going to name influencers, but there's a lot of influencers that are not the bestest actors, and they have a lot of following. What the difference is that the actors that we are presenting, or the community, because that's what we are building, a community of multiple webs moving forward, a foundation, as you said, Randy. The first floor is done. So by building those actors, we're building all the viewer, the narrative, and the community to build onto that platform that enables the referral system to be so powerful. Because it's not just referring someone and then ducking out, because you're staked 10, 15 years, but you're referring someone into a community that then it's like the Rosetta Stone for learning Spanish or something like that. Once you have that tool that you understand the language, the value of it is insurmountable on what you want to do.
Okay, I'm very curious, Steph, to know whether there will be an element, much like when people were free claiming their Bitcoin in the Hex, there was a lockup period. Are you considering some form of, 20% of the 20% locked up? Because that might be an interesting metric to obviously keep.
So that's what I was trying to explain earlier. Maybe I was not clear enough. So we'll have like 3 types of transaction within the app. Sending from your like main smart wallet address to any address. If you want to either send out or cash out, send to an exchange, whatever. These will have very, very low fees because they're kind of like send transaction. We'll have like swap transactions. So we'll be just integrating with dexes there. So from the app, you'll be able to swap, one like Hex for Heath or USDC. We'll support a few tokens at the beginning and maybe more after. This comes with a higher fee just because of the technical infrastructure that we've been developing for that, and the ability for you just to swap Hex for USDC even without having any Ethereum in your account, right? So these are called meta transactions and our technical innovation. We handle the payment in ETH to the network, and then we're just forwarding the transaction. So there's a lot of nice stuff that are happening. And the last kind of transaction is going to be staking or with accounting transactions. And here as well, the fees are slightly higher. So as we are just generating revenue on people just leveraging the platform there, as someone referring someone to the platform, you'll be getting these fees on all kind of transactions, right? But what we're looking into is like the quality of the people that you're referring. If you're referring someone that is staking for 1 year, you're not gonna get just the 20% share revenue. You're gonna get 22%. For 2 years, 24. For 15 years, the person is staking for 15 years, whatever revenue we're generating for that transaction, you're going to get up to 50%. That's what we're looking at right now. So you incentivize a referrer not to only share your link like that, but also educate people to pitch the product the perfect way, right? So we're doing a great effort in terms of like sharing our revenue to incentivize referrers just to educate properly the people on onboarding.
Okay, so it comes out of the fees. They're not actually being directly, you're not directly taking it from the person that's putting the money in, because you're getting it back out of the platform through the fee side, yeah?
Right.
In some way it is, because the fees that we're taking is the fees for basically making the access to the protocol easier, right? Because the alternative would be for these folks not to have easy access. They would have just maybe to open an account with Coinbase and then create a MetaMask account and then go to Uniswap. Now it's all in one place, and that friction, because we remove it, basically we're removing wall from accessing an investment vehicle, right? And because we're removing that wall, we're just charging for actually keeping that wall down. Well, and so in some sense, in some sense, basically because we're giving you an easier access to Hex or the protocol, the ecosystem, the money you would have put it in by doing all the 4 or 5 steps of going to the different platform, that's the cost of just doing it by yourself. If some people don't want to just be charged, they want something easy, and in one or 2 click, 10 minutes onboarding, then they will just be charged a premium just for the effort we put into developing the platform. So in some sense, they will be staking less Hex. We're going to be taking a cut, and some of it's going to go to the people referring. The thing to note, though, is that us as a business, again, details to be finalized, but we'll be reinvesting heavily into Hex. Not only the product itself, growing the team, but also we're going to have like a session with Fireburn on the way we want to do treasury management, and most likely we're going to do some sort of blog post explaining, hey, this is the fees we are taking, this is the projection of revenue we're going to make, and then out of that the revenue or profit, 30% is going to go to liquidity providing on the Hex to ETH pair. 30% is going to be staked for 5 years, right? So I'm just giving examples. Nothing is set in stones, but we are very committed just to give back to referrals, to people onboarding, and also just solidifying the ecosystem and the product.
Go ahead, Randy. I want to speak to something.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I just thought about yesterday, because yesterday I bought some Hex, and I had to transfer the ETH to MetaMask, and then I used, because the stuff is coming up with MetaMask, I've been using the MetaMask swap feature, so I pay a little bit extra fee to use that. Yesterday, in that one transaction, it cost me almost $100 in transaction fees on the Ethereum network. So we don't know if this is going to get better. If ETH goes to $10,000 in the next year, could it be you're going to get charged $800 to do a transaction fee? So we don't know. So I'm really looking forward to StakeRap coming out, and I'm super thankful that most of my stakes are out past the 3-year mark, because I don't have to deal with that right now. Thankfully, the small ones that I made, because I didn't know what I was doing originally, I might have to just let them burn because they're just too small, not worthwhile.
Right.
For more of the gamification, there we go. Just let those burn out because it's just too expensive to unstake them.
Right. I had a friend that came in, and it was like a $30 transaction just to unstake. So if you had a $30 transaction to get from Coinbase or a fiat gateway to your MetaMask, and a $30 transaction to buy your Hex through ethhex.com, and another $30 transaction to stake, you're already at $90 to begin with. And inherently, like I was outbound sales for 5 years, telemarketing outbound. I understand the difference between MLM and wholesale. But when you look at multi-level marketing, there's difference between marketing and a market maker. So if you can take advantage of being a market maker by taking the entire consolidated system down, that you don't have to pay the 3 times, 4 times transactional market to move to do the thing. It's convenient. And then you get a referral, a community, and everything built on that market maker mentality. It's vastly different in the ecosystem. So completely agree.
And right now we cannot solve it all. So we're taking step by step. For example, for the fiat to crypto on-ramp, we're just leveraging partners, which will be handling the KYC, because right now we just, there's just me and Firebird. So we can't handle having a license and a whole team just doing the, all the compliance for handling KYC. At some point, depending on our growth, we might just do everything ourselves, and it's going to be just even more integrated. But right now, there's still this friction of one agent taking some fees somewhere, the Ethereum network itself is taking some fees, and we're taking a very small one, comparatively to the other agent there. So the thing that we're doing, that just responding to the fee issue, is we have the data about how expensive are the fees. We have the technology just to do deferred transactions. So you could imagine a world where you come to Staker, we just display you the current network fees, and maybe just higher than average. So we put together a warning and say, hey, on average, that's the day of the week where fees are more expensive, or at least it's more expensive than usual. You may want a little bit more, and then maybe set a little alert. Then we got a backend server just monitoring the network, and we send you a push notification on the app, say, hey, you wanted to do the transaction. Now the fees are a bit more affordable. You might just want to proceed, right? So this kind of thing that we were discussing with Fireburn last week. We have a lot of components to do this kind of features, and obviously, if there's a need in the community, we'll be able just to optimize for them just to pay less fees and have more of their money being engaged into Hex.
I definitely know it's possible to do the pooling of the fees, because my buddy built something. He's one of the guys that is a Silicon Valley guy, and he built the pooling feature for a game, like a betting system back in 2017. So I know it can be done. I'm sure there's lots of information out there. I can't wait. This is great, guys. You're going to save us a lot of money, and then we're going to be able to make some crypto on the side, further gamifying the Hex ecosystem. This is outstanding.
Yeah, I think the other one is also because they're going to be able to condense a lot of those costs actually inside of the Staker app. Presumably, it means people will get away with also doing lower value stakes as well, because currently the stakes that they have might be problematic to release, because of all these issues. So there's a lot of people in year one that did a lot of stakes that probably they wish they never did, right? So with all this extra, we're all in the same boat, I think, with that one. There's a lot of future scope with the education and things that we can teach people, and with these applications, and with these gas reducing fee systems that are coming into place. Because I ended up just jumping into an exchange the other day and doing a transaction through there, because it actually worked out far more cheaper to do that than it was to actually go do it holding my own keys and doing it all through the DeFi system. And it's like, this is crazy. I'm trying to get away from this, but the money is the money, right?
I did the same. I did the same the other day. I used Hotbit to buy some Hex. And the fee and the cost, the price was actually, I think, about 2 or 3% cheaper on Hotbit at the time.
God.
I mean, I bought up the book.
and that's one of the nicest things about staking in Hex is, if you play it well, you have a couple of stakes spread out there. They cost you a bit of investment initially for staking, maybe for unstaking, but you don't need to suffer gas fees, by trading in and out like hundreds, 1,000 times. If you play it well, it doesn't cost you that much. Just enjoy, sit back, relax. You don't even have to pollute the network with a lot of transaction. You get in, you have your daily payouts coming in. There's no gas charge for every daily payout. You just do the calculation at the end, and this is where you pay for the gas. But I think that lets you the time even to think about, hey, I really want that stake out. Do I need to fund it a little bit, with some ETH or whatever? So I think there's another value that we can recognize for Hex, is that just it basically forces you just not to just overuse a network and just be more responsible with the resources that are at your disposal.
Mm-hmm. Something else that I'm going to throw out there, I don't know whether you want to talk about this today, but it's also that Gnosis Safe. Now, I know you've obviously been involved with purchasing a lot of those because of the future value that you think that might have. Can you explain a little bit to the audience what you might be using those for?
Yeah, so we'll have we'll update the website, and we'll have maybe a blog post just explaining the way the underlying technology works, right? We want to be transparent, say, hey, this is how it works. We forwarding transaction. This is kind of like structure that we're using. That's what allows us just to like forward on transaction, assume the cost in Ethereum, and so you decide how do you want to be charged. You want to just have Hex on your account and just swapping or staking with Hex. You can do that if you want. So for Gnosis Safe, the way our technology works, it requires just to have some things called a smart address, which is basically a smart contract that is just holding, that you'll be controlling from your wallet, your mobile wallet, right? So when you will be using Staker, will be a bit like MetaMask. We'll just be providing you with a on-device wallet with a seed phrase. You need to save it, like the classic. Everything is going to be secured and not accessible, all this type of things. That key will be a control key over your smart address, right? Living on the blockchain. And that's the one that will be basically handling or owning the stakes. So that presents a lot of advantages. Some of the features that we just mentioned, like batch staking, we can have multiple stakes at the same within one transactions, but also replay protection. So we'll have a failure rate will be almost non-existent. So if you're doing a transaction with us, that should not be failing, right? Because we're going to be replay. We have an infrastructure just to replay transaction. Other kind of features are more related to recovery and security. So you might be in a world where you might have like an accident, a brain injury, or you just want to pass some value to the next generation. So how do you do that with your current system, right? You need to have a way just to to share your keys, to share your seed phrase. Sometimes it might be a bit tricky. So one way that the companies are doing to handle these kind of things is just using the time as component. So you could imagine that you have your smart address, and embedded in that smart address, there's some function that says, well, you're the primary owner, and then you have like some guardians or some recovery options. So you would be listing these folks, this address there, but they can only actually act as owner after a year of inactivity, right? And so that brings additional security, not only for yourself, if you were to lose your keys or something, you say, hey, we have secondary options just to recover. It could be friends, it could be family. Even at some point, it could be us if we consider that we want to take the liability. Right now, we as a business, we are not non-custodial. But when onboarding the coiners, you can imagine a lot of people not gonna want to deal with remembering long password, seed phrase or password, basically. So to avoid they're gonna lose it. And me as just a business owner, I don't want to be in a situation a year from now where we onboarded tens of thousands of people, and even a small percentage of them, 1%, would have forgotten, lost their keys, and just come back to Stakers, hey, how do I access my phone? And they're not gonna necessarily understand the technicality of it.
Yeah.
And so in Q1, we're gonna focus a lot on using this Gnosis Safe to add a couple of options for recovery for users. Right?
So did you say you actually have to wait 1 year before you'd be able to legally get access to that?
so that's going to be our big focus in Q1 as we are growing the team. We might hire a blockchain engineer just to work on a module on top of the Gnosis Safe, so just to enhance the smart contract that would say, hey, we have this little module that say you can add optional or guardians as owners, but they can only be active after a certain point of time when there's inactivity on the account, right? So for the time frame itself, maybe it's going to be a parameter of the smart contract. You're going to be able to set it. I want something to be at 3 months or 1 year, 5 years. It's going to be up to you. How many people you want to add? So we need to figure out the details. But that's my top priority for the first semester of this year, is not having anyone lose their keys or having options to recover, because that's the worst, is to invest in something and then you can't even access it. So people are talking about hacking a lot, about not using a specific website, having a keyloggers, people just looking at what, but the worst thing is yourself. You're the worst danger, because if you're sovereign, right, there's always a time where something may go wrong, and so you want to have options. So recovery for us is going to be the top priority for the first.
I think that's an amazing answer. Thank you. It's obviously the most important thing people can be aware of is make sure you take care of your private seeds, and make sure you at least inform somebody what to do in the event that something happens to yourself, how they can access it, and how they can release those funds. Don't rely on any other third party or anything else. It's your duty, it's your responsibility, being the bankless society that we are now, to actually inform those loved ones around you how to access what you have.
And that living will concept is like inherently the most game theory aspect that we are creating, right? So in the beginning, we had a wallet, and then we had smart contracts on top of the wallet. And now we're building an ecosystem that has transferable wealth, has value, and has the person involved and their family involved as the thing that they can level up. Whether that's you're moving out your stakes 15 years, taking your interest off, all the rest of that, teaching your kids, but having that value being built into it, as we barely have started to sail the ship yet.
Guys, we got to wrap it up.
All right, cheers, guys.
Any final word?
Well, we got to get Maddie in here.
Thank you for taking care of the hour for us.
Yeah, well, and, as always, I want to plug out, definitely get involved with what Silver is doing, get involved in what Steph and Firebun are doing. They are creating the foundation and the ecosystem that echoes with how we build this thing.
Absolutely.
Fantastic job, guys. Wow, my mind is blown.
Cool. Thanks again, Matty, for having us. That's been a blast.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Catch you guys in a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Take care. And we are moving on now to our keynotes of the night. Hey, Captain RG3.
Oh, well, thanks for the warning. Jeez. Hey, everybody.
How's it going?
It's going good. How's it going with you, Maddie? Great job, by the way.
Thank you.
I haven't been able to watch as much content as I would have liked to, but I'm here now, and yeah, let's. Well,
let me hand it over, because we've got probably about 1,000 people watching now, and thousands have been watching the replay, and so I can't wait to hear your keynote.
All right. Well, thanks for the intro. Ahoy, crypto pirates! How's everybody doing out there? Hexicans and non-hexicans and haters and fakers and cryptopians and Bitcoiners and all the rest of you. Lovely, lovely people. I'm RG3. If you don't know, if Maddie didn't, I don't know what Maddie did. I just walked in and sat down, and bam, I was on the screen. So I was a little bit surprised with that. But if you don't know who I am, I'm RG3. Got a little crypto, Hex crypto show that we call Discourse Syndicate, and I'll explain that in a little bit. But first of all, I want to say I want to throw some shouts out first to Maddie. Thanks for putting this together, Maddie. We all appreciate you. You are the man of the hour. You've brought community together. You've put some good content. You know, it's funny, we stream hours and hours and hours of content, but because of Hex and because of the community, because of crypto, there's so much excitement. There's so much to talk about. There's so many unique individuals involved with different opinions and different knowledge that, you know, there's always something to be talking about. There's always something that we can bring to the table and discuss. I know that we've had some of our best, you know, devs and minds in Hex on here already. I'm not one of them. I know just enough about the technology and crypto and streaming and all of these things just to get to myself in a lot of trouble. But I want to just throw a shout out to Maddie for putting it together. Great job, Maddie. Thank you. And then I want to say, give a big thanks and a big shout out to Richard Hart. And I mean it sincerely. Richard, you are the man of the hour. You're the hero of this thing. You know, my judgment of your character was not incorrect. You know, I saw the FUD, the hate, all of the incorrect criticism that you've been given over this last year. Some of it so heinous that it borders on criminal. I'll never forget watching those lawyers gang up on you on the day that you launched your project. The project that you worked so hard on and put so much of your life experience into, your knowledge of crypto. And you didn't do it for selfish reasons. And I knew that about you from watching you and observing your attitudes and your behaviors. And you know, you may have been brash and may have been a little, could have probably had a little more tact with handling some of these people. But you didn't, and that's just the way it was. But you were honest, and I can tell that you were a trustworthy person. And the day that you launched your crypto and those guys did that to you, instead of congratulating you and asking you proper questions, just proved to me where the rest of the world was going to be, the crypto world anyway, which is a very small little world, when it came to this product. And at that point, I was all in, because there is nothing more that I like than being the fucking underdog. And I wanted to be on the underdog team. And I like being on the underdog team because when you win, it's sweet, sweeter than anything. And that's what we're doing right now. We're winning. And this is so fucking sweet. I love it. So thank you, Richard, for doing it, for standing in front of the bullets and doing all that stuff for us. And now hopefully we're doing that too for you, and taking the bullets for you. And now together we can all waltz off into the sunset and take this thing to a whole nother level with this big bull market. So it's exciting. And man, just glad to be part of your product that you put out. And don't know how much we've contributed, but I'm going to keep continuing to try and contribute, because somebody, one of the cutthroats in the room said, to whom much is given, much is expected. And I'm going to hold myself to that and continue to help the product of Hex and get the good word out and help other people, because that's really what we're doing. It's you know, the cool thing about Hex is that by helping others, and by helping crypto, and by helping this financial instability that is out there in the world, the byproduct of that is our bags pumping, is us actually developing wealth. So the better we are, the better actors that we are, the better custodians of this crypto called Hex that we are, the more people we help, The more information we put out there, the better behaviors that we develop, staking and holding and being good custodians of our bags, the more we gain. So the gains are a byproduct of us being good custodians of Hex. So thank you, Richard. And then I want to thank the community, my community, the Hexicans that are in the Cutthroat room, all the guys in the Cutthroat, especially DC and Kinetics, and my number one man, Hexo. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have probably got involved in Hex, period. Would have bought some bags and held it or whatever, and kind of hang out in the Telegram rooms and whatnot. But I saw my Marine brother out there every day, banging the videos out, providing content to everybody. And I said, my brother needs some help, man. I'm going to get out there and help develop this too, and try and bring something, another dynamic to the Hex community that wasn't there yet. And that was what Discourse Syndicate was. So thanks to the cutthroats in the room, all of you guys, too many to name. I mean, there's 30 something. We've only got room for a few more. And then we're going to close the room up and just let it be a bunch of OG cutthroats that belong to Discourse Syndicate. I also want to thank the ladies of Hex for being so vocal and being out there and getting in front of everybody on the crypto Twitter. All you ladies are awesome. Appreciate all of you, from Grandma to Annette to Sammy to Nerd Girl. Gosh, I don't want to forget. We got Annabelle, Randy's wife. I mean, just Crypto Nomad. All you gals, Grandma. You guys are just great, and it's nice to have that many women in the community as Hexicate as part of the deal too. So thank you for you guys. Also a shout out to the Hex Telegram groups, you know, guys like Kareem and Hex Kong and Hex, who was Hex Yoda, the original Hex Yoda. And then all of you guys out there in the chat rooms that got the ban hammers that keep the chat safe and get rid of all the fudsters and all that. You guys are all a great community. And that's why we made Discourse Syndicate, was for you guys, so that you guys can have a place to come together, to grow and develop, to make friendships. I've made lifelong friendships already here in this community. Whether there was Hex or not, whether our bags went to zero or not, you know, these guys are going to be my friends, period, end of story. So, yeah, that's what we did Discourse for. But anyway, I wanted to get a little personal with you guys first. And, you know, I got an hour that I'm supposed to talk. So what do I talk about Hex for now? I'm not the analyzer guy. I'm not the guy that's going to tell you how to do a lot of things. Now I can hold my own with everyone, and I understand Hex, and I've built some pretty nice staking ladders on my own, and come up with some techniques that have actually proven to be helpful in the Hex community. So I'm not I'm toot my horn a little bit, but I'm not as brilliant as a lot of these guys like Steph and Coffee and Motley and all these. And you know, these guys are all just freaking geniuses. They know what they're doing in crypto, and they know what they're doing. Kinetics and Give Me Liberty, all these guys, they're really smart guys. And I've always learned to hitch my buggy to those kind of guys and learn and develop from them. Same as Richard, you know, been able to hook myself to him and his intelligence, and done pretty good in Hex because of that. So anyway, but let me digress and get back to what I was going to tell you. So just so you guys know a little bit about RG3, because I got a lot of time here to burn, and I'm gonna let you guys know who I am and why I'm here, how I ended up here in crypto. What's this, you know, 53-year-old guy, blue collar dude doing in crypto? You know, what's he doing? He's damn near a boomer. So how does he even know how to work a computer or open a wallet or you know, exchange, you know, altcoins? How does he know all this shit? Well, I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning so you guys know who I am, where I came from. I was born in Long Beach, California, and to a single 15-year-old mother. And so she raised me and my brother. My father was incarcerated. And so I watched this young gal take care of 2 kids and raised us in a little place called Inglewood. And so I grew up in Inglewood. I was a different color than the rest of the folks in my school. So I had to learn how to survive that way. So something that RG3 learned as a young guy was that I had to figure out how to survive in my environment. This was back in the 70s when I was living out there in the wood. And you had to become very resourceful to survive out there in those neighborhoods. And what I learned is that the smarter, stronger, more powerful people was the people that you wanted to hitch your buggy to. You wanted to be close to them. You wanted to make friends with them. You wanted to have their back so they had your back, kind of thing. So I learned that at an early age. Also learned a lot of other things. My entrepreneurial spirit was birthed in those hoods. And, so as I grew and I knew that I always wanted to be an entrepreneur because that's where the money was. I saw that people that had their own businesses and things, that's where the money was. So back in those days, we had comic books. We didn't have internet, of course. So comic books was the big thing for the kids. And the back of the comic books was always all this cool stuff, like little magic tricks and fake, whoopee cushions and fake dog shit and all that kind of crap was in the back of these comic books. And I was digging back there one day and I saw this buy your own business or get your own business. And it was a greeting card business. Basically it was like you sent them a penny and they sent you back this package of greeting cards, birthday cards, Christmas cards, all this stuff was in it, Mother's Day. And you went door to door selling them, and then you sent them the money and they sent you the cards. So you kind of started your own little business. And you'd make a few cents off of each card or whatever. So that's how I started to become an entrepreneur, was through this greeting card business out of the back of a comic book, just knocking on doors and selling these cards. And then, of course, I had to make some more money. So then I became a paper boy. So now I started working. And as I grew up in the neighborhoods that I grew up in, I realized that either I had to get out of those neighborhoods or I was going to get sucked into it. So some people decided to help me out. And by the time I was 15, 16 years old, I was homeless, believe it or not. And I was living beside the freeway, people's garages, those kinds of things. And some counselors and some police officers and a Marine recruiter decided to say, hey, what do you want to do? You want to end up with these police officers, or how about this Marine recruiter? You want to go with him? So I said, well, I don't want to go with those guys because I know where they want to take me. So I decided to go with the Marine recruiter, and the rest is history. I became a United States Marine and learned a lot of good stuff there, especially, how to handle business on the other end of a gun. And so that was a wonderful experience, and did my time and got out of the Marine Corps and came back home, and I started working in radio and television and movies and in Hollywood. And that was a real fun place, but it was a bad place for RG3 because it was nothing but a big party the whole time. So I got into radio, and I was a morning show personality and producer for a couple of guys that had a morning shot here in Southern California. Very popular. They just retired. And I got into promotions. So I was driving the van, handing out T-shirts, hanging out at bars, hanging out at concerts, doing all that stuff. And basically the whole Hollywood world ate me alive. And I had to get out of it. So I left to Hollywood and got myself straightened up from that whole mess. And before I knew it, I was working for a company rigging, moving heavy machinery equipment. And so for the last 35 years, I've been what's called a millwright, tradesman. And all my entrepreneurial spirit was squashed, and I became a trade my hours for dollars kind of guy. And it really wasn't where I wanted to be. So I was always trying to get a business on the side, find a gig, find something on the side to get me beyond where I was. I was just, a job stands for just over broke, JOB. And that's where I always felt I was, Now, don't get me wrong. I'm in Southern California. It's expensive out here. And with that job, I raised a family and bought a home and cars and the whole thing. But I've struggled. I've had to work, 14, 16, 18-hour days, 6-7 days a week in order to do it. So it's been a hard go. But what I did do is I continued to try and become an entrepreneur. And back in 2002, 2001, 2002, 2003, maybe it was, I started really getting interested in computers and those kinds of things. And I started working for a big communications company. Let's just say their symbol is a Death Star. Anyway, so I started working for them in technology, selling data center space, colo space, all that kind of stuff, and helping companies put data centers together and selling them services. And I met some people that were into video gaming. And so before I knew it, within a couple of years, I was involved in this gaming community, all a bunch of young guys, I was the oldest guy there. And there was one other guy my friend that actually got me involved. He had set it up for all his kids, and it was a gaming community, and it was for a game called Counter-Strike. Well, he was a developer guy, programmer, wrote code. And he said, "Hey man, we should put together a community for the kids and build a website." And we started doing all the social media stuff for them. This was before social media this was like MySpace days. And so we started putting this stuff together, and we decided, hey man, let's build a business on this, a gaming business. And these communities are getting stronger and stronger, these gaming communities. So we started developing a platform for this Counter-Strike game, so that we can take control of their servers, and these clans would have servers, and we'd load the gaming software on there so they couldn't cheat, so they weren't loading hacks into it, and we'd put the two teams together, and they'd play competitively, and they had their own websites. And so we put this software together. I didn't build it. I was just kind of helping put money into it and all that stuff. But during all of that, there were some cats out there, and we communicated through a channel called IRC, and it was this real dilapidated kind of old text where we would all meet, because there wasn't a lot of audio and video chat room meetings, so we had this IRC where we chat with one another. And so in the middle of that chat, there were a lot of different communities in there. And one of the communities, and while we were building our gaming platform, was cryptocurrency guys. And there were guys like oh shoot, now his name's slipping me already. Jeez. And he's a friend of a friend. The big guy from EOS. Gosh, I don't know why his name's slipping me. Freaking senior moment. But anyway, Brock Pierce. So they were like pushing their cryptocurrencies out on games and whatnot. So that's like kind of where crypto was being birthed, was there. And then a year or so later, we heard about this Bitcoin thing. Bitcoin came out, and we looked at it as like, oh, it's a PayPal, it's a crypto PayPal, whatever. Yes, whatever. And didn't think anything of it, and didn't think anything of Brock and them shilling their crypto stuff, and because they wanted to put it in games, and that's what it was for game developers to have a currency within their games, and so what we did was we blew it off and didn't think anything of the Bitcoin. And then years later, somebody asked me for some Bitcoin. They said, well, hey, send me Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah. We were doing a lot of work online. So I'm like, what do you mean? You want me? How about PayPal? No, send me Bitcoin. And I'm like, well, how the hell do I do that? Well, you set up this Coinbase account. I'll send you the link. So I set up a Coinbase account and I did the whole thing. And it's like, geez, man, it took me a few days to set that damn thing up. So I was already underwhelmed and underimpressed with the whole crypto thing. And then they wanted my pictures and like bend over, spread your cheeks and cough and all that kind of crap. I was like, what the fuck is this thing, man? So I got the Bitcoin. I sent the guy the Bitcoin. I had a little bit left in there and didn't think nothing of it. And that was 2000, I don't know, 14, something like that. And so then somebody else wanted some more Bitcoin. So, I got that wallet. So I can send you some. Hold on. So I go in there and I open that thing up, and lo and behold, that wasn't the amount of money that I had put in that wallet. And I was like, holy shit, what's going on here? This is like freaking 40 times as much as was in there before. So I started getting interested at that minute in crypto. And that's when I started seeking out cryptocurrency, what it was all about. And I just happened to have a friend that was a friend of a friend that was a miner. He was setting up Bitcoin mining, actually with somebody from another very big altcoin. And so I started learning from them what to do and buying altcoins and setting up Telegram rooms. I was getting in these rooms with them, and I was like a fly on the wall for a long time, just watching some of these high rollers, high ballers, who are still big guys today, pooling their money together and buying into these ICOs. I was like, oh, what's this? So I started buying ICOs and getting really, deep into crypto. Now, I want to preface that with something. Now, I'm 53 years old, and this wasn't, 10 years ago. So I was 43. I'm a responsible guy. Got a house, got kids, got a job, got 401ks, got IRAs, got all this, all the stuff to set up my retirement and all these. So I didn't put crypto in a place where it was going to wreck me. I always kept it in its place. And it was my fun money. Now, what do I mean by that? I've got some classic cars that I'm rebuilding and putting money into, and that was kind of like my labor of love and my spare money, and whatnot. So I dump them in these cars and these old Volkswagens that I have. And so I lost all that money basically putting it in crypto. I said, oh, well, here goes the fun money is going to go into crypto. And it did, and watched it shoot up in 2017. It was climbing through 15, 16, and then 2017, it went out absolutely ape shit, and made some really good gains in a couple of, these things. And by luck though, I want to talk about that. A lot of people turn into like badass trader dudes in 2017. I got news for you guys. You ain't shit. You didn't do anything special. You were standing in the middle of the rain and you got wet. That was it. That's all that you did. Some of the people got out on time. There were some people that were probably trained traders that made some decent gains. But for the most part, all of you out there, especially some of you watching right now, got wrecked. You got wrecked in 2017 when 2018 dumped on you, and you haven't been the same since, unless you're in Hex, and we'll talk about that in a minute too. But you didn't do anything special, and I didn't lose anything harsh. Now, yeah, it pissed my wife off that my cars are sitting in my garage, fucking half done for the last few years, and I was a little pissed off and miserable about all of it. But it was what it was. And I wasn't mad about it. Well, yeah, I was. Yeah, I was mad. I was mad at crypto because it sucked. It really sucked. I knew that it sucked. Richard explained to me why it sucks. Now, I knew all the inside stuff on why it sucked, by all the scammers and the ICOs and the promises and the broken promises and the scams. And I knew about all that shit. But what I didn't know was how unreliable crypto was and how ridiculous its programming was. It's a slow, fat database is all it is. It's a fucking database. And why are you guys sending me stuff? Would you stop? I'm not going to look. I'm not going to talk to any of you. It's a slow database, and it's an inefficient one. And there's things like spaghetti code that run in. There's things like bugs all over this damn stuff. Programming is very, very hard. Very, very hard. And I know it is because I built software. Not me personally. I didn't program it, but I paid guys to do it, and they worked around the clock, and it never fucking worked right. It was always having problems. They were always fixing something. It's hard to make shit work right, and it takes a long time. That's why I was so confident in Hex when Richard kept pushing it back and working harder and saying, guys, it's just not ready yet. It's just not ready. I would launch, but no, it's not ready. And man, that is freaking awesome that somebody actually in crypto did that versus all the shit that I've seen. They've just dumped shit on people. Fuck it if it don't work, Who cares if it works or not? Just throw it out there for everybody, And that's what crypto did. And most of these coins, 99% of them are garbage, Bitcoin itself, as far as the tech, as far as what it is, what it does, it's garbage. I'm sorry. Bitcoin is garbage. And I know a lot of people hate it when I say that. They fucking hate it. But let me just tell you something. You have to be real about this shit, guys. It's the tech that sucks. It's not the marketing that sucks. It's not the idea that sucks. It's not the potential that sucks. It's the tech. And I keep telling you guys that. It's the tech. It's old tech. It's the only tech in the world where we want to sit back in it and stew in it. Nobody pushed Betamax on anybody, and fucking 3/4 of you don't even know what Betamax is. Nobody said we should stay on cassettes or we should stay on 8-tracks, or you know what? Fuck that new, the PlayStation 4. We need to be back on the old Commodore 64. Nobody says that shit in tech. I don't want the new stereo headset. I want that old one because it's old and it says what it says on it. Nobody does that shit in tech. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But it's not ridiculous because I know why they're doing it. Because a bunch of people have big bags of it, and they need the value of it to go up. So they're going to keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and stuffing it in your face and telling you it's good. And when it pumps, they're going to get even more excited. Like right now, they're all beside them fucking selves. But you know what? They're just setting themselves up for a fall. They're just setting themselves up for another dump. They're just setting themselves up to be sitting in another old piece of technology that doesn't have any right to be where it's at, to be honest. Now, I never said it was a bad idea. I never said that crypto couldn't change the world. I never said that Bitcoin isn't a great marketing ploy. Never said any of those things. It has its place. It is valuable. It is a store of value, especially for those 2,000 top wallets. It's a big store of value, and they're going to continue to see that it stays that way. So Bitcoin is a great idea and a great concept, but isn't the end all be all in crypto. We should be looking forward and moving on to things like Ethereum. Ethereum gave us a way to actually make crypto useful, and it's gotten a bad name, and you know, I think it's the most unspoken big piece of crypto out there, and it's actually done more for crypto than Bitcoin ever has, because even though Bitcoin was first and it's got the most liquidity and all that good shit, it didn't open the crypto world up to everybody. Ethereum did that. ERC20 tokens did that. Brought all these people in the speculation and the growth. Now, was it the right way to go? Well, you know, it grew crypto space, but maybe it hurt it, maybe it helped it. I think it helped it more than it hurt, to be honest. So I say all that to tell you that's how I got into crypto. That's what I think about crypto. That's my little life story, as much as I want to tell of it to you guys. But how did I find Hex? You know, I got wrecked in 2018 when the dump came, and I was holding a bunch of bags. And the funny thing is I was the insider. You know, I had buddies that were miners, and they were flying me around the world, and I was hanging out with them, big parties in Thailand and all that good stuff, and launching their coins and launching their mining operations and all that bullshit. And I had a cousin that I had gotten into Bitcoin, and he sold at the top. He had about $80,000 worth of Bitcoin, and he sold at the top, and the 20K top. And he walked with a bunch of money and put a new backyard and swimming pool in his backyard and all that stuff for his family. And I held. I held for dear life all the way to the bottom. And while I was doing that, Richard called the bottom, called the death of crypto. And it hurt so bad. It hurt so bad when he did that, because I knew he knew what he was talking about. I knew Richard had called the top, and he had called the death, and he had called the beginning of the 3-year bear market. I knew it. I knew he was right. And I didn't have to know he was right because I knew the metrics. I knew he was right because I knew Richard, because I was listening to him for a long time at that point, listening to his videos, watching him. And I was like, this guy's the real fucking deal, man. I've watched so many fakers in this space. And it's true. I've seen some of the worst, been close to some of the worst of the worst. Some of them were my friends. And I know who they are. I know who the charlatans are. I know who, anyway, some of these people are. And I can tell somebody's character. And Richard wasn't one of them. He wasn't one of those charlatans. And even though he had, you know, the candelabra and the top hat and the bright clothes and talk shit on people, I knew it. I can see his character. Had nothing to do with his couth or his tact or whatever. It was his character. So I was fucking bummed. I said, fuck. Put my fucking wallets away and walked away from crypto. You know, pissed off. And whatever. I thought we were gonna be somebody, and didn't happen. So as the years went by, I became less and less interested in crypto. I became less and less interested in anybody that was in the space, but I still, on occasion, tried to check into what Richard was doing. And I just happened to catch him saying something about a coin he was going to launch. And I was like, well, wait a second. Maybe there's something there, because that guy, he knows his shit. and he's a real deal. So if he's launching something, there might be something to it. So I checked in here and there, and then I saw that they were pushing things back, and I was like, okay, yeah, he's working on it, but it ain't ready yet. I'll check on it later. Well, I didn't check on it until I knew it was launching in December, and there was a lot of things going on in my life. Gotten laid off from a job. I lost both of my dogs. I lost my daughter. Lost her. My at the time she was like 14 years old, and she had this Chihuahua that we've had since she was born, and it was devastating for our family. Man, it was just horrendous. We lost this little Chihuahua. It was our family member, and it was devastating. So at that time, and I lost my dog. I have an Ambull Mastiff, and big guy, and we lost both our dogs. And then at Christmas time, my best friend dies on Christmas Day, and I had to go over there, and not to get too personal with you guys, but it was just a bad time, and so I missed the launch of Hex because of everything that was going on. And so after all that was over, and January came, and this pandemic was starting to trickle out, and so I was like, oh shit, that Hex thing too. So I had time. I was looking for a job, and I was out there in the job boards, and maybe I'll just start in my own business. And I was contemplating that. Well, I jumped into the Telegram room, and I was like, oh shit, that coin launched already. And that was already January. I'm like, fuck, I missed it, man. I missed it. Shit. And then I saw the candles on launch day. Oh shit. FOMO day one, baby. FOMO day one. You fucking guys. So I was like, oh cool. Look, it's got a dip here and everything. So I started buying some Hex, and got in on a day, and I didn't know what I was doing really. I just put some money in the AA, put a bunch of ETH in the AA, and I just happened to catch a day in between, like 2 low days. I caught a decent day, and I was like, oh shit. I mean, and back then it was like every day was a high day, to be honest. So then February, I started putting more in. I'm like, damn, this thing is really getting freaking good, man. This is cool. Getting a lot of these coins. And so I just went in and took all my crypto. I said, you know what? Fuck all this trash. It's all going in. So I put all my crypto in Hex, and I was stoked, man. I had a lot of Hex, and would you guys quit it anyway? I had a lot of Hex. I was happy. I was like, cool. Now let's start checking out this community and see what's going on, and learn a little more about this, and figure out how to stake it and all that stuff. And so I started watching the YouTube videos, and first video I caught was this fucking weird looking dude in a lab coat, and his name was the Hexologist. I was like, oh, fucking corny ass bullshit. Look at this guy. And, but he was out there every day doing it, and had the chart behind him, and he was doing like a news show. I was like, oh, this guy's cool. And then I heard him say he was a Marine. And I was like, oh, wait a second. He's not that goofy of a guy. He's my brother. So I started really watching him diligently. And then there was guys like Crypto Coffee out there doing videos, and a couple other guys, but nobody like these two guys. These guys were like, fuck, this Crypto Coffee, man. This kid fucking knows his shit, man. He's a smart little motherfucker. And then also Richard would throw a stream out there, and I was like, damn, man, this guy is freaking Richard's on fire, man. He's really doing something with this thing. So I got excited. I was excited as fuck, man. I was like, man, I gotta get involved here, right? And I was in Telegram, and now COVID's at full bore, right? So I got a new job with this company, and they said, no, we're not gonna hire you because it's COVID, sorry, we're downsizing. So I'm like, fuck, man. Take some savings out, give it to mama, and I'm gonna sit in my fucking room and learn about Hex. And I listened to hours and hours. Like, God damn, Richard did a lot of streaming, man, about Hex. So I started catching up on all the streams, the 8 hours, 6 hours, 3-4 hours. And every time he had some new content, I'd get in there and listen to that. And it's just over and over. I mean, I was like laying there in the middle of the night, waking up at night, fucking YouTube still going in my head, and I don't know how many of you did that, but I would just like constantly. I was just home all the time anyway. We couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't do anything. So I just started soaking up all the content I could and watching Hexo and coffee more and more. And I said, you know what, man, I got to do something. The Telegram room was popping off, going off, man. Just like everybody was in there having fun, making memes. We started calling each other Hexicans. By the way, I did coin that phrase, Hexicans. And that was, somebody had said it a long time ago in the Telegram, but nobody utilized Hexican until one day we had a little vote in the Telegram chat. And yes, it was used before, but we had a little vote. I put that word up there. I never had heard it before. So I thought I had done it, but come to find out some other people had said it before. But we turned it into Hexicans, and we started calling each other Hexicans in the chat rooms and in the Telegram rooms. And so seeing that community, I was like, and these people need a fucking outlet. We need to make this thing real. We need to, like what was happening is that like Yoda was, he would private, DM me, and we talk for hours about Hex, privately, and we became pretty good friends, and he'd be at work and he'd send me videos of him at work because he worked he was a medical professional. And so he'd be like in his scrubs in the middle of the night working at this COVID freaking infested place, and like, bro, man, and he'd send memes, and just it was just turning into I was getting all these DMs from people, and then Hexo and I were becoming friends a little bit, and I was like, man, I got to get involved. And I want to give these guys a voice. I want people to know who these are some down motherfuckers that people need to know who they are. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to bite the bullet. If that hexologist guy can do a stream, he's just a crayon eating Marine like me, I can do the damn stream too. So I said, I'm going to set it up. So I did. I set up a stream. He showed me how. He came on and said, hey, I'm going to do this with you. I said, cool, man. So you do your show, and then I'm going to do this one just 3 days a week. And we'll, and he was like, yeah, I'm down with it, man. Let's do it. So I'm gonna give everybody a place to come and talk. Just every Hexican show their face and talk and be part of the community. So we did. And myself, Crypto Coffee, and the Hexologist did our first stream. Then I think the next one or two after that, we had Litecoin Moses, who is DC Crypto, my right-hand man. And then Hexologist was like, hey, man, I got to bow out. You guys are too dirty for me. You guys are fun. No, he didn't say that. But I knew that we were just a little bit too edgy for him. But anyway, no, he wanted to. He had a new baby coming, and he had his show every day. So it was just too much, man. So we just kind of took over the whole DS. But it was Hexologist who really started Discourse Syndicate with us, and me and him put it together and did it. And then we did our first 24-hour stream, and that was crazy and fun. And I still don't think to this day anybody else has really done what we've done. We've done 2 24-hour streams, and but Discourse Syndicate brought the community together, and from there more streamers started coming. And I said, well, you know what? We're going to do this little thing called the effing Hangout. And Friday nights, fuck it, whoever wants to come, here's the link. Fudsters, any of you, come on, bring it. We haven't had one person come in and try and FUD us, not one. So we're still waiting. It's an open invitation to any of you that want to come in and FUD Hex, or talk about Hex against us, or try and bring some type of information that we don't know about. And it doesn't exist, guys. It doesn't exist. See, what the Fudsters failed to realize is that this whole crypto thing, in its complexity, isn't really that complicated. It only has to do a couple of things well to be a good crypto. But guess what? Nobody else took the fucking time to do it. Nobody did. Nobody did what Richard did. He sat back for a minute and looked at all the fucking circus show that was going on and said, I'm gonna do the thing that nobody's doing. I'm gonna make a proof of stake coin. Now, that's the one thing, and I got to give myself credit for this. I chased some of these coins that claim to be proof of stake, because I knew that proof of stake was going to end up becoming the big thing in crypto. Why? Because I knew that the mining operations were fucking inefficient. I don't know if any of you have ever been to a real mining operation. I've been to a real mining operation. That's a circus and a fucking half going, this is all for what? It's creating what? It's the biggest fucking waste that you've ever seen in your life. So much money and value in there, just burn energy for nothing, just for nothing. So, I mean, I know mining is even a necessity in the Ethereum, world. But man, it's so inefficient. It's so inefficient. That's another one thing about crypto that I just don't understand, that the inefficiencies of mining is just, doesn't make sense. But anyway, let me get back to where I was. Yeah. So the FUDsters tried to FUD us out. But they never could come and bring anything that we didn't know about. We knew that proof of stake and what we had, the simplicity of what it was the value of crypto. See, Richard did it. He put something simple out there. You get it on your own with Ethereum. You mint it on your own. You create the hex. And then you stake the hex if you want gains. And no middlemen. Nobody's in charge of it but you. You mint, you purchase whatever you do, you get the coins, you stake them, you unstake them. And if you are part of the staking class, then you get to be the bank and the Fed also. That's what the Hex ecosystem is. You're the bank, you're the Fed, you're the minter of your own coins. You own the ecosystem. It's yours. Do with it as you please. Nobody else is going to fuck with your hex. That's the beauty. It's that simple. Get your hex, stake your hex, unstake your hex. Trade your hex in for houses and food and cars and trips and whatever. Lamborghinis, fur coats, and $10,000 sneakers if you want. It's simple. It's very, very simple, but nobody else in crypto can do it. Nobody else could do it. They could not do it. Even to this day, even the copycatters, even you stupid fucking copycatters, fucked it up. Couldn't leave well enough alone. Want to try and change things, want to try and do things. Yeah, it was very simple to do, and he did it. Now, it was a simple idea, but wasn't easy. It took a while to get it right. And that's why Hex is so good, because Richard is not stupid, and he spent the time to make sure it was right, because programming is hard and audits are tough, and making sure things work right is difficult. And you have to cross your T's and dot your I's if you're going to launch something like this. And Richard knew that. And so we knew that too, because we listened to all of the education that he was giving us. Now here's the thing that I think that there's a big misconception out there about, and I want all of you guys to understand this. Hexicans have all listened to Richard for hours and hours and hours, but I want you to understand something else. Not only did we listen to what he said, but we went out and did the research and looked at the things that he said, and do they exist? Is this guy bullshitting us, or is this guy telling us the truth? Is this really going on? The bugs in Bitcoin, the spaghetti code issue, the no audits issue, the no finished products out there issues. These are all real and true, and nobody talks about them but the Hexicans and Richard. And we're the ones that are accused of being a cult or just listening to him. You fucking plebs out there who don't understand what it is that we're really doing here have not gone out and done a bit of research on your own, not once. Not fucking once. Not on any of the shit that you're shilling, not on any of the shit that you're out there every day trying to fucking push down people's throats. You guys should all be ashamed of your fucking selves. You know why I know this? Because I've listened to you all say stupid shit like Hex is a Ponzi. Hex is a network marketing scheme, an MLM. It's a rug pull. Richard's going to scam you. You guys are fucking stupid. You don't deserve the platforms you have or the followers you have in Twitter or any of the bullshit that you guys got. Why? Because you're all full of shit. Ain't none of you done your goddamn research, because I've watched you not research Hex and talk about it like you know what you're talking about. And you don't. Just because you're sitting your fucking asses behind your computers, able to type out whatever you want, does not make you right. Let me say it again. It does not make you fucking right. Strong and wrong is, it doesn't mean anything. Strong and wrong. That's all you guys try and be. All day long, all crypto Twitter is full of fucking strong and wrong. You guys ain't about shit. Get up off your asses and go do some real research. Go look at the things that we're talking about and see if they don't exist in crypto. Go look at the bugs in Bitcoin. Go see if somebody printed a bunch of Bitcoin, they had to roll the chain back. Go see if a dev in Bitcoin Cash saved your fucking asses. All of your asses. We wouldn't have crypto today if it wasn't for that guy. And I don't even know his name. I wish I did. We should be fucking praising that guy right now, because we wouldn't have crypto if he would have said, you know what, fuck all y'all, I'm going to cash out on this shit and walk now, which he could have done, but he didn't. So that guy's a fucking saint. Crypto should be fucking kissing that guy's ass. Anyway, go see if that stuff's true. Go do your own research. Go see if half of your coins are still fucking promising you something that they ain't going to deliver on. They are. That's what they're still doing. They've been doing it for years. Has there been any new developments on any of those big coins? Oh, lawsuits and shutdowns, maybe? Yeah, that's coming, and more of it's going to come too. We're watching it happen today. We're watching a coin that we've all called a scam for years get blasted by authorities, get ripped out of exchanges, get shut down all over the place. And the shillers are saying to buy the dip. You stupid, stupid motherfuckers. What is the matter with you guys? I literally heard today a dead coin, a dead dying coin that we know is doomed. I've seen people saying to buy the dip. Oh! And they're doing it too. They're fucking doing it. Oh my goodness. Anyway, insane. This space is insane. The people in it are insane. And even though us at Discourse Syndicate, we have a little bit of an insanity bone ourselves, we just have a lot of fun. But we know our crypto. We know what's real and what's bad. We know what crypto needs, and it needs Hex. And that's why we do what we do. That's why we get out there and talk to everybody and tell them about what Hex is. And that's why Discourse Syndicate does what it does, so that more and more smart people can get on there and talk and back up the community and back up the things that we're saying. Because go ahead, do your research on everything that we've ever said. If we were wrong about something, we corrected it. If we didn't know what we were talking about and we made some mistakes, very small ones. Me probably made most of them. I did. But we fixed it, and none of it was to the detriment of Hex, and none of it was to hurt anybody else. It was just maybe we didn't know a little intricacy or a caveat or something with the crypto itself. But we've always made good on all of the things that we've said, just like Richard has. You know, we've created that community. We've created that vibe with everyone in this community. We know that we want to put the proper information out there, and we know we want to help other people. I can't tell you how many conversations I have privately, you know, especially like after DS, We have a little green room chat afterwards, that we don't record or don't show. There's some good people, man, that want to help the world. I can't tell you the character and some of these guys I know, like Liberty and Funding Jim and Hexo and the Joker. I mean, the Joker and I have had conversations. This guy wants to help the world. He wants to make enough money to go help people. And they don't say this stuff on stream. These guys are saying this thing behind the scenes. They want to get wealthy so they can go help. Richard wants to get wealthy so that he can start saving people's lives. This is the story, the real story behind Hex, is that we are a community of people that give a fuck. We care. We give a shit. And we're going to continue to push that out there until we help as many people as we can. This is not about wrecking people. This is not about filling our own bags. Filling our own bags is a byproduct of being good people, good Hexicans. And that's what this community is full of, a bunch of good fucking people. And I'm excited to be part of it. I'm excited to be able to come on and do a what do you call it? A keynote speech. And I don't know what the shit keynote is. I didn't know I was going to have to sit here and talk to the camera on my own, which is very, very weird, very, very hard because it's one thing when you got guys in the room and you're talking to them, that's cool and easy. And, but not having a chat room, not having guys with you, it's tough. But it's been a lot of fun. You know what? So fucking Rango has been tweeting me the whole time here. Rango, there's your shout out, bro. and all the rest of you guys. But thanks guys for listening to the old pirate. And man, keep being who you are, Hexicans. Keep supporting Discourse Syndicate and Hexologist and Coffee and all the other streams out there. Maddie's stream, Joe Hexotic. By the way, another shout out to Joe Hexotic. He is really helping the community too, and he's helped put this together. Love that guy. And whoever I didn't shout out, man, all you Hexicans, you know who you are. You guys are all awesome, awesome people, and I'm so proud to be part of this. Even I was proud to be a Marine, and it's one of the most honored things that I've ever done in my life. But this is very, very close to it, and you guys are real fucking down people, and I love this community. Maddie, thanks a lot, bro, for having me on. I know you're coming on to kick me off because, hey, I made it. I did the whole fucking hour.
Not at all. This has been amazing, and I want to thank you as well because I was able to make my best friend in crypto. I met him in your chat because you had put together Discourse Syndicate, and you've created a place where people can mint friendships and mint coins and mint mental health. And there's just so much that this community has to be proud of. And you're a big part of that. You and Hexologists have been leaders since the beginning. And it's been inspiring, and you guys have been willing to, teach me the ropes, and you particularly for this conference have been a huge resource, and so I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome, and thank you. Appreciate you. All right, bro. Do I get to get off now?
Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and just start the social on this stream since we already have like 900 people watching. It doesn't make sense to shut it down. So people can come and go as they please. And it looks like Kool-Aid already left. We got Kinetics here. How's it going?
Guys, always a pleasure. Just hanging in the green room, talking a lot of trash, and
I'm glad I wasn't listening.
And just having fun like this community does, man. That's what we're best at.
I want to go ahead and share what we've got to look forward to coming up on our schedule tomorrow, and go ahead and everybody stick around now because we'll be doing the social, and we got something special planned for you tonight because there's a member of our community that has seemingly not been treated fairly by one of the streaming platforms. And so we are going to kick off, and I mean, like, we are going to end one of the platforms right now and continue with the other ones. And so after I preview this, then we'll be able to bring on one of our community members that we care a lot about and who we're excited to see. So coming up here on the conference schedule, we have day 4 tomorrow, and it's going to be kicked off with Hex.online replacing ABIT because they switched their team, and Hex.online will be going with Dollar Cost Crypto, Big Pep, and Yash Deep to do a price panel for the first hour. And then we'll have Randy Hilarski, who you heard tonight. He'll be doing a talk. And then we'll also have a talk by John Wick, who's I believe, financial advisor and has been on Discourse Syndicate. David Feeder is the one who people have been referring to, inspired everybody by sharing his story of how he paid off his student debts with his mad gains in Hex and continues to hold Hex. And then my BFF in crypto, Joe Hexotic, will be telling his story of recovery, hope, strength, and mental health. And then I'll be doing a talk with Richard having to do with self-health, which is at the intersection of mental health and self-help. And then we'll have a keynote from the founder of Hex himself. So I can see the numbers ramping up here. So it seems like people are excited to see what the social has to hold. I'm going to go ahead and kick off. I'm going to remove DLive and see if the stream will keep running. Hopefully some elevator music is playing or something in the background.
I don't hear anything.
It worked! Yay! We're free!
What's up, Joker?
What's up, buddy?
Hello there, my beautiful Hexicans. Matty Allen.
There we go.
Villains, right?
filthy villain.
Get off of that yellow platform. Who needs? How's it going, guys? Look at all of you. 785 people watching on YouTube.
788 just on YouTube.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
You guys are a huge amount of people. How you doing?
We're so excited to have you, Joker.
Guys,
I'm glad my freaking keynote's over. That's for sure.
I saw that. You were like going, and I'm like, damn, yo, you got a lot to say.
We were
you
talking
do it at
about
the
all his
Keister note,
careers,
yeah.
so.
Oh my gosh, man. Yo, you said a lot of truth though there, RG3. You said a lot of truth, man.
I'm always
followed by
you
your
were
whole
giving it
life
to the
story
futters,
and then
man.
some too.
Let the futters come on Fridays, huh?
Great.
Let's go, right?
Let's go. Bring it.
Pound for fucking pound. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Try not to curse. I don't want to curse. I'm sorry.
Bad Joker. Bad.
Sorry.
Don't make me not finish your background. I still.
It was French, Crypto Kool-Aid.
I wore this coat because Matty requested it. He's a gentleman and a goddamn scholar.
My parents
hats off to fucking Matty.
My parents used to say, "Excuse my French."
Oh shit, man! You're a half a box into it, aren't you, Kool-Aid?
Right?
he buys his wine by the box, man. He's got a bottle.
The hair that says it, right? You know, if you have to like slay pixels, you have to do it right.
You guys have exceeded my expectations of professionalism.
Right?
I'm very impressed.
Good.
Bro, you got a pirate and you got a villain on your stream. What's going to happen? Who knows?
We aim to please.
And I'm like in 2, okay? I still got a little bit left. It's water.
Here's the thing: was we fucking did it, right? And I was talking about it, whether it was backstream or on stream. 90% about being successful is about showing up. Period. If you actually want to be successful, you fucking show up.
That's right.
And like, it doesn't matter if you look good, if you look great, or you just show
I'm
up.
trying to look good while I'm doing it too.
Oh, Big K,
Hey.
you look fantastic. Hey.
What's up, Big K? How you doing, bud? Oh, there's Gary.
There's
Gary.
Yo, Gary.
Man, I got emotional tonight. I mean, RG's presentation was super powerful. That was amazing.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Dude, I teared up a little bit. I mean, it was really meaningful. I know that Maddie was probably having a heart attack about the F-bombs and shit, but I was like, man, that was really, there's a tearjerker in there because, I mean, a lot of us have had tribulations, and I just really appreciate you sharing some of that backstory. It was really meaningful.
Thank you, bud. Thank you.
Well, now you make me feel bad about talking trash behind his back in the green room the whole time he was giving a speech.
Guys, I'm reading it now. You guys are ruthless, man. The cutthroat room is,
you know,
you guys put some bullshit in there, man. Making memes of me while I'm freaking on the damn stream. You guys are horrible.
It's called jealousy. It's just called jealousy.
Yeah, that's what I tell my kids when they're getting picked on too.
I told Gimme Liberty. I said, hey, I tried to keep the F-bombs down. He goes, 38 wasn't
The thing I said the other day about you know, finding your mettle, finding your purpose. I mean, my best friend is a Marine, and I mean, he's changed after his 5 years in time and things like that. But there is something about the core of the people inside of the Hex community that's just amazing. All the people that have represented, doesn't matter if you've had veteran service or you haven't, there is something inside of you. If some other opportunity presented, you might have been, you know, a brother in arms somehow. So it's amazing.
That's what I was trying to get at, and I don't know if I made that point clear, is that the camaraderie that I felt in the Marine Corps, nothing has come close to it other than this community right here. And I'm being serious about that. You guys are that type of a community. You guys, I've had conversations with all of you in private, and you guys are all good people. And that's what I love about it, is that you're all real, you're all good, you want to help others. You know, it feels like that, like the Corps did, you know, back when I was a young man. And man, we do have something here.
I echo that sentiment a ton, man. Like, you know, like I feel like I have a ton of friends and other social acquaintances all over the place, and like I've had nothing but a joy to be a part of this community this whole time. And like, I mean, being able to build a community in such a unique time in our world, you know, is like a blessing all in of itself too, you know. So like we've gotten like a unique opportunity to do that, and then having, you know, number go up doesn't hurt either, you know. So
number go up to the right, baby.
Are we on D-Live? Are we on D-Live? Oh, we're not.
No.
I can't be banned by now.
What's that?
You'd be banned by now.
The last comment I'll make on that particular thing is I haven't felt this since I was 22, and I've been part of lots of different brotherhood kinds of groups or cliques or whatever it is since 22. But you know, the last time was when I was in the Marine Corps, and you guys, all of you, it doesn't matter about your veteran status or if you ever served or anything like that. There's some element, something you can't put your finger on, about integrity, about putting your face out there, about you know, one of the things that actually got me a little misty was about him saying Richard taking the bullets. Richard took the bullets a long time before he ever met any of you motherfuckers. None of you. So he took the bullets for a long time, and then he ruminated over what's the best way to do this thing, and how can I make this secure, and how can we get back to the principles of cypherpunk, and you know, wealth and living a life of intention, all of the messages that you can think of. Richard took the bullets a long time ago, and just the bond between us as a community without Richard is just brought a lot of meaning to my life. It's really amazing.
It's all about showing up, Gary. You know, and again, I can't reiterate this enough because it's come up to my life many times. 90% about being successful is just fucking shit.
Well, and I mean, it's even beyond that like Richard, he's taken the bullet so far that like he created a hater chat room just to like hate on him and talk to him.
As you should.
Who else explores that kind of idea? Who else explores that? You know, It's like, oh yeah, it was. I mean, it was. There was good parts about it, but when he's like, yeah, it was pretty much useless. He's right. It was totally useless, and it's good to be gone. But who explores that kind of idea besides somebody who's like truly honest with themselves and with what they're trying to get done? You have to be, if you're willing. You got to take the slings and arrows to know whether or not they're going to bounce off or not.
Correct, sir.
Yeah,
correct.
With other predatory tribes, we had the magic to be able to organize and gel together and be so supportive. That's pretty damn unique. From my experience in crypto.
Oh, it was super cool to see. I mean, there's a few different times over the year when there was FUD of one nature or another that like to see our resilience as a community was just like super cool. I mean, it made like endeared me to everybody so much more. Really was awesome.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, coming from a guy that's currently getting a mountain of hate, sometimes if you just embrace the hate and you're just like, you know what? Come over here and let me hug you some more, right? Let me do that on screen for you.
You're a gentleman and a scholar, Joker. You're a gentleman and a fucking scholar.
Hey, look, as long as you let the bullets bounce off your chest,
that's all you can do.
All right.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do, friend. That's all you can do.
So I take my hat off to Mr. Richard Hart for that. He actually is a big inspiration. When I first saw a lot of his like stuff that he did with the whole Tone Vase thing or whatever. I mean, of course, all the Bitcoin maxis were all over this guy. And I'm like, man, it kind of like I feel like a connection because like I know what that's like to have so many people just target you for whatever reason, right? I mean, I guess if you chose a villain character, people are going to hate you. But I can't tell you how many times people are like, oh yeah, he chose a Joker. It's kind of shady. So all right, you got me there. But it's so true. And the fact that he had a channel dedicated for his hate. I mean, I could just imagine when he read that, he probably laughed to himself like, you guys are going to be such idiots. Like he probably documented some names there, did some research and took screenshots, and then when Hex reaches to be, $5 per Hex, $10 per Hex, I think at that point in time, he's going to start releasing some of that stuff. Like, remember this? Hexologist is already doing it. Hexologist's Twitter. He goes, hey, remember this?
Yeah, Richard did it with Charlie Lee. He went after Charlie Lee twice already.
Yeah, and I think his last one was like what? Whale Alert was it that he went after? And Whale Alert was like, we're gonna take Hex off of our platform because we don't believe in it. Whatever. It's like, who's stupid now, you moron? Like, oh man,
we got over.
They're all gonna continue to look really silly, and that's a nice feeling.
Yep.
It was very again from tonight's conference. I really liked Big K's background too. Even though we've met a lot in person and stuff, I didn't realize how embedded you were as a miner. That was some of that information about the hell you live of a passive income of being a miner. That's shitty. That's horrible. I have hard enough time trying to get OBS to work. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to be.
Oh, yeah. Like being in a room with like our headphones on because it's so loud, sweating from the heat, trying to then do command line stuff at the same time. It's just a level of insanity that, like, looking back, I'm like, what in the fuck? What was I? Was that real life? Was that? I mean, it brought me to this place, which is great. But yeah. I mean, if I can tell anyone out there, like, hey man, you don't have to do that. Like, it's not necessary. I mean, by the nature of these things, they're commodities. And any mine in crypto is a commodity, and commodities trend towards the price that it costs to create them. So like, you're like, unless you catch the wave in the right time and place, you're going to be working very fruitlessly for.
What's a thing to highlight about Hex and about Richard's intention and the people that are obviously that have been looking at code and Solidity, and when Kyle came on, that was so useful about explaining the backstory of the development, and so I was really good about what
that was moving. I was blown away by that. I like that. That was great.
Even explaining the marshmallow test, the three different elements of the kind of emergent properties of doing 20 years later doing marshmallow test a second time, that kind of stuff. I mean, I've heard the marshmallow test for decades, but to bring that, even I was like, wow, I didn't really realize the economic background, and about the trust. Do you trust the person that tells you, I'm going to be back in 15 minutes and I'll give you a second marshmallow? Do you trust it? And I think that's what we've been searching for inside of crypto. This concept of crypto is trustless. And, so much has been about, okay, it's about the character of this person, this founder, this charismatic, super genius that speaks Russian within, and Chinese within a week. We need the super genius in order to bring trustlessness to technology. We do have a genius, but it's just basically the construction. And when it's there, you don't have to trust a person. You can trust math. That's what I wanted in 2016 and 17, is I just wanted to trust math. But I've got the bonus of community, and I've got the bonus of someone that takes the slings and arrows as we go through this conversion and adoption on ramp. It's really cool.
I gotta say something about Kyle though. When I first saw, I think it was on DS, right? Is that the first time he talked to us?
Yeah.
Right. So at that time, I think I had about 10% of my portfolio in Hex, and I loved Hex. I wrote about it. Most of it I was getting from referrals because I'm a marketer. So I said, give me that free Hex, right? But then I went and I put about 80% of my portfolio in Hex after I watched that DS. It was like a DCA after a couple weeks. It took me to get into it. But at the time, I think we were about 0.4 of a penny. I think that's when I really started rolling big into Hex. And like I said, even though I was a first day guy, I also had a long period where I didn't do anything. And it's thanks to Kyle's talk that gave me the confidence to come and put more in. So I appreciate him for doing that.
Yeah, we were neighbors for a long time, so we talked a lot during that origin. So yeah, Kyle's a high integrity, super high intellect, obviously professional inside the development space, regardless of crypto. Just amazing guy.
Yeah,
I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that with the Dev Kyle video that I released today, it's got all the links. The captain was saying, you can go find this stuff and you can study it yourself. And so I went ahead and put the links for the Hex contract in layman's terms, the original, as well as the one that Nerd Girl updated, the Hex, a link directly to the Hex smart contract on Etherscan, the Hex economics audit by CoinFabric, the Hex security audit by CoinFabric, and some other links there too. So people will be able to find that right underneath the video that Dev Kyle did.
That's the whole thing about game theory. It's like essentially, as long as you make things very, very easy for people to understand, you win, right? And I'll let the captain fucking talk because he was about to talk.
What I was gonna say is so the captain doesn't read all that shit, right? I don't read all that. But here's what I know though. Here's what I know, and this is all I need to know. I know smarter motherfuckers than me have read it. I know that you guys put it there. I know that it exists, and I know that it's there to validate everything. Just knowing that gives me the confidence to stand out in front of this thing and go, you guys can't touch us because it's right there.
That's right.
And I know the guys that put it there. I know the people that wrote it. I know the reasons it's there. There's integrity behind it.
Yes, sir.
I know that because I know this community. I know who Richard is. I know what Hex is all about. So I don't have to read it and know it and understand it like some of you do. I just have to stand there in front of it and go, it's there. Go ahead.
and like, what's wild is it's like a feedback loop because like, even though I understand it and know it and get it, and did from day, like early on, like I understood a lot of what was going on, was following the group the whole year prior to it coming out. Like it was time and time again, Discourse Syndicate, Hexologist, who like the Dev Kyle talk, whatever it was, there's several different times that like you were saying, Randy, like I bought in harder. I filled my bags more. I believed in the project more. I like staked longer because of those things. It was like, I believed in it to begin with, sure, somewhat, but like I believe in it way more now because of every one of those moments along the way and all the content that we've created and y'all have made, and like every interview, like each of that, every time I watch some Hex content, like if I even for a minute had some sort of fear oh, maybe I'd sell some or whatever. Like I'm like, you watch some Hex content and you're like, nope, I'm good, you know. And like, so I mean, like I just want to stake more then, you know. And that's a great feeling, you know. That's all of us doing, you know, a good job of supporting each other. I mean,
Big K, it all comes down to just showing up. I really can't express that enough. 90% about being successful is fucking showing up. And that's the one thing about Hexicans. They always show up. All of them. Always. And that is, you can't buy that shit, right? You know what I mean?
I mean, people try to. I mean, and the thing is that, like, we, you know, we show up so hard that, like, okay, you know, on Twitch, some, like, recently, some of the raids of hexologists have gone, like, I wouldn't say fallen a little flat, but, like, for instance, today, the dude, like, they're freaked out, you know, because we're so, like, zealoty, you know.
Boom, we're here.
As you should be, motherfucker.
Yeah. They're like, they come on strong, man. You come on so strong that they're like, most of them believe straight up that, like, even though we're all talking to them in a chat room, they're like, this is a bot. These are all bots. This is fake. This is clearly a fake raid. None of these people are real. You know, like, it's happened a couple times now, and like, obviously we're not, but like it's you know, it's so intense, and we show up so much that people almost don't believe it. You know, it's like seems so unbelievable. You know, whoa, wow, they're that intense. You know, this can't be real.
I recently made an observation that you know, a lot of the day one Hexicans, you guys, I wish I was you, right? I'm that guy that like got in kind of like 6 months to 8 months after, because I didn't know about it. But right, a lot of the people that are newer to Hex are probably like, and by the way, I onboarded quite a bit of my own community onto Hex, right? And a lot of them are really grateful for being to Hex. A lot of us barely have 30, 40, 50 T-shares, right? Where others would have like 1,500 T-shares, right? So a lot of us are like, crap, you know, how are we supposed to, you know, compare to these guys, right? And then I keep thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, sure, like you guys are like the super whales, right? But like 10 years down the road, I'm gonna be you. Right?
That's right. You know, I can remember. My wife reminds me of this sometimes. She's like, I remember when I first started mining Monero at like $3, and like I found out about Bitcoin, and at the time Bitcoin was $682. I remember this day, and I told my wife, I was like, man, I missed it. I totally missed it. Like, I really wish I'd found out about Bitcoin 2 years ago. I fucking missed it. I was like, I can remember being pissed off about that.
Well, the whole thing in like 2014, I had the same issue, and I didn't realize it was a fractionalized asset, right? So, like, I didn't have $1,200. You need $1,200. You need a $100 paycheck. Fractionalized asset.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it's just, yeah, we're still super early. I mean, and if you don't believe that, you just got to look at the fucking Bitcoin price right now and see that, like, oh my gosh, okay, yeah. It can go way higher than you could ever have imagined.
You guys do realize that Hex is Kool-Aid, maybe not. You do realize Hex is a fractionalized asset as well, right?
They're all 100 million of them in a Hex.
Asset.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love.
They're partitioned in hearts, right?
Yeah, they're hearts. Yeah.
So what's interesting? I'm going to quote Richard Hart here, and he said that T-shares are more rare than Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Okay. Wrap your head around that, right? And if you have, say, 20, 30, 40, 50 T-shares right now, when it gets to that point of being Bitcoin prices, you're going to be pretty happy. So stake your damn Hex. More of the story.
Not to mention those T-shirts have babies in Hex.
Hex
day.
Well, even though there's a limited amount of them, there's a fixed amount of them. It's actually a fairer system than feudal, land baron, or even Bitcoin 2000 addresses that have, majority of the Bitcoin now, because they don't ever have to sell a majority. They never have to change their caste system or their class in that society. Whereas inside of Hex, you have a 15-year max. You have a 55. Sure, you can restake and you can have some level of perpetuity and things like that. But actually, it seems like it's a fairer system.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of like a luxury tax or like a wealth tax when you die. Like you can't take it all forever. So like you can't take it for 15 years. Like you have to give up those T-shares and get whatever at that rate. That which is fairer for the system. It literally like leaves a chance for everyone else to get some.
Yeah, and it's even better than that, because in that system you're talking about, the equalizer, if you want to call it an equalizer, I don't think it's an equalizer, is that government will intervene and redistribute your wealth to the general mass. There's not that inside of Hex. The entire community may benefit. There may be a redistribution as far as opportunity or something along those lines. But it's not like it's a single entity that's voted into power or a single individual that has all of that windfall, because that's not inside the code. People like to give a lot of shit about the OA existing, and I don't think Hex would be remotely as successful as it has been without an OA. Because it is a defender, it is a moat, it is protecting the value in lots of ways. I'm not talking about actions. I'm just talking about the stalwart ability that it has to be benevolent. I mean, it's just in the role of government, but it isn't government. It's just amazing.
I mean, it's like a board of directors, Gary, right? A board of directors ideally want to have their product go forward, regardless, right? You know what I mean? That's it.
Well, so think about what your government would be if you came into government, but you could not get rich. I mean, you could not. And you could not take your power with you somehow to a different industry. What if Obama couldn't make $20 million a year after being president because his influence didn't go with him, right? So there's all kinds of stuff like that that's just inside of a crypto.
Or lobbyists didn't exist.
Yeah, it's just more honest. It's more honest to trust math and code, to me, than people. And I love people, but I know they're devious motherfuckers.
It's not just more. It's more honest. It's also more predictable.
Yeah. That's what Kyle was getting across. Was once you wrap your head around it, whether you're mathematical and engineer wired, or you're just like RG3, he can just like sense people and purpose. Once you get your head into that trust of whatever it is you're going to trust, Hex is so easy. It's so easy to make mad gains. It just is.
It really is.
I like hearing that.
Well, guys, there are these super cycles, and there's the macro. When we zoom out far enough, the macroeconomics show that in the past 6 centuries, there have been 6 different world reserve currencies, and so the world changes on a pretty predictable pattern when it comes to this sort of thing. I mean, you can see Spain had a little bit longer of a period than the Netherlands, right? But the United States has been the world reserve for almost exactly 100 years, according to the economic data that I put together to create this chart. And so I think, the currency that people will trust will be the one that has a predictable monetary policy, right? And that is self-sovereign, and that takes the world into a new era of, basically, Bitcoin invented something that was digital that can't be copied, right? And before that, every time you had something that was digital, you could copy it, right? And so that's the technology that Hex is building on top of, to not only make something where you can't double spend it, but also something where it rewards you for saving. And as the world moves into this negative interest rate or zero interest rate environment, that's, people are going to have their aha moments, every day. And more and more people will realize, and especially with what was announced tonight, with Steph and the Staker app, and how they're going to be continuing to gamify Hex and to allow people to promote it. I mean, to be able to do referrals that are perpetual referrals. It's not $10. Look at these guys. They must be set already to be offering such a good deal for people, and must be understanding so deeply what Hex can do for the world, that it's not going to be, you get $10 one time to refer somebody to the Staker app. It's going to be, you get 20 to 50% perpetual of what the markup is, and that's going to incentivize, I think, a lot of people to create awesome content and to FOMO into Hex. I know while they were doing their talk, I was buying some more.
So, Maddie, just to talk on that, right? So on your graph, you don't show that the US dollar got off the gold standard, right? Yep. So that is the standard that actually eclipses things. So with Hex, we have a standard that's immutable. And so what Steph and Firebrand are building is an ecosystem that builds on an immutable, non-redactable gold standard. So they can make those positions and statements based on the fact that they know that those values will eclipse, because no one can not gold standard them, right? It's done, right?
So,
and go ahead,
so Kool-Aid is exactly right, and you were helpful with your graph. But like a lot of people, that they looked at the history of the dollar. 1971, like you just said, it went off of the gold standard as far as other countries being able to redeem for gold. That's why France basically couldn't redeem the gold and the central banks basically took over in 71. In 1944, Bretton Woods was a different version of a dollar from 1944 until 1971. It was a different dollar. We call it a dollar. And we even had our coins that had the same color. If you had a euro coin, it was gold and silver. If you had some kind of small coin in the US and it's silver colored, it used to be silver. There's all kinds of things that we tend to say, oh, my parents were paid in the dollar. And yes, but it was a different dollar. It was a different metal. It was a different scarcity. It was a different soundness, if you want to call it that. So we tend to believe that something has lasted longer than it really has. And now we're entering the Fed coin dollar. There's all kinds of reasons that we'll still call it the dollar, and people will still use that similar terminology, but they're being tricked. I like that Hex is immutable. I like that it's insulated in lots of different ways. And I like that there's no human that can make a decision, no single human or group of around a round table that can say, oh, this is what the dollar is now, or this is what the Hex is now. That old version, we're still going to call it Hex, but it's not Hex. You know, I just like that.
I think it's a great point, Gary. You touched on something really deep right there. The graph shows a stair step in just above ground spended money, right? Mm-hmm. So that's right. The type of circulating paper currencies. But what you are suggesting is that there is another stair step down. So it's an X type of thing between commodities, petrodollars, gold bullion, that type of stuff. And Hex falls into that too as a much better type of play.
Yeah, Maddie's showed before, I think on yesterday, it's called Extra's Pyramid, but he called it Hextra's Pyramid. And it basically is about what's really scarce, you know, and yeah, people in economics like to look at that stuff. So,
Hey guys, I just want to say that as an anarcho-capitalist, Hex is like my dream currency. I know Maddie has got similar thought process as I do when it comes to money, and I just can't wait for my community to really get a hold of it. They're so stuck on Monero, they're so stuck on Bitcoin and BSV and Bitcoin Cash. I can't wait to these people who are freaking loaded to start bringing their money over to us.
Randy, I fantasize about Hex often. There's times where I look at all the things I want to buy.
So many Hex addicts in here. Everyone's a Hex addict.
Yeah, I can't even tell you. I have late night call. I have a group of mine that I stream with. They're called Nations 13. They're all now Hexicans as well, staked in and all that good stuff. And we literally had nights where we just looked at like houses and islands, and I mean the list goes on. And it's such a great experience. It's so euphoric. Like the dopamine receptors are going off the chain. It's really great. And it's funny because I actually tweeted about this not too long ago, where I was like, am I alone when I wake up in the morning and the first thing I'm doing is checking the damn Hex chart?
You know why that is, Joker? You remember what? Because you showed up. 90% about being successful is about fucking showing up.
That's right.
You fucking show up early and you show up right, then you're gonna be goddamn. Sorry, Maddie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remember to drink responsibly.
Important. Show the goddamn up, right?
Where's coffee when you need him?
Maddie, go ahead and invest in one of these stream decks where you could just like click the button and it'll go beep every time somebody curses.
Oh, it's like the delay.
Yeah, 120 bucks. It's great.
Dude, we're on social right now. It's free for all. I can take my I can take my coat off right
I
now.
wish someone would talk about how important it is to show up. I just wish.
So like when I was a truck driver, right? So I was doing Bitfinence's job. You have to fucking show up on time, right? Like I have a window that I'm going to drive across the country, and I have maybe 4 hours to fuck all, and it's not going to work. If I didn't show up on time, it's bad. And then I moved into the 3D industry, and you know what I have to do? Deliver. You know how I deliver? I show up, I do the work. And that's the whole thing, is the work has been done. All you have to do is invest, show up, invest your 10% liquidity that you have per paycheck. If you don't understand that, you can do more, you can do less.
I mean, I do like the Richard, like he's talking about the other day in the meme that you see where it's like you can either be really dumb and just buy the Bitcoin, or you can be really smart and buy the, the same way. Like if you just bought the thing, that was all that was important. You didn't have to like overanalyze. You just had to buy the thing.
So can I like further like capitalize on what Kool-Aid just said? So I saw.
If you're going to explain the other 10% and what's so important about it.
We need to show up.
Yeah, that's. Well, that's a 90%, but there's got to be another 10% somewhere, right?
Well, no, what he's saying is
sleeping kinetics.
It's very applicable at this time, right? So Richard Hart also has been tweeting about how we're eventually going to get silenced because of all of this cancel culture that's going on, right? I don't know if you've seen his tweets recently. And one of the things that I've noticed, and again, me being a streamer that's been silenced, you know what? He's actually quite right. But what I've noticed in my journey of this, I guess, combating this silencing of my channel was, I moved over to a different platform, went to Trovo, and the power comes in community. So if you take the moment to go ahead and realize the numbers that are going on within Matty Allen's stream, you guys have community, right? So I'm going to urge all of you Hexicans, when you see Hex content, promote it. If it's good Hex content, that is a accurate, good custodian of our coin, okay, that are positively influencing what we're doing here, the pumps to limit sell pressure, to increase buy pressure, go ahead and please enhance those streams.
Yeah, I mean,
Twitter, share it out, get it out there, show up.
Show up, you got it right, yes sir.
That can't be said enough, because Hexologist is the perfect example, and he says it straight up that like when YouTube banned him, there was a big piece of him that just figured he was done and he just stopped streaming, and when he changed over to a different platform, and everybody followed him, that was energizing. That was, that kept him moving. He said, and like that's what you said. It's the power of community that really is there. I mean, like if you have built a really good community, I mean, we'll do whatever, we'll stream wherever we have to or wherever we can to get the content out, and if someone else is doing it somewhere else, you're right. Promote them. Say, like, subscribe, all that.
It's not the platform that makes the community.
Nope.
Remember that the platform like YouTube,
yes sir,
Twitch, DLive, anywhere. If they don't like, and by the way, DLive recently was promoting Ample Coin. I don't know if you noticed that Tron was holding a big conference or whatever, and they were promoting a rival coin. And I find that to be highly disrespectful to what we're doing, because obviously we're making quite a bit of money.
Yeah, where's all the Ample streamers?
Well, more importantly, if they're gonna like nag you on some confrontation, whatever it is, but they're gonna like delist you, but then list something else when you show up and do your shit. Here's the deal: like you look at your stakes, and you can do a 1-year stake. What do you think the streaming platforms are going to be in 5 or 10 years? Right? And yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's the whole thing. It's like all of us are building a community that will embrace the next ecosystem. So as a game dev, I can talk about augmented reality, virtual reality, all the rest of that. I like Hex reality. And
Me too.
will I still build augmented reality and virtual reality with Hex as the ideal that I'm going to be building on that back end, that background, or all the rest of that? Yes, sir.
You're
And
going to pay
that's the whole-
people.
What's that?
You're going to pay people to do it.
One of these days, I won't be doing the work. But like, here's the thing: the difference is that you all not only inspired me to come on stream to work for you to build the stuff, you all have the tenement to make everyone else be inspired. And inherently, that is the key. From the Joker, from the Captain, from Maddie to Kinetics to Big K to Randy to Funding Jim and to fucking Papa Boner. Okay, Papa B. So, like, all of the people on here.
Watch it, Kool-Aid. We're still alive.
Kool-Aid, go take another shot, bro.
Maddie request. Can I move to the Senate Square? The
Oh.
alcohol fumes are really getting to my eyes. Can I move to Senate Square?
Can I have some tears?
Thanks.
I'll give you all the tears. You want me to give you like another?
I just spit in this cup. I'll get drunk off
You
it.
realize that his hair was blonde earlier tonight, right? It was blonde. This is just like.
His hair's changing colors. It's like one of those mood rings now, right?
I will let all you all do my job, and I will see you on your next clip. And when you say that, you're like, I made a pixel. It drew to the left.
So
Not
much your
up
hair turned into a
right,
mood ring.
It drew to the left.
Hey, you didn't even
Really
say
pick up
anything,
your
Kool-Aid. You didn't say anything, Kool-Aid. Look what I got going on back here. This is not just.
I saw it. You know what you are. You're rather large in the shot. You need to be like down over here.
He's got it animated. Like so many people, he's got it animated.
Yeah. No, he did. Like, the captain came on, and we do have the animated sequence. I almost got angry yesterday and went to work and like almost animated flying cars in the background. And I was just like, fuck it.
With the Jetsons.
Dude, we have the best. Again, we have Richard says that we have the best memes, we have the best people, we have the best community. All the rest of it is inconsequential if we actually look at the value and the time of money. And again, all of it's about showing up and doing your part. We have the best community that makes things possible, period.
And 3/4 of a box. 3/4 of a box.
Speaking in terms of community, I'm going to echo Funding Jim's message. Earlier in this segment, it's true that this feels like a brotherhood, kind of like how when I was in the Army, I felt that same kind of brotherhood. It's like we got each other's back. We see somebody like talking crap on Twitter, we jump on that piece of garbage. You know what I mean? I remember I always, by the way, if you guys ever see my Twitter, I'm always fighting people. Doesn't matter if it's D-Line, doesn't matter if it's Hex related. I'm always fighting. So if I ever see some nonsense like, oh, well, Hex is a scam or blah, 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 I always run after them, right? And then the thing is, they have like their little crew of people that kind of like harp on me because of me doing that. But no other community, not even my own community. Right, there you go.
Well done, Maddie. Well done, Maddie.
Right? Exactly. Now, here's the thing. Even my own community, as far as like, Joker Gang, Nations 13, I mean, yeah, they do sometimes like chime in, but they're usually busy doing things. But whenever it's like a Hex thing where I'm defending the coin, yeah, you guys are crazy. you're crazier than I am. Like,
I can see why other people on Twitter think that we're an army of bots because we are so quick to jump on that.
God,
it is like stink on turd, man. I'll tell you what.
Just put hashtag Hex in whatever you're posting, and you'll see it.
Coming. We coming. No, we're.
It's like you put out the bat signal.
But honestly, I've had investments. I've had investments with pools of people. I've had investments with pools of people that, you want to defend your bag, you want to defend your investment because they're invested too and blah, blah, blah. But it is about you guys are saying a lot about the community. If there wasn't a financial incentive, if I had met these people, it'd be the same kind of bond. I would have the same kind, again, it's just we're not living as neighbors. We wouldn't cross in other paths or whatever, other than Hex bringing this community together. And because of that common virtue of the code, I think it just highlights the virtue of the people. I think it's really a great community.
Fascinating. Even on top of that, with COVID and like the fact that we don't get to communicate, see, hug, and embrace normal people, the Hex community is probably the most vivid human community that I've seen in this entire goddamn year. And hands down, like I would do anything for Maddie, the captain, Joker, funding Jim, Randy, any kinetics, but anyone, right? And hey, I had to paint that goddamn face.
I don't see my face in there.
You guys, this is the work. This is the work of Kool-Aid, guys. They put all.
Yeah, where is Kool-Aid needs to be in there? Did he put himself in there?
I did not. I am not in this picture.
Cut my face off. Go ahead.
I literally. They're
right there.
Oh, you got the after effect. The actual one end of real background, I am not in because I file saved as.
Oh my God, RG3, you look hilarious.
Look how happy. I mean, I said this 1,000.
RG3, do that face right now. Go ahead.
I said this 1,000 times. Who is the happiest? Who is the happiest guy in this whole crew? Look at Brand. Brand is like the happiest.
I'm glad to be here. We're glad to have you, Brand. Thanks for showing up.
I am going to train Brand to be the next CG ninja. So like, Brand is a great human being, like
Yes,
absolutely a badass. And here's the thing: it's all about community, right?
You know, well, here and you know the thing about that community, bringing that back to like what Hex is like it only makes sense that the people that would find this community and would come public and would be a part of this would also be relatively stand-up people, because it's like what grifter out there, what short-term advantageous person out there that's looking for the quick scam would make a 555 stake and then come out and talk about it? Like what kind of short-term scam artist would be interested in that at all? They wouldn't. No one would. No, not at all.
No.
Like the nature of the nature of the product lends itself to make it so that the people that you find most interested in it are already genuine people in general that that want to rally around other genuine people that have the time.
That's it, Big K. You're 100% right. If you're gonna actually do something, you do it.
I love that comment,
bro. Richard Hart began as a person that was humble and was giving in his background, right? He was always a self kind of help motivational kind of guy.
Well, his first YouTube videos ever were self-help.
Exactly. So think about that. And you want to know something interesting, right? So I mean, of course, Richard is the pioneer, the guy who made the coin, that kind of thing. We should all reflect on the whole, on what he's about, right? And if you just look at even us, even if we were his his like army, right? His army would reflect his leadership, right? And let me tell you, all of my DMs with Hexicans have been nothing but, hey man, yeah, whenever I get my money from Hex, I'm gonna buy whatever I can, but I'm gonna do things to make the world a better place.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna donate to this charity. I'm gonna build this church. I'm gonna go ahead and donate to women's abuse hotline or whatnot, like stuff like that. The point is, we are very, and again, I've never seen this before. Okay, a lot of crypto and a lot of like trading and that kind of thing. You see these people, they're, oh yeah, let's park all our Lambos in front of the Econ or the we're gonna go with our fur coats and go in there because we're gonna spend $10,000 on sneakers. But then like a Hexican would be like, well, why would I spend 10 grand on sneakers when a guy down the road is hungry? Let me go and feed that guy.
You know why that is? Because you have time value cost of money.
$1 cost might buy one of those pair of sneakers, not gonna lie.
Yeah, wait, hold on. There's at least one Mexican that buy them. Come on, let's be honest.
But he'd also hook the guy up down the street. I mean, like you're right. We all have. And like that's the thing is that when you get given this kind of time, you start thinking about those things more. I mean, that's something that you can't help but like think about.
Richard does the principle, and again, not to stay out of the religious context, but I've heard before, if you teach a man to fish, he can feed himself for a lifetime. Right. And so even in the beginnings before Hex launched, there's all kinds of opportunity to do things for the community. Are you going to be rewarded financially with money? Like he's going to hire you somehow to do some marketing thing or whatever? No, I mean, but he gave so many opportunities to people. Says, hey, I've got a referral system. Here's how it's going to work. This is what it's going to do. Why don't you build something meaningful and useful? And then the market will decide whether or not you get the referral because you built a utility, you built a function, you built a website, you made a podcast, you were brave enough to put yourself into the public sphere. I mean, there's all kinds of opportunity for people, teach a man to fish. I mean, that's really what Rich was doing with the referral program. Really meaningful.
Yeah. But it also and with him writing, self-help books, it's really he did that first, right? And now, in order to get that more popular and really, I think to free people's time, because in order for people to really be able to extract all the value out of knowledge and stuff, people have to have time, right? They can't be spending all their time working minimum wage jobs, never having a minute to help themselves, right? And so I think that's another reason why it's so powerful.
That's like his first lesson in the self-help things.
Yeah. That's going to amplify his self-help movement is Hex, I believe.
Well, but look, it's kind of like the whole Pavlov thing, right? So you have a watch that can shock you. It gives you a stimulus based on what you want, right? So like if you check your Staker app too much, or you have the opportunity to accidentally,
You can never check your Staker app too much.
Right on auto feed, it just
I hear if you play it too much.
He got it. Kool-Aid made me buy something that shocks me.
I actually use a rubber band. And use the rubber band. I buy more Hex.
Yeah,
but
this is like way
that
better.
thing fit around a toilet paper roll?
Dude, it actually, if you turn it up, it hits like a 10 cap. Like you really don't want that on you. But like I use it for like, I've been working for 180 hours this week, and I need to like wake up in 3 hours. But it hits like a tank. But the thing is that it actually gives you the value cost of what you want to do. And Maddie's exactly right. So if you use, it's good shit.
Yeah.
It's to change your behaviors. It like
Are you serious right now? Like you need to shock yourself to change behaviors?
Some people.
Come on, man. That's punishment.
Hey, you're a psychologist.
Joker, hold on. Okay.
I use it to wake up. I've been up for 15 hours.
Yeah, I know.
This is my job, okay?
I know you are.
Any punishment is not a way to change a behavior. It is a
Bullshit.
temporary. Hold on.
My behavior been changed many a time by some punishment.
Yeah, that is
punishment. Hold on, wait. Give me a second.
If you've ever been married,
Psychologist, mycologist.
When you're married, your behavior changes because you are punished.
Listen, punishment is a weak way to change a behavior. It is meant to temporarily, now look this up, it is meant to temporarily stop a behavior. And it's tracks, okay? Temporarily.
It's effective.
The only thing you're going to inhibit would be a biological response, which means that if you're, say I grab this cup, right? And the thing shocks me every time I'm going for the cup. Eventually, my body's going to realize that every time I'm going to do it, I'm going to brace myself. Okay,
yeah.
That's just gonna
you reach for a different cup,
right? But
that's why I want to reprogram it to pay you Hex, because reward is more powerful. Reward is more powerful.
Reinforcement. Whenever
you're getting that, Manny.
Whenever you say like a little candy or something that you enjoy, positive reinforcement. It is such and not only positive reinforcement, but do it in increments that are like kind of like a slot machine. Right, like random increments.
Absolutely.
That right there is the most
game panel earlier. Right,
we have a behavior.
We have two things, right? We have the carrot and we have the stick. Right, so as a game designer,
they both work.
No, but the thing is that they reinforce themselves. Right, it's a levy. Right, so like you reinforce positive behavior by giving it a carrot, and you double down against negative behavior by giving it a stick. And so, like, you actually can teach one by the other, right? You know, if you want to make it where you reinforce positive behavior by showering people with things, they can't spend their things on bad ideals. Otherwise, you get the stick. And if you give the stick, you reinforce positive carrot behavior by giving them things after they get down by a goddamn shop wallet, right?
Listen, all I know. How long you been wearing the beer goggles?
You gotta get the stick.
All I know is
Just get a fishing rod to get it. A full fishing rod, Joker.
Scandalous.
I'm just kidding.
Listen,
I'm just kidding.
I know. Listen, I know some of you guys are married,
Not
right?
kidding.
All I know is that positive reinforcement.
Seriously, Jake.
When I'm doing really well, I get a lot more booty. All right. So
The captain needs to know about the booty, right? Oh my god.
Carrot and stick.
Oh.
No, but you know, it's true with you know, how we have to act as far as being hexagons and stuff. You know, being good custodians of the coin really is a big deal. You know, not too long ago we were about to hit 2 cents, and some, you know,
It's coming again.
Some
Right
dude,
now.
right? We're getting to that point, but
No, it's coming.
yeah, I know.
No. It's coming.
Oh, all right.
It's coming.
I don't know, man. Come on, share the deets, bro. Share the deets. But what I'm saying is somebody sold, man.
The captain behind the sheets.
Freaking guy sold the
coming.
freaking thing and it went down to, like, you know, I'm like, what the fuck? Come on, man.
Markets move.
what was the secret you guys think about Twitter?
But we should eliminate sell pressure, man. Be good custodians of the coin. Don't just dump on us. Come on.
That's not what's happening.
Yeah, I mean,
RG,
yeah.
what is this?
So,
What is
so
the
eventually,
secret you guys
people
talking
move.
about?
It's coming.
Well, that guy's gonna be sorry when we reach like $5. Just saying. You know,
It's
sold
coming.
at almost 2 pennies. You're an idiot. We're looking at, like, you know, what did that chart show? Like within 2-3 years, we're talking some gains, bro.
The random lineup to the right. Yeah,
It's coming.
It's insane.
theoretically, it's only like 20% off.
Just show up.
Like on time.
Just-
that's pretty substantial if you actually think about it.
90%,
It's only
yeah.
like a 20%
Show
off
up.
on a perspective
Sure.
and a 10% off on a timing. Like that line
Very
is pretty.
I didn't know you had that side to you, bro.
I am weird.
When yeah.
So yeah, but I'm seeing some serious stuff. So okay, let's talk 15 years from now. Can we do that? Can we talk about
No.
the Quattro Cinco?
No.
You'll be dead.
In that world, RG3 is dead from old
68,
age.
65.
Oh,
I'm done.
Oh no!
I'll be 65.
But I'm
man.
still going to be prettier than you. That's for damn.
Is that right? Is that right?
You don't know where I spend my Botox money. Come on.
So the Quattro
You can
Cinco,
get as much Botox as
are
you
you
want. You're
getting-
still going to be uglier than me.
You get
All
your
you gotta do is add a bandana, and now you're in business. You gotta add a bandana, some glasses, and then now you're in business.
guys, the Quattro
What the
Cinco,
hell?
we're looking at some serious freaking gains. We all know
Yes.
this. Everyone knows this. We are literally due to be this world's next billionaires, right?
Yeah.
However, we should really be good custodians of the coin. That's the whole,
Correct. Exactly.
right? We need to, you know, the whole point of the top 2,000 wallets or 200 wallets of Bitcoin are being watched heavily, right? I mean, those are anything that moves between those wallets. It really creates either sell or buy pressure. So I think that's going to be us in the future. So we need to figure that out.
Got some
no?
middle fingers on that one.
He said Joker didn't say it. It said 90% of the panel won't live to be 5555.
Oh wow!
So we're like, oh, fuck you.
Longevity
research.
Bro. I'm in my 30s.
Yeah. Like they told me that for the last 20 years. I'm still kicking. I will outlast.
Oh, okay.
I'll be dead below the waist, but I'll still be ticking.
Hey, blue pill.
Hey guys, I gotta tell you what I want to be on a serious note for a second. I do have a dream. One of my dreams as a former nurse, I would like to own my own old folks home someday, where I could live at, where it's badass, has pools, massage. Not in the U.S.
Girls.
Has the best looking staff.
We're really taken care of. And
Sign me up, bro.
Happy ending.
Sign me up.
Puerto Rico.
Can you get that thing opened up in a couple of years?
His retired band plays is what
Let's get on that right away. Get on that.
I'll be like, hey,
let's
go
make
ahead and get in there. Oh yeah.
As long as you have Metallica clapping on the fucking intro, they'd be all right.
This is a percussion pleasure for when you're
a
working.
caveat where you got to pay something. Who knows?
Yeah, but I mean, social health, mental health, all the rest of that, it's actually so much more important than everyone looks at money, but money is just a vehicle for health, right? You know what I mean? I owe $250,000 in student loans, and I've paid $170,000 over the last 10 years, and that's just principal, not even interest.
Dude, you could put all that money in Hex, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that's the sacrifice to like know what I do, right? You know what I mean? I can make you a background or I can make you a game, but it wasn't pleasant to get here. But like actually adding the value to have other people understand that, whether that's enabling places for people to go for mental health education, whether enabling places that people can go to invest their money for their retirement being okay, that actually has more value than you would think. It has more value than anything. And again, like what Randy was saying, like knowing a place to retire that you know that you are okay, capital O, capital K, done fucking, like you are sealed, you're good. That's it, man. Like, and that if you have that, why wouldn't you want to gift that onto your kids, your grandkids, all the rest of that type of stuff? You know,
it's a big worry. It's a big for me. I worked as a nurse. I know what the VA was fucking like. I worked there. You know, I don't want to be sent to someone like that to retire.
The VA's that bad?
It is terrible.
Shit! Oh no! I'm veteran.
It's not that bad. I know.
Chicago VA. Go to Chicago VA.
Yeah, I would never have extended care or anything there, but it's not bad.
Well, it's not a bad place to get your prescriptions when you got a cold. But have you tried to replace a hip through the VA yet?
No.
That's bad, man. I'd rather go to a civilian.
Hey, there's a guy in the alley.
Yeah, I literally broke my whole setup because I was laughing at what Crypto Kool-Aid was saying.
Oh my! Never listen to
not
me.
about money. I was like, come on, man! It is about money. That's what crypto's about.
Well, I think people are enjoying the stream. We got like 200 more than we did a few moments ago, and so it seems like people are joining in. And we don't have to like stop our social or anything, but just want to throw out the idea that if you're new in here, the reason why we're all laughing and having a good time is we're earning 40 to 60%.
Because we're fucking rich.
Let's go. Let me bring it back.
I can be too.
The pirate, right? So there is value that you can invest in your future. And Matt,
the rich guy.
of course,
we're having too much fun.
Don't make me delete your pixels. You know I can't. But like Maddie has built a fantastic expose that you can learn a lot from a lot of people, from a dirty pirate. Oh, you're that way. There you are. But like all the rest of the shit, there are so many people in this ecosystem. Yeah, but there are so many people in this ecosystem. So if you are new, there are a lot of people you can understand and get behind and learn from. And we all come from all walks of life. So if you are new, the Dirty Pirate is a good person to watch. Discord Syndicate, tune in almost every day because now they have an AM with the Discord Syndicate with Connects. But like that
Tuesdays and Thursday mornings, 8:00 a.m. Mountain Time.
AM coming Mountain Time.
Just show up.
West.
If you just show up, you're gonna learn something.
Dude, that's it. It's all about showing up. 90% of it.
The quote. That's the quote.
Dude, so
And if you have a drinking problem,
I showed up a
please see
lot.
Matty
And now
Allen.
Where's Joe at? Where's Joe?
Dude, Joe's the man. Joe should be in here. Get off the fucking green room. Come in here, Joe. I'll sublet my spot if you want to get in here, Joe.
No, you and Joe need to be together.
I mean, I'm gonna do some smoking debauchery. I'll be right back, gents. But like, again, the most important
Joe is
thing,
your new sponsor, Kool-Aid.
nobody can sponsor the Kool-Aid man. Have you seen him? He walks through walls and says, "Oh yeah." Like there's no coming back from that. It's just, "Oh yeah."
Does he say, "Oh yeah"? Does he say like that? Really?
Oh yeah.
I think Joe could probably say, get that one going.
Oh yeah.
Slip it through a Slim Jim.
Oh yeah. That's our total Randy Savage. Like Randy Savage. Randy Savage is totally
You stake your
Randy Savage
Joe's
is totally
here.
Kool-Aid.
That would be a great cameo. How do we get that?
Doing it up, gents. But like again, like anyone that isn't a long-term watcher, Maddie has done an incredible job. RG has done an incredible job building a community. Everyone that's in the Hex, everyone on stage. Joker,
make sure you stake your hex. You have to make sure if you want to come at me, brother. You want to fund in my coin. Come in this Discord Syndicate, brother. And Friday nights. Yeah.
You do know I own pixels, right? So I will turn your ass upside down and sideways. So that's all right.
Wait, you own what?
Nothing. Wait till I finish your background. It's going to be like My Little Pony. It'll be fantastic.
Oh boy.
It's good to fucking see you all. Like, again, it's such a weird, crazy year, but the Hex community has given me more joy than I've seen beyond this year. It's a camaraderie of financial freedom. And it's
We love you too, man. We love you too.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Much love.
It got me through.
He's gonna be sick.
He said, I'll be back.
I'm going to smoke, motherfuckers. Like, I can outlast all y'all. Like, I don't think you understand.
We're gonna refill, bro. Come on, cool.
What does outlast actually
Let's
mean
go.
in this
Get a
context?
refill.
I don't even need to refill. I have a box.
Oh my god, that's great wine.
It is classy.
Oh,
You got
Lord.
that box, man.
Put it in an IV for him.
I'm having a
Caffeine,
sandwich.
espresso, energy drink.
Still
and
there.
wine, yes.
Yes, I love it. Bro, you got heart, man. I love it. You got heart.
Oh my goodness, man. No, this
I
is
just want
fun,
to
guys.
I want to say thank you guys for getting me through the whole, Panama had that total lockdown for 7 months. I could barely leave my house except for 4 hours a week. That's what I was allowed, right? So I want to thank all you guys for getting me through those 7 months. But now that I'm in Mexico, fuck it, man. It's like this shit doesn't even exist down here. I'm loving it. You can hug people again, you can go to parties. So, thanks for getting me through the hard part, and my family really appreciates it.
That's
Just
great.
wanna
It's
say
good to have you in the group. It's definitely meaningful.
thank
I
you.
have seen, as
You
far
want
as
my
Mexico,
wallet
I've seen a
address?
lot of my friends have been doing this Tulum. Why is everyone going to Tulum right now?
Because it's right next to Cancun, but it's not as populated.
Oh, okay.
It's like the hippie place.
Instagram is like all Tulum right now.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Hey, so
I like
Jeff,
living in the murder capital.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. I've had a very long day. I actually taught my first class. And funny thing, by the way, about that, one of them said that they were like really into Bitcoin, and I actually kind of shilled Hex in my first class. A lot of my students were like, "What is Hex?" And I'm like, "Well, listen, don't worry about it. We can talk offline, but just know if you're ever interested in this cryptocurrency, it could be a good investment. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. I literally said that.
And tell your parents.
A credit card.
Yeah, that's right.
That's hilarious. No, really, and they were really interesting. A lot of them were saying like Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. I'm like, you guys don't even know half of crypto. Speaking about Bitcoin, you just know about the number one guy. It's the old. Yeah, that's old news. You know what I mean? Come to Hexland. You know? Come to Hexaco.
Yeah.
Shit coin. That's a shit coin.
Yeah.
Shit coin.
Dumpster fire crypto.
Oh, I love
But anyway,
that.
keep up the good fight, guys. Thank you for having me, Maddie,
Thanks for
Allen,
being on.
and the panel.
later,
Make
buddy.
sure you support all these guys in this panel because we're the voice of Hex. This is it, well, not just these guys, but us, as in you know us, right? So keep up the good fight and much love, guys.
See you around,
Thank
bro.
you.
See you, man.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, he's always high energy. Always
What's up, Joe?
There's
Hey,
Joe.
how's it going? Good to be here. Been hanging watching.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did we miss
So,
one more drop
Joe,
off,
did
too?
you get the news, Joe, that you got fired because Maddie said that you were going to tell RG3 not to say any f bombs? Did you realize that you no longer have a job?
Was that gonna work? I can't stop from saying fuck.
He said that on his social.
I can't control it myself. I mean,
It's funny because he kept popping up, like during RG's talk. I was getting emotional over RG's talk. It was really, really valuable. But then Joe would pop up and says, I think I messed up.
yeah, well,
I didn't get a chance to watch.
you book a pirate, you're gonna get a pirate.
I'd come over every couple minutes and I'd hear the F-bomb drop, so I just have to run back to the green room.
Minutes? You were gone a long time. You just weren't. Minutes? No.
I used it like salad dressing, It's like
On everything.
it fills everything up, man. When you don't have a big vocabulary, it fills it up.
It was useful. It was good.
Between the ums and the fucks, you get a little bit of content.
What's your favorite color crayon?
But yeah, another thing is, I know that Maddie's profession in helping people through stressful times and mental professional things like that, that was for my generation, and maybe RG3 spoke to that too, was if you were in a broken home, if you were basically figuring it out for yourself, sort of, the military was a savior for me. I emancipated at 16. It was more of a legal context and things like that, but 17, I joined the service, and it was because you were going to go one path in life or you're going to go another path in life. And I thought it was very meaningful. I'm happy you shared that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, it was, I wasn't like growing up, hey, I want to be a Marine, it was kind of one of those things where it was like a survival thing, and grateful that that opportunity was there, could have never expected that at that point in my life to pop up and change everything in my life. It was good. It was one of those pivotal moments, and even all the things that I have gone through, I wouldn't change a damn thing. All the trials, the tribulations, the bad shit, the good shit. I was thinking about that, when I was like, okay, what do I do for this keynote? What do I do? Do I write down a bunch of stuff? Do I take notes and put down what I'm going to say? Like I did. See, it's all right here. And I said, so I go to crypto. I can talk about hacking. And I said, you know what? That's not me. I just got to talk about me, because that's what really this is all about. I haven't done anything here but suck all the information off of you guys and use all of you guys to build what we have. And really was nothing but managing all of you guys into a pile and putting it in front of everybody is all we did, so it was just, share what you are, why you're here. And I wouldn't change a thing. Anything that's happened in my life wouldn't change anything because it wouldn't have brought me here today where we're at, So, yeah, I just wanted to open up a little bit and let everybody know why some of us are here. I mean, we're all here for whatever reason. We all have our stories, and there's a truth. Everyone has their own truth to why they're here and how they got here, and that's what makes it real. And I think that's what's going to develop the trust with Hex is that the community is going to stand so strongly behind it, and then you're not going to be able to look at any single one of us and go, well, that motherfucker's selling you a bill of goods. You can't say that about anybody in this room, about anybody that's been in this whole conference. Everybody that's been in this conference is agreed or has been willing to share their stories, their experiences, their strengths, their hopes, their dreams, their past, their presence, their experiences with crypto and outside of crypto. It's developed trust, and that's why we have the friendships and the relationships that we have, because we've developed trust amongst one another. I mean, shit, me and Gary are doxed all to hell with each other. We've shared a lot of private information on outside in our own lives and business and stuff, and I mean there's a lot of trust involved in all of these things that we're doing here. So that's going to be the core component of the growth of Hex, is this community right here, because people are going to eventually see all of us and see all of this. Right now, we're just these annoying little yappy like chihuahuas out on Twitter and shit right now. That's what they think of us. It's like, oh God, here comes another one of those Hex guys. Oh, you guys are so annoying. You hear it all the time, And what they really don't understand is that one day they're going to go, God damn, that was one of those Hex guys. Fuck, those guys, they're not around anymore because they're also fucking wealthy and gone. But, I mean,
not true, though, Cap. Right?
I flooded that guy. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a fucking idiot I feel like, and they probably won't admit it, but it's gonna happen to them, You're like, are you fucking kidding me? That guy? Oh no. And but they're gonna see it. They're gonna see us. They're gonna see all the work that we're doing. And what is that? You all talk without a scamming attitude. It's an attitude of progression and sincerity. Well, thank you, Vince Primo. That's what we're about. That's what we've always been about. All of us here, everybody here has always been about that. And we got that because of Richard, because of who Richard is, who Richard really is. So the FUD out there about him, people need to really look at who Richard is and look at his content and look at what he's done. And then you'll see why we all are the way we are. This didn't just happen by chance. It happened because we created a community based on what he was trying to put out there. He did it, and then we all just followed suit. That's all.
Yeah, well said, Archie. Well said.
And nobody knows about, there's so many calls that go on behind the scenes amongst our community. I must have spent 10 hours with dollar cost crypto on phone calls. We just keep going, we keep going. The excitement, and we're like, holy shit, dude, you know what's about to happen? And it just keeps you pumped. It keeps you, engaged in the community. I really like that.
Yeah. And don't be afraid if Richard Hart calls you a retard, because if in some subject or another you are compared to him, but he'll still love you, and he has open arms waiting for you to come back. So
yes, sir. That's what I love about Richard. He's visceral, but he will give you everything that you have back. Right.
Exactly. The sharp tongue always comes with a lesson if you're listening. If you're really, if you're able to let your ego go for a second and be like, oh, okay, there's actually something to it.
Well, the big thing about him is he lives the principle of meritocracy. So you can definitely say something to him about you're wrong, and if you can bring facts and truth to your position, you're going to win. He may dance around a topic or something like that on occasion, but he doesn't back down about anything. if you're bringing merit and logic and truth to it, then it's there. So I know a lot of people that would just want to shut down someone else that has a different narrative. Doesn't mean that they're right, and doesn't mean that that's what Hex is about. So I really like that about Richard. About everybody.
I'm looking forward to more debates happening between, his what he considers people on his respectable level, right? His peers. I really want people to come forward and have a real legitimate debate, because so far it's just been sub
circus
flyweight against welterweight. Yeah.
It's been circus shows.
They won't. And let me tell you what happened this week. So Maddie knows the situation, but I tried to write an article on Crypto Daily about the actual conference, and no, Crypto Daily is partnered with CoinMarketCap now. And I was told, that I can no longer shill anything on Crypto Daily, and it was just kind of odd that it was the Hex change article for this conference that I got the hammer on. So it was disappointing.
It was.
I can't shill Crypto Daily anymore. But hey, we got 3 articles in for Hex.
Yeah.
What a joke.
Oh, and Richard took it well. He just like laughed at it. He's like, oh, whatever. We tried.
Yeah. So Ross Hex says it's no longer retarded. It's pumpermentally challenged.
Very good. Joe, what's going on, sir?
Doing good, brother. How about you?
Always good, my friend. Always good. Up and to the right, my friend. Up and to the right.
Nice.
Exponentially.
Is your day? Is today your anniversary? What was the anniversary day for you?
Yeah, it's 1:44 a.m. where I am right now. So today is January 9th for me, my 1-year sobriety date. So
nice.
Congratulations.
Awesome, guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah, best day of my life a year ago. So
yeah,
thank you.
That's
It's
awesome.
Great to be here, spending it with my favorite people. Some of them, most of them.
Most of them.
I'm sorry, man. I'll get off the stream.
I'm the naughtiest of the naughty, but I mean,
well, you have to think about even tonight, the impact, the butterfly effect, right? People that end up getting linked together. So I know that you and Maddie have a pretty good bond. He refers to you as your BFF inside of crypto, at least, and offline friendships and such. Same sort of thing with when Hexo, believed enough in Richard's conviction in what he had built, and he took up that mantle to start streaming. And then from that spawned, RG3, brother in arms, Marine, all these other types of reasons to say, hey, maybe I'll help that guy out, someone I don't really know. Same sort of thing with the origin story of other stuff. Like the founder of Hex Toys, he commented about, the reason why he participates so much, and he's got a room of like 25,000, 26,000 people inside Telegram for him. And the reason he's built a lot of what he's built is because of the impact of Hexologist and RG3. And so this room grows, or this influencer circle or this public brand grows, again, because of the strength of character and people. Like you said, today's your 1-year anniversary, and we're all here to celebrate that. I think that's really amazing. I just love this community.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Hexo, I wouldn't be so consistent with my attention into Hex. And then if it wasn't for Discourse Syndicate, RG, Kinetics, Randy, Jim, Gary, the 4 of you guys. Big K, I came in, I know you used to be on a lot more. I came in recently. So, these guys were helping me through some of the worst times of my life. Being sober.
I had a baby, and it definitely hurt.
I watched some of the old episodes, so I know you were big time in the on stream all the time. So these guys are the 4 of you guys on screen. I would spend my Friday nights for sure with you, and that's a big drinking night, and going through hell, just getting out of COVID, having trouble with my wife. We're still trying to figure out, how to right the wrongs that I've done through being an alcoholic and through, just being so selfish and egotistical, and being able to rely on this community and know that, RG was going to show up, and it didn't matter who's on with you, RG. I really, truly, I love you. You know what I mean? You helped save me at a time where there wasn't much for me to turn to, and it was in your chat that I met Maddie. And we've said this before on Discourse. Maddie and I, we are best friends. We talk every day. We Maddie came up with the idea for this conference, and I was so happy that he's allowed me to help plan it with him. And I can't tell you what a dream come true it is right now for me to be on this screen with you guys on this 1 year anniversary. I mean, this is all serendipitous, and it's incredible, guys. So thank you, and I really appreciate it.
And let me second, like, how awesome of a job you've done, Joe. Like, even like, you know, I like messaged you. I was in the green like 2.5 hours early. I'm just like, hey, y'all need help. I'll be here. But like,
thank you, brother.
Came in, you slay, you take care of your business, and congratulations again. The one thing about positive reinforcement is just like showing up. If you show up, you're 90% successful. But as long as you continue with that, you have that velocity forward, and you have that, my friend. And again, we're all so happy for you, and it's beautiful to see, right? And that value gives value. Vectors give vectors. So again, congratulations, Joe. You've done an amazing job.
Agreed.
And, we're all
thank you, brother.
Yeah, this conference wouldn't be possible without you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Maddie. That means a lot. It's been so much fun.
Guys,
I mean, for me
funny I'm here.
Randy,
I
take it
got
out.
to head out. But Joe, thank you. Great.
Absolutely,
It's
brother.
been too long, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, Randy. We'll see you, bud.
Yep.
I can't tell you, you know, my dad, I'm down here in Florida. He's 85. The first day of the conference, he had a stroke and had to go to the emergency room. And he came out today. He came home. You know, we're not allowed to go see him. And he was lucky enough to come home. And he's different now. He's a sharp 85, the sharpest I've ever seen. And now he didn't know where he was today. You know, he couldn't walk right. It could have been potentially a devastating day for my sobriety. And you know, it was a great day. And my dad, you know, what's wild is the first thing that he said to me, you know, after I'm giving him a hug and everything, and he's laying on the couch, he goes, you know, Joe, what's going on with it? I said, with what, Dad? With the hex price? Yeah. What's going on with the hex price? I can't get my staker app to work. Right? And I'm not kidding. So I mean, as much as he wasn't present in here, that what we saw the day that it hit 2 cents a penny, and I'm with my father, and we're refreshing that staker app every 10 seconds, and I'm seeing his eyes light up. And I mean, today was a great day. It was difficult, but you know, I thank everybody for hanging with me in the green room and making it a very special memory for me. I'll certainly never forget this. And Maddie, thank you so much for including me.
So Joe, just remember, never emergency unstake yourself in your sobriety. Like, you have this, you're good. You again are a gentleman and a scholar, and you have
brother.
all the rest of it. Just like don't.
Yeah, man. I'm fucking. I mean, I'm super. I feel proud to be next to you. The fact that you can through all that stuff too, you held it together and been able to be here, still helping us, man. This is awesome. I mean, you kick-ass, dude.
Thanks, brother.
And Joe,
I had to take a lot of breaks today.
Yeah, I believe it, man. I believe it.
Yeah. Joe, I wanted to say that, you know, all the good karma that you've been, you know, receiving from everyone else transmuted through you to me. I want to say you're really paying it forward. You know, all the support you're giving me. Now I know exactly where it comes from, and you're just the conduit to a lot of good stuff.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be on this team. You know, I love it. It's a family. I go to bat for everybody. I wake up, I go to sleep thinking about it, and it's healthy. You know, I'm on the Ski Cat Challenge, losing some weight, working with Maddie Allen on my mental health. I've been sober for a year. You know, my wife and I are going to figure out how to make this work. I'm going to end up moving down here where I am to Florida. So, I mean, I don't have a complaint in the world, and I've been through hell in the past year. So thank you, everybody. It means a lot.
Sweet.
Yeah,
right on, man.
Glad to have you here.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to your talk during the conference on the fourth and final day.
Me too, brother. Me too. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. You got a keynote? You're going to do a keynote too?
I think RH is going to take the keynote, but if he can't make it, then yeah, I get to open up for Maddie and Richard.
Nice
I mean, how incredible is that?
Ever do that?
Awesome,
this is like, I mean, it's one thing like to get out in front of everybody and do a keynote, you know, in front of people, but doing it to a camera with seeing nobody, and just, you know, that's a tough deal. I didn't realize how hard that was going to be. That was a hard one.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the beauty of what you guys are doing. You know what I mean? Like, I worked in the entertainment industry a long time, and I put up book ton of hours to do it. But man, the thing is, I appreciate all y'all more than what I do. Like, because y'all fucking slay. Like, all of y'all. Maddie, again, thank you for putting everything.
All right, I'm getting out of here. You guys.
Oh, the dirty pirate leaves.
I'm exit scamming. Maddie, thank you. Thank you for giving me the time to talk to the community. Love all the Hexicans. Some of you more than others. And,
I'm the worst. I'm the worst.
Yeah.
Feel all warm and fuzzy.
All right, guys.
Thank you, RG.
Yeah. Everybody have a good one.
Later,
and
brother.
we'll see you guys. If you're new out there, I'm going to show our channel Discourse_Syndicate on YouTube's, on DLive, and on Twitch. We're Discourse_Syndicate. And you can catch us on Twitter, RG3_Pirate. And you can watch us on Periscope there. All right, guys. And then don't forget Kinetics. He's doing a morning show now. So for those of you in Europe, Asia, and you can't deal with our time and get on a live stream, Kinetics doing a morning show at 8 a.m. Pacific or 7 a.m. Pacific, right? 7 a.m. Pacific. And,
yes.
And it's a Discourse Syndicate in the mornings. What's the name of your show again, Kinetics?
Wake Up Hex. Because who doesn't
Wake Up
like
Hex.
Wake Up Hex.
Discourse Syndicate's Wake Up Hex. And that's on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So you can catch us every day of the week. All right, guys. Thanks. We'll see you. And great job, Maddie.
Thanks, Cap. Good night, Cap.
We'll see everybody next year on this one, right?
Yep,
maybe we'll be we'll be in person. We'll be off quarantine.
I think we will for sure be in person next year for this.
Yeah. All right, guys. Later.
Good night, Cap. See you there, brother.
Wait, Captain, the chest. You didn't release the chest.
Everybody in the chat ever from every show.
Every show. And they say it for like 10 minutes before. Hey, make sure you hit the chest.
I have to be there to let him know. If I'm not there watching the chat, he doesn't have any clue.
So is your show in the mornings?
You're not allowed to talk about it.
Is your show in the mornings? Is it any different context, or is it just the same kind of thing, just a different moderator?
Same thing, man. It's for the community. It's about the community, and so we allow the community on. And
you said it's mostly for like Asia and different time zones. So how many languages are you speaking as a host?
Oh, at least 13, 14.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah,
fluently.
Yeah, yeah, fluently. You know, that Rosetta Stone, man. It's good stuff. So.
Well, Papa, don't you speak? You speak? Is it Japanese? What else you speak?
Japanese. Yeah, I speak Japanese, but I'm not going to be doing any real-time interpreting on the show. I'm not that good.
No, you should have your own show. We'll start watching your show and learn something. Learn a different language too. You should do a show.
I'm talking to my wife about doing some work to get the word out in Japan. There's only one article about Hex, and it's a year old. So we may be doing that together as a husband and wife team.
Oh, that'd be amazing. I'd love to see that. Awesome. I haven't seen a duo as far as partners, both streaming content. Who's the guy that does the Bitcoin stuff? Max Kaiser and his wife Stacy. They talk about Bitcoin all the time, and I think it brings a different audience.
There is a couple that I feel like that does some crypto content that's mentioned Hex a few times. I saw recently the one lady calls, I think, herself Merlot Mama, and she's like always drinking a glass of wine on there, I think. But they've mentioned but they're like, they do all sorts of crypto reviews and stuff. Can't remember their name exactly though. But yeah, so I'm all about seeing that. It's great.
Yeah, I think it's another bridge. A lot of us are partnered or married or whatever, and I think it's something you could share together if it's the right context.
What about the wine guy with the scaffolding?
Why are you hating on wine guys? Why are you hating on wine guys?
It just brings up New Year's talent contest. That's all. So it's a reference to New Year's talent contest.
Hey, my tattoo's almost healed.
I was
Oh, big reveal.
By the way, how is that prison tat doing?
That prison tat's a scab now. Richard Hart is a scab on my ankle. I was sending it over like I was like, Motley's gonna beat me. Motley's gonna beat me. God damn it, Motley's gonna beat me. I can't find a Puerto Rican at 2 a.m. to do a tattoo. What the hell? New Year's Eve? Are you kidding me? What the hell?
See, Gary, I thought you were doing a stick and poke when I was like hearing it over the streams, and I'm like, no, you're just ballpoint back. I was just
No,
like,
it was stick and poke. It was razor blade actually. I started I'll carve a little line in there.
Hey,
but it wasn't very deep.
Before we get too deep in the prison text context, Maddie, thank you so much for this. This is awesome. I am getting the baby call here, so let me let y'all go. But this has been amazing to be a part of. I cannot wait till tomorrow. Everybody that's watching, make sure you make it tomorrow. It's gonna be the best of all the days. I'm very sure. Cannot wait for everything to come in 2021. So thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure, man.
Bye.
Yeah, I almost want to feel like it's so many of us are trying to be benevolent to society, but I do miss the Richard Hart, gladiator style, going at it with people. I was like, oh, what is this last day conversation Richard brings out? What's it going to be? It's like, I need a little drama. Who can we invite?
You think he'll show up in the robe? He's got the new robe, right? New Rocky style robe.
Somebody said something about a robe, I guess.
Is
it a Rocky
robe,
hood, like
a Versace robe, and it says Richard across the back with hearts on each side of it.
Okay,
so it's like a fighting robe. Yeah, coming out swinging. Yep.
Well, I hope he doesn't go too hard on me.
Can you take that out of context for us? We can edit that one. Okay. Anyway. Moving along.
Anyway, yeah. No, I mean, it's gonna be nerve-wracking, but I'm actually more excited than anything because I'm really excited to pick his brain about self-health and to see what he has to say and see how bad he picks on me.
Maddie, this is what you're built for, right? You know what I mean? This is exactly what you're built for. This is what you built up. You've proven yourself as not only a pillar of the community, as someone that advocates on people building themselves up through whatever means possible. And you kill it, buddy. You nailed it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, and Richard, it's not going to do something stupid. Richard ain't gonna kill you, but Richard believes in the same ideals that you do, and so Richard plays the game he has to play because he gets sniper shotted from behind and on the rear, right? And when you've told people so many times to do something, and then they try to kneecap you, you eventually get jaded, and you're like, "Fuck off." And so, that's what I've said it on stream before. It took me a while to realize this, but I goddamn love Richard. Everything about him, I fucking love. Everything about it, I absolutely adore because he doesn't want anything from you but to be smarter. What more do you want in life, right? And
love. I can't do it like Crypto Girl. What was she doing? She does this thing. Love. I just feel love.
In Japan, they do this now.
What is that? That looks like a West Side or whatever.
That's the heart. That's the heart mark. That's it. In Japan, that's the way we do it now.
The heart mark. What is the heart? What do you mean?
Yep. Like this. You cross your little finger and thumb like this, and you go.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, that's it. All right. Yep, a little bit more portable, right? That's the thing.
Is it like West Side? Is it like crypto? I mean,
no. It's like L.A. I think.
Throwing gang signs. Yeah.
Totally.
Sign language for crypto. Yeah.
We should have our own hex. Hexicans.
Well, I'm glad you guys all showed
it's
up.
3 here. I am going to crash out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Another 8 hours worth.
All right. Thanks everybody for hanging out in the social and
Gary.
Good stuff. See you guys around.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye.
Good night.
And then there were 5.
I'm happy to turn into a pumpkin as well. For me, it's just starting the early evening, but I've got kitchen bitch duty. So I've been really enjoyed working the green room with you, Joe, and we'll catch you again tomorrow and see what comedy brings us. And Maddie, beautiful job. Everybody, keep rocking on. Take care.
Thank you, brother. See you tomorrow, Papa.
And then there were 4.
Yeah, Papa and Barely Crafty and Papa B have been for almost every minute with me in the green room since we started. So
Dude,
want to thank those guys.
Barely Crafty's manipulation of OBS was absolutely tippity top. But you can really manipulate like a Photoshop layer. He did super well. But that's what I love about Xkins. Like, right, just this platform, right? There's so much availability to do awesome things. Like, yeah,
there's a few people who need a rebrand in our community, and Barely Crafty is one of them, because he is not even close to barely crafty. He's abundantly crafty, super crafty.
He's a badass.
He speaks 4 different languages, 3 of them fluently, and can almost speak German. He said can basically get by in Germany. So Polish, Russian, English, and his English is absolutely flawless.
His
very modest username too.
Yeah, he's tip of the top. Like, again, like I gave him all the credit. Like his OBS strategy